Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Judy Garland and Walter Pidgeon in A Star is Born. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Among certain peoples, notably our good and brave friends, the Chinese, the passing of one year and the beginning of another is celebrated with fireworks. And taking a tip from them, we're going to touch off a dramatic Roman candle that will send a pair of stars flashing across the sky in a blaze of glory. The stars are Walter Pidgeon and Judy Garland, and the play is adapted from David O. Selznick's great motion picture, A Star is Born. Walter is starring now for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer in White Cargo, and Judy comes to us from the cast of Presenting Lily Mars. It wasn't so very long ago that Judy's own star first appeared in the Hollywood sky. And tonight in A Star is Born, she plays the part of a small-town girl who rises to screen fame. I think myself that this is one of the best dramas of Hollywood that Hollywood has ever produced. But you'll decide that for us when you hear it. You know, there's a time of year for everything. And this is the time of year for making good resolutions. I have one to suggest now for some of the ladies in this audience. Not all of them, or even a very large number, but just a few. The few who have never tried Lux Flakes. As I understand it, running a home is not an easy job at best. It certainly isn't going to be any simpler during 1943. And if you expect to make a lot of things last out the year, now is the time to begin taking care of them with Lux Flakes. That's one New Year's resolution you'll be glad to keep. Now our stars are on stage and the curtain rises for A Star is Born, with Judy Garland as Esther Blodgett and Walter Pidgeon as Norman Maine.
You're not an actress, Esther Blodgett. You're a North Dakota farm girl, and none too beautiful at that. And the sooner you stop dreaming about Hollywood and glamour girls and acting in pictures, the happier you're going to be.
It's late at night. In the bedroom of a North Dakota farmhouse, Esther Blodgett is still awake. She lies across the bed, sobbing softly into the pillow. Hearing again in her mind the words of her aunt, the door is opened quietly, and an old woman in a flannel wrapper comes softly into the moonlit room.
Esther?
Yes. Who is it?
It's me, Granny. I thought you'd still be awake.
Yes, Granny.
Stop crying. That won't do any good.
I'm crying because Aunt Mattie and Alec and everyone else in this family makes me so mad.
Aunt Mattie, Alec, fiddlesticks. They're not important. You're the one who counts.
I could be an actress, Granny. I could be. And I'd go to Hollywood, too, if I had the chance. But they just laugh at me because I want to make something out of myself. They think it's funny.
Esther, everyone in this world who ever dreamed about better things was laughed at. Don't you know that?
I suppose so, but
there's a difference between dreaming and doing. You modern girls give me a pain. Why, when I wanted something better, I came across these plains in a prairie schooner with your grandfather. We burned in summer and froze in winter. We used our guns when we needed food, and then fought the Indians to keep it. But we kept on going, and we didn't complain, because we were doing what we wanted to do. Can you understand that?
Yes. Yes, I can, Granny.
Could you do it? Could you do it even when your heart broke? Because for every dream that you make come true, you pay the price in heartbreak.
I'm not afraid, Granny. I'm not.
All right, then. Here. Take this money and go to your Hollywood.
Oh, no, I can't take your money, Granny. It's your savings.
I haven't got anything to save up for, except the funeral. And now I don't believe I'm ever going to die.
Oh, Granny, how can I ever thank you?
By promising me that you'll never tell anybody where you got that money.
I promise.
If you ever do, I'll have you arrested for robbing me.
Oh, Granny. Granny, darling.
On Hollywood Boulevard, the heart of the movie metropolis. On your right, Grauman's Chinese Theater. Notice the paved blocks containing the hands and footprints of your famous star. We'll make a short stop here so you can inspect them at your leisure.
Hello. Oleander Arms Apartments. Yeah, we got a vacancy. $4, running water, convenient to all studios, no dogs, no cooking. What do you do? Oh, yeah? Listen, wise guy, don't waste my time. No dogs, no cooking, and no cowboys.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Blodgett. I saw your ad in the paper.
That's why we put it there, miss. Day, week, or month, please.
Well, it's a little hard to say. You see, I'm going in the movie.
Oh, well, take it for a week. It'll break the jump to Beverly Hills. Sign right here.
Are all the studios really near here?
All except Gaumont British.
I suppose the best way to get a job is to go straight to the studios, isn't it? You know, I haven't any illusions. I'm perfectly willing to begin with a little bit of a part. Or even as an extra.
$4, please, in advance.
I beg your pardon. This is the central casting office, isn't it?
Yes?
Well, I'd like to register for extra work, please.
To register? How long have you been in Hollywood?
Well, it's nearly a month now.
Well, you know, we have 12,416 extras registered with us now. That's 16 times as many as we can use each working day. We haven't put anyone on our register in over 2 years.
Oh, I see.
Come over here. I want to show you something.
Try later, try later.
Those four girls operate our switchboard. Every time one of those little lights flashes, it's someone asking for a job. And every time a girl says try later, it means there isn't any job. We can't keep girls at the switchboard long. They go crazy. And every one of those little lights thought it was going to be a star. Do you still want to go into the movies? You know what your chances are? 1 in 100,000.
I know, but maybe I'm that one.
Afternoon, Miss Blodgett.
Hello. Any phone calls for me today, Mr. Randall?
Nope. I guess Sam Golden and Cecil DeMille are writing you letters instead. How was the luck today?
There wasn't any.
Maybe you don't go at it right.
Well, if I haven't learned in 3 months, I guess I never will. But I'm not giving up.
Esther. Hey, Esther.
Hello, Danny.
Hello, McGuire. How's the big assistant director, and how's about some rent?
Never mind that now. Listen, Esther, I got to speak to you right away. Come in the parlor.
I'd still like a small payment on that rent.
Danny, what's the matter?
Look, remember when you first came here, I said I'd keep my eye out for a job for you? Well, believe it or not, I got one.
Danny. Oh, that's wonderful. When do I go to the studio?
Well, you don't exactly go to a studio.
Oh, it's on location.
Well, no, it isn't really a movie job at all. It's to be a waitress.
Oh,
Well, it is a kind of a movie job in a way, if you look at it right.
you said it was a waitress.
Sure, but it's waitressing for Oliver Niles, the head of our studio. He's throwing a party tonight. Be a lot of big people there. I'll bet there'll be 10 directors anyhow. And if you're there, maybe they'll notice you.
Sure. I could make them notice me.
Sure you could. Look, stick your hair down over your face. Make like Veronica Lake.
Oh, no, I'd rather not. You see, I don't want people to say, there goes Veronica Lake. I want them to say, there goes Esther Blodgett.
Yeah, but how can they say it if they don't know your name?
Well, that's up to me. I'll make them ask my name.
Mr. Niles' residence. Good evening.
Hello. Let me speak to Oliver Niles, and quick.
Yes, sir? Oh, Mr. Niles is for you, sir.
Thank you, Smith. I'll take it inside. Hello? Oliver Niles speaking.
Hello, Mr. Niles. This is your publicity department.
Yes, Libby, what is it?
Your publicity department begs to advise that your star, Mr. Norman Maine, has once again been thrown in the Los Angeles jug.
What?
That's right. Mr. Norman Maine, America's Prince Charming, was apprehended driving down Wilshire Boulevard with his siren wide open. He explained to the local police that he was a tree surgeon on a maternity case.
Where is he now?
I bailed him out an hour ago. He ought to be up to your place any minute.
Will this be in the papers, Libby?
No, it won't be in the papers. But that's a nice, expensive hobby of yours, keeping Mr. Maine's informal entertainments out of the public press.
Look, Libby, you better find him and bring him here.
Hi, Oliver. Nice party.
Never mind, Libby. He's here now. I'll call you back.
What's the matter, Oliver? You look worried about something.
Do I? Evidently you aren't.
All right, Oliver. Go ahead and say it. I've got it coming to me.
Don't make it any tougher on me, Norman. I don't want to stand here and preach. Take a look at my side of it. I'm trying to make pictures with you, but you don't realize.
I know. The costs are going up and the grosses are going down.
It isn't that so much. I just hate to see you go the way of so many others. You're a great star, Norman, but you're starting to fall apart.
Oh, Oliver, stop it.
First signs are always the same. Not being able to remember your lines. The cameraman trying to cover up your hangovers. All because you've got to have a good time every day, every night. I've warned you for a long time, Norman.
Okay, Oliver. You're a swell guy. You won't lose any money on me. I'll promise you that. I'll be ready for the curtains when the time comes. And when it does, here's my epitaph. For amusement only. Come on, let's get back to the party.
Will you have some hors d'oeuvres? Hors d'oeuvres, Mr. Maine? The caviar is very good.
No, thanks. Oh, wait. Maybe I will. Oh, very beautiful. I mean, very good. I've never seen you around here before.
Well, I'm just working for the night. Hors d'oeuvres?
Hey, don't go away. I'm starving.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, let's see. Which one would you take?
Well, they all look good, sir.
Yeah, I believe I'll take caviar.
Norman.
Hello, Anita. Where have you been?
Looking for you, mostly. Come on, I want to talk to you.
Wait a second. Let's see. Caviar, anchovies, caviar...
Take the tray away, please. Mr. Maine doesn't care for any more. Do you, Normie?
No, Normie doesn't care for any more. Greetings.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Mind if I help?
In the kitchen? Won't they miss you?
Oh, no, they'll just look under the table, and when they see I'm not there, they'll forget the whole matter. What's your name?
It's Esther Blodgett.
My name's Maine.
I know.
Oh, what's so funny?
Well, I was thinking about all your fans. How surprised they'd be if they could see you now, helping me put plates away.
They don't know my finer side.
They'd be pretty envious of me, meeting you in person this way.
Tell me, are you disappointed?
Yes, a little.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, now you've done it. You've broken one of the good plates.
Ah, don't worry about it. Makes the room look lived in. Tell me, why are you disappointed in me?
Well, I was sitting right behind you in the Hollywood Bowl that night you didn't want to be photographed, and you smashed the photographer's camera.
Ah, yes. Yes, I'm told I crept into many a heart that night.
Oh, Mr. Maine, I'll never be able to explain this. 2 of them.
You know something? You've got very pretty hair.
You better get out of here.
And a lovely mouth and a charming little smile.
Oh, here you are.
Anita, darling, come in. Come in.
What are you doing in here, Norman?
Who, me? Oh, I just wanted to be helpful. See?
I see. Are you sure there was no other attraction?
Well, it might be that old mania for putting plates away is coming back on me.
Oh, Mr. Maine.
Slippriest plates I ever saw.
You know, it's rather odd that I always know where I can find you if there's a pretty girl around.
It's not only odd, it's embarrassing. And, we aren't married, darling. Not yet, anyway.
You're being deliberately insulting, Norman. I've put up with you as long as I'm going to.
Now, dear, don't lose your temper. Remember, we must try to keep the voice low. I know you'll excuse us if we go on with our work.
Oh, please. Let me help. No, don't hit
Here,
him.
put that plate down, Anita. Oh!
Mr. Maine, Mr. Maine, get up, please. Oh, he's unconscious. Unconscious. Now see what you've done. Oliver, I didn't do anything. I didn't.
Hey.
Oh, I thought you were unconscious.
Come on, help me up.
Are you hurt?
Well, no more than usual. Listen, the wolves are on us. Come on, we've got to get out of here.
Oh, I can't. The dishes aren't finished.
Oh, yes, they are. Watch.
Oh!
Come on.
That's my house, Mr. Maine. The one with the oleander bush.
Oleander bush? Right.
Well,
Wait. I bet I know what you're going to say.
what?
Good night.
Good night and thanks.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you realize that all I found out about you is that you're foolish enough to want to go into pictures?
Why is it foolish? Look at you.
Oh, that's what I mean. Now, I'd like to go into this matter rather thoroughly.
Oh, that's awfully nice of you.
You ever acted before?
No. That is, I've never acted in anything important.
That's all right, neither have I.
I used to be in school shows, of course. They said I had a future.
Who, your father and mother?
No. The teachers in my high school in North Dakota.
Well, they certainly ought to know.
But just the same, I have got a future. In acting, I mean. And nobody had to tell me, except myself.
Well, that's fine. Look, don't go in now. Let's go up to my place and talk it all over.
Oh, no. Thank you very much, but I really must say good night.
Well, wait a minute. Will I see? Look, has anyone ever told you that you're lovely?
No.
Well, you are.
Thank you.
And one more thing. This is hard to say, but I want to say it anyway. On the screen, I'm well, you know. In private life, I'm well, you know. But whatever I do, I still respect lovely things. And you're lovely. Do you understand?
I understand.
And it's not that bump on my head that's doing this, neither.
I'm glad.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, wait.
Yes, what is it?
Do you mind if I take just one more look?
Good night.
Good night.
Walter Pigeon and Judy Garland will return for Act Two of A Star is Born in just a moment. When you join hands on New Year's Eve and bow out the old year to the tune of Auld Lang Syne, will some such thought as this run through your mind?
Oh, dear. I didn't realize my hands looked so bad. I really ought to do something about them.
Doing something about them is really very easy. Much easier than many of you think. For you can get rid of that rough dishpan look while you're washing dishes. You don't have to buy expensive creams or lotions. All you have to do is to change from the strong soap that's causing the trouble to gentle Lux Flakes. Careful tests have proved that this is true. In these tests, many women whose hands were red and rough from strong dishwashing soaps changed to gentle Lux. Their hands improved in from 2 to 7 days, and soon they were soft and smooth and lovely again. These women used no creams and lotions on their hands. They just changed to Lux. You can make that change for less than a penny a day. Yes, that's all it costs to change dishpan hands to soft, smooth Lux hands. So tomorrow and the next day and throughout the new year, keep a big box of Lux Flakes on hand in your kitchen to save your hands. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of A Star is Born, starring Walter Pigeon as Norman Maine and Judy Garland as Esther Blodgett. When Norman Maine left Esther on her doorstep, he went straight home. This was very unusual, but he did not go to bed. That would have been too unusual. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and he's on the telephone to Oliver Niles.
Hello? Hello? This Oliver Niles?
Yes, it's Oliver Niles.
Hello, Oliver.
Hello.
Oliver, you asleep?
Not now, I'm not. Who is it?
Good. This is Norman Maine.
What? Who?
Norman Maine.
Norman, what have you done now? Are you in jail again?
No, Oliver. No, Oliver, listen. Oliver, I met a girl.
Oh, is that all? Fine.
Oliver, this girl, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's beautiful. Yes, I know. You want me to give her a screen test.
Oliver, this girl has got something. I know it.
You know it. You knew all the others had something, too. No.
No. I tell you, Oliver, she's got that sincerity and honestness. That sincerity and honestness. Makes a great actress.
Well.
I'll do the test with her myself tomorrow morning. How's that?
Yeah.
Oliver.
What?
Tomorrow morning, screen test.
Yes. Anything at all.
That's fine, Oliver. I know you appreciate this little tip. I got another one that's 6 tomorrow. Good night. some guy wants to speak to you. He's on the phone now.
Hello? Hello?
4 o'clock in the morning. Fine time to call up.
Hello? There doesn't seem to be anybody there.
Well, all I know is some
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Oh, hello.
This is Norman Maine.
Yes?
Hi, Esther. How are you?
Well, I'm all right, but...
Listen, it's all fixed.
What?
It's all fixed. I'll fix it tonight.
You fixed what?
Didn't I tell you? Screen test.
What did you say?
Screen test. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Bye.
Oh, but wait. Oh.
What's the matter?
No,
Bad news?
but no, it's just that I'm going to get up tomorrow morning. They're going to... Oh.
All right. This is only a test, fellas. Get going.
All set here.
Now then, let's take it. Ready, Norman?
Anytime.
Where's the girl?
I'm right here, Mr.
All right, let's go. Right over there, Miss... what's your name?
My name is
Right
Esther.
there. That's the girl. That's it. Okay, Rudy, let's go.
You'll know your name soon enough. The whole world's going to know it.
Well, I don't
right?
know. I'm so scared. Maybe I better not try it today. What do you think? Don't you think if I could wait until tomorrow, maybe...
Come on. It's only a test.
Only?
Well, they all had to go through this. Hetty Lamar, Barbara Stanwyck, Myrna Loy, and now Esther Blodgett.
All right, I'm ready.
That's it.
Quiet.
Rolling.
Give that long speech plenty of punch. Here?
I'll try to.
Test. Esther Blodgett. 42816.
All right, Norman.
You said you were going to stay. Have you changed your mind?
Yes, I have.
You're afraid, aren't you? That's what it amounts to.
I suppose you could call it fear. But it's more than that, too. I'm ashamed for so many things. For ever coming here at all. For ever having loved you. But I'll never be free of you. I know that now. And I'll have to live with myself and my thoughts. And you can't run away from your own thoughts.
Sign right there, Miss Blodgett.
Here, Mr. Niles?
That's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Niles. I'm so glad you like the screen test.
I may as well tell you that my whole organization thinks I've gone a little nuts to sign you, even at this figure. Maybe they're right.
I hope they aren't.
We won't know either way for a while, will we? You look like a nice girl. I think I'm going to like you. But that's not important. I think the public will like you. That is important.
I know it is.
We're going to change your name, of course. Esther Blodgett is, well, it's Esther Blodgett. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
From now on, your name is Lester. Vicky Lester.
Vicky Lester. Vicky Lester. Oh, it's beautiful.
We'll change your hair a little, too. You'll have to learn to walk all over again.
Will I?
And for heaven's sake, learn to close your mouth and keep it closed even in your love scenes.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. This is Billy Moon again, the Hollywood star chaser. These tired old eyes have again been glancing over the latest pipe dreams of the studio publicity departments, and I find ravishing, but ravishing items concerning a newcomer discovered by Oliver Niles. A new starlet, a Cinderella of the Rockies named Vicky Lester. This charmer, according to the publicity department, couldn't be more divine. But this reporter will lay 4 to 1 that she'll never be heard from again.
Why, listen, you dress people. We're shooting on the set this morning, not in the commissary. Shake it up.
Morning, Mabel.
Good morning, Mr. Maine. What'll it be this morning?
The usual, Mabel.
Orange juice and bicarbonate of soda.
Make it 2 bicarbs. It was a very successful party last night.
Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith is not in. Hello, Acme Trucking Company. Mr. Smith is not in.
What goes on over there?
Vicky Lester. She's rehearsing again.
Bring that stuff over to her table, will you?
Acme Trucking Company. Mr. Smith is not in. Acme. No, Smith ain't in. Acme Trucking Company.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Smith.
Oh, Mr. Smith isn't in. Oh, Norman.
What's this between you and Smith, anyway?
Well, I've got a part. It's only one line, but it's in a picture.
Oh, so it's ambition that made you break that date with me last night.
Well, I had to be here so early in the morning.
So did I, and I had to stay up all night to make it.
You've started your picture, haven't you?
No, we're still in the testing stage. Can't seem to find a girl for the lead.
Gee, You'd think with all the girls there are that...
Yeah, but this girl's got to be different. She's got to be little and cute and sweet and tough. Well, knock me down.
What?
Well, beat my brains out.
Norman, what's the matter with you?
Come on, hurry up. Finish that coffee.
Where are we going?
Oliver Niles' office. On the run. Oliver, it's the only thing to do. You've gone through the whole casting directory, haven't you?
But look,
I'll
Norman.
work day and night, Mr. Niles. I'll give it everything I've got.
And I'll work with her, Oliver.
I can be mean or nasty or anything you want, Mr. Niles.
If she clicks, Oliver, you've got a star overnight. Well, what do you say?
Okay, she's in.
Esther!
Oh.
Esther! Esther! Wake up! Esther!
And little Vicki Lester has made good. Vicki Lester is a new star, just as I predicted on this program some time ago. Just how good she is was known early this evening after the preview of her first picture, in which she plays a featured role opposite Norman Maine. Norman may be starred, but he's decidedly not the main attraction.
Hi, you're great, Vicky. Vicky, you sure was swell.
Oh, I'm so happy for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Would you like to sit down, Esther? I can't dance with you taking all these bows.
Oh, Norman, it's all so wonderful. I'll never forget this night.
Let's go outside for a minute. It'll be cooler out there.
All right.
Lovely, darling, lovely.
Thank you.
Oh, it's wonderful.
See those lights, Esther? Down there? That's Hollywood.
It's wonderful, isn't it? A crazy quilt.
No. It's a carpet spread for you. It's yours from now on, you know. It's come, Esther. A star has been born. You'll have everything in the world you want. And I hope to make you happy.
Hasn't it you?
There's one thing I never had. Lots of times I've told myself I'd found it. But I always knew I was kidding. Still, I never stopped looking for it.
Maybe it'll come.
I think it has come, Esther. I only wish it weren't too late.
Oh, it's not too late, Norman. It's not.
You can't throw away your life the way I've thrown away mine and have anything left that's good enough.
You can, oh, Norman, you can.
You shouldn't tell me that, Esther. I'm afraid I'll begin to believe it.
I want to tell you, Norman, and I want you to believe it because I love you too, Norman.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not thinking fast enough this morning. What are you two trying to say?
Just this, Oliver. We're going to get married.
You're going to what?
I guess you didn't read that line right, Norman.
All right, I'll try it again. We're going to get married, Oliver.
Both of us.
Yes, to each other. What do you think of that?
When? Where?
We're going to elope in the conventional manner.
What's the matter, Mr. Niles?
He's trying to decide whether it's good for the studio.
Is it, Mr. Niles?
It is, and bless you, my children. When's it going to happen?
Well, we thought we'd just sort of sneak out sometime.
Oh, sure, but you mustn't hurt people's feelings. Matt Libby, for instance. He has a very sensitive nature. He'd feel offended if he didn't have a chance to congratulate you. Miss Horton, send Libby in here.
I've been trying to keep him out.
Hello, Niles. Listen to this. The screen's ideal romance blossomed into breathtaking reality today when Vicki Lester and Norman Maine, America's dream lovers, slipped through the portals of holy matrimony. How does that sound?
Horrible?
Oh, you see, Mr. Libby, we're going to elope quietly.
Sure you are, sure. It'll be the biggest elopement this town ever saw. We'll get a tie-up with the Army and have an escort of 20 bombing planes all the way to Yuma. Make personal appearances in Denver, Salt Lake, Seattle, Vancouver. Let's make this thing international.
Norman, is he going with us?
I doubt it.
Look, Niles, don't you think we can work this thing out better alone? No use bothering the happy couple with all these details.
I'm sorry. We didn't realize we were in the way. While you're settling the details, you don't mind if I go out and buy this lady a ring, do you?
Sure, go ahead. We want everything legal.
Come on, honey. See you later, Oliver.
Yeah, now there's a charming match for you. Nice girl like Vicky and public nuisance number one.
Norman's all right, Libby. If you pardon my pointing, Vicky's business is her own. Doesn't require any comments.
I didn't comment. I just said it's a dirty shame.
Just go ahead and plan the elopement. That's all that's required.
Hey, what's the matter? You sore or something about this elopement?
No, I'm not sore. Go on, Libby. Beat it. I'm busy.
Here's the Hollywood question mark for this week, folks. What famous star, since his marriage to another famous star, has turned over a brand new leaf and is now taking a non-alcoholic honeymoon? But why do his friends think his bride came about 6 pictures too late as far as the public is concerned? because the star's last 6 pictures have been what is politely known as turkeys, box office flop-holas. Yes, sir, folks, it was a gay career and a short one.
Norman, I just can't believe it yet. Would you mind telling me again very slowly?
That is your new house. This is your new grass. Those are your new trees, and here's your new husband. Well, do you like the place?
It's the most wonderful surprise anybody ever had. I kept thinking we were going to live at the beach house, and then this...
Oh, we keep the house at the beach, but this is special. This is our castle, where we'll never use ugly words like contracts and pictures and careers. When we come in these gates, we'll check the studio outside.
Oh, Norman.
Hey, hold that phone.
Oh, for the love of...
That's it. Did you get that shot, Otto? Got it. Good. Caption, their honeymoon never ends. How are you, folks?
Well, Libby, this is a surprise, and a very unpleasant one.
I just dropped over to welcome you home. How are you, Mrs. Maine?
Fine, thanks. Hello, Otto.
Hello, Miss Esther.
Well, my friends, this is a nice little place you have here. Very tasty.
Libby, if you didn't like it, we'd sell it.
All right, now let's get some more pictures. Now, if the bride will just sit here and the groom stand behind her, we'll have something unique. Swell. All right, Otto. Caption, their honeymoon still continues.
Hello there.
Ah, the producer. Their honeymoon ceases abruptly. Hello, Oliver.
Hello, Norman. Glad you're back. How are you, Esther?
Hello, Oliver.
Am I interrupting?
Yes, but Libby beat you to it.
Oh, we just want a couple more.
Now, that's enough of both of them, Otto. What the papers are asking for is exclusives of Miss Lester alone.
Oh, I see. Come on, Oliver. Let's you and I get exclusive.
Sure.
Stay for dinner, Oliver.
Thanks, I will.
All right now, Miss Lester. Let's have one with a smile. That's it.
Well, Oliver, what's on your mind? How's the dividend situation?
Very pleasant. I think we'll show $2 million on the next quarter.
Ooh, that was a smart move of mine to sell my stock then, wasn't it? Well, anyway, you can thank me for some of those dividends of yours.
Hmm?
Can't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, that was a little too quick, Oliver. Enchanted Hour was a smash hit, wasn't it?
Made Esther a star overnight.
Yeah, and it should have. What about me?
Let's wait and talk business at the office, Norman.
Come on, let's have it. Didn't they like me?
Well, maybe the part wasn't right.
It was the best part of the year. Look, Oliver, do you think I'm slipping? Come on, give it to me.
Can you take it?
Go ahead.
The tense is wrong, Norman. You're not slipping. You've already slipped.
But my fan mail's still big.
Norman, fans will write anybody for a photograph. It only costs 3 cents for the stamp. That makes photographs cheaper than wallpaper. But every quarter they pay for a theater ticket buys them the right to be a critic. Your last few performances, Norman, have not pleased your critics.
Remember I told you I'd be ready for the curtains when the time came? Well, here it is. Let's call off the contract and no hard feelings.
Well, we're not quitting yet. I've got a swell script lined up for you, Norman.
About Esther. If you think I'm going to get in her way...
Well, as a matter of fact, as it happens, there isn't anything for her in this story. I more or less plan to star her in a picture of her own, maybe with that young Pemberton opposite her. She's coming along very nicely.
Good for young Pemberton. All right, Oliver. We'll make a try at it. Let's hope it's not too late.
Let's hope it's not too late.
Pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, we'll hear Act 3 of A Star is Born, starring Judy Garland and Walter Pidgeon. Now, when you try out a new thing, naturally, you want to find out everything you can about it. Here are some of the things women have been asking about the new rayon stockings. Perhaps our answers will help to settle some questions in your mind.
Aren't rayon stockings pretty much all alike?
No more than all silk stockings were alike. For one thing, high-twist rayons usually have more elasticity, so they fit and wear better.
How do rayons really wear?
Well, that depends partly on the weight you buy. The heavier weights will naturally wear longer, as they do in silk. And wear also depends on the care you give rayons. If you rub them with cake soap or use strong wash day soaps, you'll probably be disappointed. For those things weaken elasticity, and your stockings break easily into runs. So give rayon the same gentle care you give silk and nylon. Nightly luxing. Rich, lukewarm Lux suds save elasticity. Cut down expensive runs.
Do rayons take longer to dry?
Yes, and thorough drying is important. Rayon is temporarily weak when it's wet. Regains its strength only when it's dry all the way through. Your rayon stockings may feel dry before they really are, so it's safer to allow them from 24 to 48 hours drying time. To sum up, Lux Care means longer wear for rayons just as it does for silk and nylon. So stick to gentle Lux. Over 90% of the makers of stockings, makers of rayon, nylon, silk, cotton, and wool, advise Lux Flakes. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
You might like to know what New Year's resolutions our stars have made. I'll ask them about it right after the play. But now here's Act 3 of A Star is Born, with Judy Garland and Walter Pidgeon. A year has gone by. A year during which Esther rose steadily to stardom, and Norman dropped just as steadily into oblivion. It's the night of the Academy Award dinner. At a table in the corner, Esther and Oliver Niles wait anxiously for Norman to arrive. The Master of Ceremonies is speaking.
We have already applauded with our hearts as well as our hands. While awards have been given to those gentlemen who during
I
the
wish
past
Norman
year
would come.
have
Do you
rendered
think
the most
anything's happened
distinguished
to him?
service
Of course
to the
not.
motion picture
He's
industry.
probably been held up in
Now we
traffic,
pay
that's
honor
all.
to the ladies, or
You
rather,
just think about
to
that
one
Oscar
lady.
you're going to get.
Present to her the Academy Award for the finest performance of the year. The unforgettable Anna in Dream Without End, Miss Vicki Lester.
Go on, Esther. Get your award.
Oliver, I wish Norman were here.
Right this way, Miss Lester. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What more can I say, Miss Lester? This statuette says it for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, when something like this happens to you and you try to tell how you feel about it, you find that out of all the words in the world, there are only two that really mean anything. Thank you. All I can do is to say them to you from my heart. All I can do is to tell you that I'll keep saying them just as long as I can.
Hey!
Norman.
Very
Oh, Norman.
pretty speech, my dear. And I want to be the first to congratulate you on that valuable little piece of bric-a-brac. And now I want to make a speech. Gentlemen of the Academy and fellow suckers, I got one of those once for best performance. Once don't mean a thing. People get them every year. Well, I want a special award.
Norman, please.
Something nobody else can get. I want a statuette for the worst performance of the year. I want 3 statues for the 3 worst performances of the year. I earned them, and everybody that saw those last 2 masterpieces of mine knows I earned them. What I'm here to find out is, do I get them, or do I get them? Answer yes or no.
Music, quick.
Answer yes or no.
Norman.
All right, Esther, I've got him. Come on, Norman, come over to the table.
Norman.
Hello, Vicky, dear. Allow me to congratulate you. You must be terribly proud and happy tonight.
Norman, dear. Oh, Norman.
Esther, what have I done? Somebody give me a drink.
Who is it?
Oliver Niles calling.
Oh, Oliver, come in.
How are you, Esther?
Oh, Oliver, I've missed you. Everybody's missed you. Sit down. Did you have a nice trip?
Well, a 3-month tour over the theater circuit scarcely comes under the head of pleasure. But the way they're screaming for your pictures all across the country. Miss Lester, if I may talk shop, you are a knockout.
Thank you. That's good to hear, Oliver.
You've been crying, haven't you?
Yes, a little.
Why?
Oh, I guess maybe it's just nerves. I'm worried about this next picture, Oliver.
You needn't be. I just saw the first week's shooting. You're headed for another Academy Award this year.
Really? Oh, thanks. That's encouraging.
How's Norman?
Norman? Well, He's trying awfully hard, Oliver.
Has he been, is he all right?
He's gone to a sanitarium.
Sanitarium?
Well, it was his own idea. You see, he really wants to stop drinking, and I think he could if...
I know. If he had a chance to work again. Well, maybe we can fix it.
Oh, Oliver, could you? Could you do that?
I think so.
Oh, thank you, Oliver. But he mustn't ever know I told you.
He won't know, Vicky. And you mustn't worry, do you hear? I want you to be good in this picture.
I'll try, Oliver. It's all I can do for you.
And one more for the books, folks. What star recently released from a sanitarium where he underwent a rest cure is now hanging around the Santa Anita racetrack while he gets into shape for a comeback? Your guess is as good as mine, and mine's no guess.
Hello, Charlie.
Well, hello, Mr. Man. Haven't seen you in a long time.
No, I've been resting. Ginger ale, please.
Ginger ale and what?
Ginger ale and ginger ale.
Oh, new leaf, huh?
A whole new book, Charlie.
Pick it up, Charlie. Scotch and soda and... Well, a stranger in our midst.
Hello, Libby.
Mr. America of yesteryear. Say, do they let you run around now without a keeper?
Oh, I'm a trustee now. Good behavior, you know. But I didn't expect to find you at Santa Anita. What do they do with the actors when you're away?
Oh, they cut them in slices and fry them with eggs. I suppose you'll be here all the time now that you're retired from the hurly-burly of the silver screen?
Well, we're staying down at the beach house now, and it's pretty lonesome with Esther away working all day.
I wouldn't squawk about that if I were you. It's nice somebody in the family's making a living.
Go a little slow, will you, Libby? I don't want to forget we're friends.
Friends, my eye. Listen, I got you out of your jams because it was my job, not because I was your friend. I don't like you. I never did like you. Nothing made me happier than to see all those cute little pranks of yours catch up with you and land you on your celebrated puss.
Pretty work, Libby. Always wait till they're down, then kick 'em.
Why, you're not down, actor. You fixed yourself nice and comfortable. You can live off your wife now. She'll buy the drinks and put up with you even if nobody else will.
Why, you...
Take a swing at me, will you? Get up, you four-star ham, and I'll knock you down for keeps.
Oh, throw him out.
Get up there. Get up and get out of here.
Don't bother to throw him out, Mike. He's just a harmless drunk.
Well, okay, Mr. Libby, if you say so.
Sure, let him go. What can he do? He can't fight any better than he can act. Hey, they're going to the pool.
Hey, man. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Give me a scotch. Double.
Vicky, please sit down. You're going to be sick carrying on like this. Why don't you try to get some sleep?
He's been gone for 4 days. 4 days and not a word. Oliver, how can I sleep? How can I do anything? Oh, Oliver, I can't answer it. I just can't. Will you please?
Hello? This is Oliver Niles speaking. What? Where? All right, thanks.
Oliver, what's happened? Where is he?
He's all right, Vicky. He isn't hurt. Well, they're holding him downtown in the night court. I'll go right down and get him out.
What is it? What has he done?
He's been arrested on a disorderly conduct charge.
I'm going with you, Oliver.
Esther, please. It isn't any place for you, and if it gets in the papers...
What do I care about the papers? Norman's in trouble. He needs me. I'm going to him.
Next case, Alfred Hendrickson, known as Norman Maine. Where is he?
Yeah?
Drunk and disorderly. Crashed car into tree. Resisted arrest and injured one of arresting officers. How do you plead?
Guilty?
Were you Norman Maine, the actor?
Yes.
You've come pretty low, haven't you? 90 days in the city jail.
Wait, please. Your Honor, I'm his wife.
Yes, I recognize you, Miss Lester.
Please, I promise you, Judge, this will never happen again. I'll be responsible for him if you'll just not send him there, please.
You realize that this man, when drunk, is obviously a menace to public safety?
Yes,
You realize, too, the responsibility you would be assuming to the court and to the Commonwealth?
I do.
Very well. Sentence suspended. Prisoner remanded to custody of his wife. You may take him home, Miss Lester.
Norman. Norman, are you all right, darling?
I'm so tired, Esther.
How is he, Esther?
Talk low. He's still asleep in there.
That's the best thing for him.
Oh, it's awful to see this happen to someone you love. And you know in your heart that it can't get any better.
Do you still love him, Esther, or do you feel sorry for him?
It's so hard to tell where one leaves off and the other begins. I only know that all I can do now is stay with him and try to help him.
So will I. Between us, we'll take care of him, won't we?
You're very fond of him, aren't you, Oliver?
I'm very fond of both of you.
I know. That's why I know you'll understand what I have to tell you. And I think that after what happened last night, you might know what it is. I can't do any more pictures, Oliver. I'm going away. For good. With Norman.
Can't do that. You're at the peak of your success. You've worked too hard to get there.
Yes, I've worked hard, Oliver. And what difference would it have made if you and Norman hadn't worked harder to get me there?
No one can help people to careers. You made your own career. It's your whole life, Esther.
Yes. That's what's been wrong. I've thought it all out. Maybe if I hadn't been away from him so much, things might have been different. What happened last night might never have happened at all. But it's too late to think of that now. But maybe it's not too late to go away with him and start over again somewhere.
It's your life you're giving up.
Yes. So I can try to give Norman back his. Can you honestly tell me I'm wrong?
No, I can't honestly tell you that.
There won't be any more Vicky Lester, Oliver.
Goodbye, Vicky Lester. You were a swell girl. And good luck, Mrs. Norman Maine.
Goodbye, Oliver. And thank you for everything.
Hello, darling.
Norman.
This is your husband coming in to apologize again, dear.
Norman, have you been out there long? Oliver Niles was here.
Yes, I know. I thought he would be. You're looking very sad, darling. What other troubles have you got?
None. I was just playing a little scene with myself.
Now, look. I'm just coming out of the jitters, and you're just going into them. This is a swell household.
Isn't it?
I tell you what we'll do. I'll promise to brace up if you'll go on the wagon.
Well, I guess I have been drinking too much.
Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be an athlete.
Gee, you mean with great big muscles and everything?
Roughly speaking, yes.
You're going to join the YMCA?
No. That costs too much. I'm going wading in the Pacific.
Now?
Sure.
Oh, well, you won't go out too far, darling. Will you?
A little water once in a while wouldn't hurt me anyway.
Crazy.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll be running along. Could you have a hot toddy? Some hot soup for me when I come back?
Some hot soup.
And I'll make the sandwiches.
Oh, Norman, do you have to?
Give me a kiss, darling.
All right. Don't be long.
I won't. Oh, darling.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look?
Norman.
So long, sweet.
Paper, Norman Maine drowned. Paper, Norman Maine drowned at Malibu. Read all about
Will that be all, Miss Lester?
Have you packed everything?
Yes, ma'am. The bags, the trunks, everything.
Then have the car brought
I
around.
want to see Miss Esther. Don't tell me I can't see her. I'm her grandmother. Esther.
Granny. Oh, Granny, darling, I'm so glad to see you. What made you come?
I know when I'm needed. Here, girl, get out, please. I want to talk to my granddaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
I got here as quickly as I could.
Oh, but I was going home. I sent you a wire yesterday.
Sit down. Is it true that you're going to quit the movies?
I never want to hear of them again.
What are you running away from, child?
I'm not running away. It's just that I can't go on. My heart isn't in it anymore.
Once I told you, if you get what you want, you might have to give your heart in exchange.
And I said I was willing. Well, I was. I've proved it. I've given my heart, Granny.
Yes, you made a bargain. And now you're whining over it. I wouldn't be very proud of myself if I were you.
I'm not. It's just that I got so much more than I bargained for, Granny. More success, more fame, more happiness, and so much more unhappiness. It's all come so quickly, Granny. I've lived a whole lifetime in a few short years. And when Norman died, something died in me, too. My life is over, Granny.
There's no reason for it now. And I can't go on any longer. I just can't.
You've got to. Tragedy is the test of courage, Esther. I never knew Norman Maine. He was sweet to me in the letter he wrote when you were married. He said that you told him how much I meant to you. But I know how much you must have meant to him. And I can't believe that wherever he is, Esther, he is very proud, knowing that all that his love did for you was to make you a quitter.
The car's ready, Miss Lester. You'll have to go now to make the train.
Put the car back in the garage. We're going to stay.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great occasion. The entire picture industry has come to the Chinese theater for this opening tonight to pay tribute to a great star, a girl who has won the heart of the world, Miss Vicki Lester. And now, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Lester's car has just driven up. Yes, there she is. I'll see if I can get her here to say a few words. Here she comes. No, wait, she's stopping, folks. I don't know what it's all about, but... What is it, Jim? Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lester has stopped at the footprints of her late husband, Norman Maine. She's a little upset. I don't think we're going to get her up here. No, wait, she's pulling herself together. She seems to be all right, ladies and gentlemen. She's approaching the microphone now. Miss Lester, will you... Miss Lester, we're on a national hookup here. Your fans are hoping you'll say a few words to them. Will you, please?
Of course. Hello, everybody. This is Mrs. Norman Maine.
Before our stars return for their curtain call, here's an interesting thing I read about Hollywood the other day. More than 1,000 ways of saving vital materials are being used in movie making today. Yes, conservation, saving things so they'll serve longer, is important now. One thing that's playing a big part in saving precious fabrics for Hollywood studios is Lux Flakes. Leading motion picture studios use gentle Lux for all their washable costumes, so they'll stay fresh and unfaded longer and keep their true colors before the camera. Now, you can well believe that in times like these, the studios choose the care they know is really safe. Women know, too, from their actual experience, that Lux Flakes are wonderfully gentle, safe for everything safe in plain water. With gentle Lux care, there's no cake soap rubbing, no harmful alkali to injure fabrics or colors. So your dresses, blouses, sweaters, the children's clothes, your nice household linens will last longer, wear better when you Lux them. In your conservation program for 1943, make this your motto. Don't trust to luck. Trust to Lux. Now, here's Mr. DeMille and our stars.
If ever a performance deserved a curtain call, it's A Star is Born. And here are the two stars responsible, Judy Garland and Walter Pidgeon. Made any New Year resolutions yet, Judy?
Sure. More bonds, less butter.
Can't go wrong on that. What's yours, Walter?
Well, for one thing, I'm cutting down on conversation. And I'm going to try to get other people to do the same thing. Of course, that may get me into trouble.
I suppose you mean conversation about the war, Walter.
Yes, it's all summed up in one slogan, Judy. Careless talk costs lives. Or if you like it even shorter, zip your lip.
On little bits of military information. Yes, that's the way modern espionage works. It's like a gigantic news-gathering agency piecing together hundreds of seemingly unrelated facts.
No more beautiful blonde spies?
Well, I haven't seen one recently, Judy, even in pictures.
Well, how do you figure not talking is going to get you in trouble, Walter?
Ooh, from now on, Judy, when somebody says to me, my brother is sailing tonight, they just gave him a tropical sun helmet, I'm going to suggest that it's dangerous talk and might sink that brother's ship if heard by the wrong people. I may be sticking my neck out, but it's for a good cause.
If everybody joins that crusade, Walter, the enemy agents will starve to death. Good luck with it.
I have one question, CB. No military information involved. What's your play next week?
Well, it's quite military, Walter, because next week our play is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, The Bugle Sounds.
Ah.
And our stars will be Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo. The Bugle Sounds is a story of a rugged old cavalry sergeant whose regiment is being mechanized. But mechanizing Wallace Beery is a man-sized job for any army. So don't miss this drama of adventure in tanks and jeeps next Monday night.
Well, with two swell players like Wally Beery and Marjorie Rambo, you're sure to have a great show, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night. Good night. Star is Born was a blessed event for us. This coming week, we turn the page on a new year. 1943 holds nothing but promise. The promise of a clean page. The record that will be written there 1 year from today will be what we make it. We will have only ourselves to praise or blame. The man on the fighting front, the man and the girl in the machine gun factory, the farmer in his wheat field, all have a personal part in making the history of this year. And when the day of victory comes, as it must, they can all say, this day is mine. And a free radio, a free press, and a free screen will join free men and women everywhere in hailing not just a new year, but a new era and a bright new world. And now, for old time's sake and for new time's sake, our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, send their wishes of good fortune and a safe return home to the hundreds of their employees, both men and women, who are now in the armed services, and to all men and women in our country's service, wherever they may be. And our sponsors send their heartiest good wishes to each and every one of you. All here in the Lux Radio Theater, join me in echoing these hopes for a joyful and victorious new year. And we invite you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo in The Bugle Sounds. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Leo Cleary as Oliver Niles, Charles Seal as Libby, Verna Felton as Granny, Arthur Q. Bryan as Moon, and Francis Robinson, Fred Mackay, Jane Morgan, Eddie Marr, Norman Field, Bruce Payne, Crayon Denton, Arthur Gilmore, Griff Barnett, and Jane Bierce. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo in The Bugle Sounds.
Good evening. This is your obedient servant, Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts, a festival of your favorite radio dramas, presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer. the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Yes, tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in one of the greatest plays ever produced on Broadway. So while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles, entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great theater and this truly great beer.
33 fine brews blended into one great beer. 33 fine brews blended into one great beer.
Summer theaters are among the most genial of all theatrical institutions. The atmosphere is pure holiday for everybody on both sides of the curtain, and it's just in that spirit that we of the Mercury Theater, begin tonight a summer festival of revivals. Plays and stories we've done more than once before because you've told us more than once you like them. Tonight, it's one of the first things we ever put on the radio, and by no coincidence whatsoever, it's the very latest thing we put on the stage. You can see it now on Broadway at the Adelphi Theater, Sunday evenings included. And if you're one of our staunchest friends, you'll remember it from among the first Mercury broadcasts. Many an eventful year before Cole Porter put the whole slam-bang, she-bang to music for us. His music, a portion of it, makes up the main part of this evening's entertainment. A half hour really isn't time enough for the story alone. This being what it is, a gaudy old melodrama from our youngest days with equal parts of plot and plush. So take it, if you please, with a smile and our warmest compliments for the warm season. Here it is, then, minus many scenes and much mileage, with a hop, skip, and a jump around the world in 80 days. It's the year 1872. A bank has just been robbed. A certain Mr. Dick Fix, a sort of stool pigeon, a private detective, an ugly customer, enacted this evening by your obedient servant, is busy leading the London police in a frantic search for the bank robber, who is, if truth were known, Dick Fix himself. The opening scene is in Hyde Park, and involved in it are a lackadaisical Yankee, Mr. Passepartout, and a young Irish nursemaid named of Molly. These besides Fix himself. All right there, all right. Hold him, boys. Hold him. Now then. See anything of this bank robber, you?
No, sir. Who are you, sir?
Dick Fix, the copper's knock, and these men with me are police. Now then, your name, residence, and place of occupation.
Me? Well, I've been sleeping in the park.
Residence, Odd Park. Means a livelihood?
I am a sailor, but I missed my ship. I'm stranded.
Please, sir, this young gentleman couldn't have anything to do with any bank robbery.
How do you know?
He's been right here in the park with me these past 2 hours.
Nursemaid, ain't you? How come you know this man?
Well, sir, we haven't been formally introduced, but we have been sort of passing the time of day.
Boys, you got the wrong man, but don't fear, I'll get the right one if I have to search the whole of London from Tooting Beck to Putney Green. Come along, men.
Thanks, lady. Thanks for standing up for me like that.
So you missed your ship, sailor man. However did that happen now?
I overslept. Hey, look here in the grass. Look what I found. A $50, a half a crown, you call it. That's lucky.
Lucky. What you need's a job. And I know where you can get one.
A job?
In the flat below where I work. A gentleman needs a gentleman's gentleman. Could you be a valet?
Nothing to it. Sure, I'm lucky. Just meeting you, Miss
Muggins.
Muggins?
Molly Muggins. The pleasure's mine, I'm sure.
Molly. Golly. So wrong seemed the world, I faced it with rage.
While hopeless I whirled like a mouse in a cage.
Till you came in range, not that life was worth, then presto change. I'm the happiest boy.
I'm the happiest girl.
Blow sweet music, blow a rippling song, blow sweet music. Look, look, look what I found. Sing you songbird, make the hill resound. Sing higher, oh songbird. Look, look, look what I found. From nights of care and dismal despair, with days only lonely in view, I walked to see how sweet life could be. That great big moment when I found you. So chime, gay joy bell, chime all around, chime all the time, joy bell. Look, look, look. Look, look, look at my
Here he comes. The gentleman you're going to work for, Mr. Phileas Fogg. Remember now, forget your Yankee manners. Call him Sir.
The clock is 1 minute, 27 seconds slow.
This is your new valet, sir.
I'm pleased to meet you.
Indeed. And what is your name?
Passepartout. Passepartout. My father was French.
That can be overlooked.
My friends call me Pat.
That shouldn't be necessary. Give me my hat and stick. I'm off to the whist club. From this moment, 2 minutes after 11 o'clock a.m., this Wednesday, October the 2nd, 1872, you are in my service. You will wake me at 8 each morning to the toll of St. James's chimes, with tea and toast, but important most, a heated copy of the Times.
A slightly undone copy of the London Times.
At 11:29 precisely, I depart for my club each day. So your orders are, Pat, to be positive that I am dressed in an elegant way. For although 'tis of no interest to me if I please either damsel or dame, 'tis a matter of pride as the streets I stride to hear all the ladies exclaim.
To hear the dear ladies all exclaim.
There he goes, Mr. Phileas Fogg, setting every girlie agog. Wouldn't he make a marvelous mate? Never early, never late. There he goes, that smart Mr. Phileas, in his clothes so piccadillious. What a dude, what a dapper old dog. There he goes, Mr. Phileas Fogg. There he goes, there he goes, there he goes.
Well, Scotland Yard has come to me to old Dick Fix, the copper's knock, to help them find the bank robber. Little do they guess the bank robber is me, but I'll mislead 'em. I'll pin the job on this here Phileas Fogg and get the reward for doing it, 'cause I plays it 2 ways. That's why they calls me Double Dealin' Dick.
Gentlemen, fellow members of the whist club, I bid you good evening.
Good evening, Fogg.
Well, Jeopardy, what about that robbery in your bank?
Blasted spry of you, Fogg, I must say, getting your money out before the theft. We are offering a handsome reward for the bandit's arrest.
Reward or no, I say the chances are all in his favor.
There is not a single country where the thief could hide.
So, well, it's big enough.
It was, formerly.
How formerly? Has the world grown smaller, perchance?
Much smaller, my dear sir, since we can now circle the globe in 80 days.
I'll wager £4,000 such a journey is impossible.
I accept.
You mean, sir, to circle the globe?
In 80 days?
In 80 days, and I'm willing to bet £20,000 I'll do it.
20,000? Which an unforeseen delay may make you lose?
The unforeseen does not exist. The Dover train leaves at 8:45 tonight. I will take it. Today is the 2nd of October. I will be back in London in this very salon of the Whist Club on Saturday, the 21st of December at 8:45 o'clock in the evening.
£20,000? Well, Mr. Fogg, yes. I'll meet the bet.
Compose yourself, my dear Chevity. This isn't serious.
My dear Sir Charles, we are Englishmen. And when an Englishman makes a bet, it is always serious.
Open up in there. Open in the name of the Queen. If you don't open, I'll break down the door.
Before you start breaking any doors, Dick, what evidence have you got against this here Phileas Fogg?
Well, Chief, he answers the bank robber's description.
Does he?
He's going to if he don't. Now for the doorman. 1, 2, 3. Hey, thrown the coop. Through the back way, boys. After him and off it now. But wait a bit, the gas. He left the gas burning. That means he's coming back. But when?
80 days? In 80 days, Mr. Fogg?
It does seem a short time, but I'm confident we'll do it.
Seems like a long time to me.
How's that?
Well, sir, we were so rushed leaving London, I forgot to turn off the gas.
Very well, young man. The gas will burn for 80 days at your expense.
Fix, Special Agent, reporting to Scotland Yard. The bank robber Phileas Fogg left Brindisi at high noon on the mail packet Mongolia for Suez, Egypt. Rush warrant, rush reward. Meantime, I'll dog his footsteps, using all possible ruses to delay his journey.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am?
Could you tell me when the next boat sails?
Bound eastward, ma'am? How far?
As far as possible. I'm going after my intended, and if needs must be, I'll follow him around the world.
Well, Passepartout, we are now in British India. Well, 1/2 day ahead of schedule.
Look, Mr. Fogg, the train has stopped.
So it has. You are the train conductor?
I am that.
We've come to a halt. Why? Where are we?
At the hamlet of Colby in the great Indian forest.
And why, pray, do we not continue?
The railway isn't finished yet.
But my ticket reads Bombay to Calcutta by rail.
Sir, there won't be any more rail for 3 months.
I shan't be able to wait.
Mr. Fogg, what would you say to an elephant?
I don't know. What does one say to an elephant? Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, by all means, let us purchase such a beast. My man, I don't speak your lingo, but I desire to rent your elephant. I trust you know sufficient English to negotiate. What do you ask?
For my elephant, Sahib, 80 rupees.
80 rupees, I say. Isn't that a trifle stiff?
80 rupees.
I'll give you 20.
70.
30.
60.
40.
50.
60.
70.
80.
90.
You drive a hard bargain, sir, but it's a deal.
Wire urgent. Special Agent Fix to Scotland Yard and following Fogg disguised cleverly as Parsi Mahout. With valid Passepartout, the bank robber is proceeding towards Calcutta through the great Indian forest by way of little-known and dangerous territory of Bundelkund by elephant.
Why does the beast pause?
The elephant pauses because she senses danger. Ah, gentlemen, you may well rue the day you ventured so far into the mountain fastnesses of Upper Bundelkund.
I hear savage music.
The song of Kali, goddess of death. Behold, Sati.
Sati? What's that?
The sacrifice by fire. There comes the procession.
Looks like some kind of funeral.
Who is the deceased?
Aouda, a wealthy prince of the neighborhood. Behold, they are bringing his body to the funeral pyre. And there comes his young widow. Her husband's corpse will be cremated, and she will be put to the flames by his side.
Burned alive?
A native custom. But how can it be that such foul practices still are countenanced? Where is the beneficent hand of our British Empire?
Where are we now?
The pagoda of Pilaji. See, there is the funeral pyre. They are placing the Princess Aouda beside her husband's corpse. And lo, here come the priests with torches. The fires have started. Look there!
I can't. It's too horrible.
See the corpse of the old prince himself. He stirs. The corpse rises to its feet. How can this be? He takes the girl into his arms. He brings her towards us. Let us flee. No, wait.
That isn't an Indian.
An Englishman in disguise. And here is the princess, the beautiful Aouda.
I am she. And whom have I to thank for this?
Fogg, madam. Phileas Fogg.
My master!
I knew it.
Knew what?
It is not true what my people say about the British. Dear Mr. Fogg, you are a man of heart.
Occasionally, my dear madam. Occasionally. When I have the time.
Special Agent Fix to Scotland Yard urgent. And with bank robber traveling by boat with Yankee accomplice and Indian girl companion, Fogg is presently on the high seas, some 300 miles northeast of Singapore. Evening, miss. You're the Hindu girl, ain't you? You don't know me, but I know you, Mrs. Aouda, feeling a bit homesick for India.
Indeed not. It would be worth my life to return there.
You may have to after I get Mr. Phileas in Hong Kong.
What do you mean?
Shh, here he comes now. Well, Mr. Fogg, so you finally come out of your cabin for a bit of air. A pretty night out, ain't it?
I don't think we've been
Oh,
introduced.
by the by, Mrs. I, should you find yourself a bit short of the ready, come to old Dick Fix, the copper's knock, for I'll be rich when I get to, you know, in Hong Kong. Rich beyond the dreams of avarice.
Why are you British people so greedy for money? Money cannot buy you happiness.
I know, but I likes to have it around so I can choose the type of misery that's most agreeable to me. Well, I'll leave you lovebirds to enjoy the moon together. Nighty-night.
I trust that person has not made himself offensive to you.
He frightens me.
The evening is warm, madam, but you are shivering.
With you to guard me, Mr. Fogg, to be fearful is an ungrateful passion. The moon is very lovely.
Mrs. Aouda, that is your name, is it not?
It is. Mr. Aouda.
I have no interest, madam, in your late husband, nor indeed in you. I am, to be frank, a bachelor, and will see you to safety as such. My meaning is clear?
It is. Good night, Mr. Fogg.
Madam, good night to you.
Love you. Should I say how much I do? Should I tell you how of you? I dream away all the day through. Should I tell you what paradise together our life would be? Should I tell you I love you, or wait till you tell me, or wait till you
That was Mary Healy. Mary Healy, ladies and gentlemen, singing Cole Porter's great new song, Should I Tell You I Love You, which brings us to the first act curtain of Around the World. In the Mercury Summer Theater cast tonight, straight out of the Mercury Broadway production, are Mr. Arthur Margetson, who plays the punctilious Mr. Phileas, Miss Julie Warren, who is Molly Muggins, Mr. Larry Lawrence, who is Passepartout, and among others, the villain of the piece, who is also its producer, your obedient servant. We'll get back to work in just a minute, but now it's intermission. And in any summer theater, time for a stroll out on the terrace, a breath of the fragrant June night, a smoke, some friendly conversation, and a nice, frosty glass of
Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer.
nothing less.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hairbreath Ken Roberts in the nick of time and right on cue to tell you, while we fix our scenery for the second half of Around the World, about a world of flavor in 33 fine brews. There most certainly is a world of flavor in Pabst Blue Ribbon, the kind of flavor which makes a fellow smack his lips and say, this is it. Not too light, not too heavy. This truly great beer has a fresh, clean, real beer taste all its own. You see, every single drop of Pabst Blue Ribbon is the happy result of blending, the full flavor blending of never less than 33 fine brews. That's right, never less than 33 fine brews blend their individual taste tones to give you a blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. If occasionally these days your dealer can't supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, well, keep on asking. For every single bottle you do get will live up to the same high standards of quality and taste. Yes, every bottle will be, as always, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
33 fine brews blended into one great beer. 33 fine.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Around the World, Part the Second. For purposes of time and radio, we skip ahead some 8,000 miles and some 60 of the 80 days in which, according to his solemn wager with the whist club, Mr. Phileas Fogg, in the year of our Lord 1872, was undertaken to circumnavigate the globe. With Mr. Fogg is, of course, the Hindu princess, Mrs. Aouda, lately rescued from the funeral flames of Sati, you remember, in Upper Bundelkund, and his valet, Pat Passepartout, and an honest nursemaid of the old sod known as Molly Muggins. Because we're somewhat pressed for time this evening, we permitted Miss Muggins to catch up with Mr. Passepartout, whom she greatly admires, during the intermission. The entire party is at this moment in one of the furriest sections of the American Wild West. Precisely speaking, in the Wasatch Mountains, advancing by train toward the perilous pass at Medicine Bow. To thicken the plot a bit for you, if possible, it's coming up for a blizzard.
You, sir. You are the train conductor?
I'm Jake. Jake, the engineer. Bridge over the pass is gone, or almost gone. We're going to have to spend the night here.
Cannot the river be crossed in a boat?
Raining too hard, snowing too bad, blizzard too awful, creeks all swole up like a horse with a green apple colic.
Be that as it may, I suggest that we pass over the bridge first.
Over the bridge?
And I'm willing to pay double fare for every soul on board this train if you, sir, Mr. Engineer, will undertake to chance it.
On the bridge?
On the bridge.
With our train?
With our train.
But the bridge threatens to fall.
Yeah, the brave thing won't hold.
It won't hold.
She's a teetering and a tottering right now.
I believe that by rushing the train over at its maximum of speed, we'll have some chance of passing. What is your estimate?
Oh, 50-50.
50-50. An excellent risk. Let us proceed.
Onward, 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 ever onward. Fogg's train hurtles toward the rickety bridge, spanning the awesome gorge at Medicine Bow. Now, Jake, the engineer, as it may already have been ascertained, is nothing more than another aspect of the protean Mr. Fix. Fix of the thousand faces, Dick Fix, the copper's knock, still dogging Fogg's footsteps around the world. Since your obedient servant is portraying this unsavory character, imagine yourself in the red-hot cabin of the engine, thundering towards the pass. The salmon-pink mustachios and red nose are those of Jake the engineer, but the thoughts are the black thoughts of Fix, the copper's knock. old double-dealing Dick himself. It's my game to slow up Fogg until the warrant comes from London so's I could get me the reward by pinning my crimes on him. But now he's forcing me to cross this bleeding bridge, and after what I did to it, I doubts if I can.
There comes the bridge now.
God help us if she doesn't hold.
And we're crossing it. She's a teetering and a tottering. There goes the bridge.
It fell just behind us.
Safe. Safe at last.
Now the scene changes to England, the city of Liverpool, some 3 short weeks later.
My friends, I have gone around the world in 80 days, plus 4 hours and 5 minutes. I have lost.
There he is, boys. Nab him.
Who are you, sir?
A police inspector. Mr. Fogg, you are wanted for bank robbery. I arrest you in the name of the Queen.
At long last, Mrs. Aouda, who so dearly loves Mr. Fogg, gains admission to his dank cell in the Liverpool jail.
Madam, will you pardon me for having brought you to England?
I, Mr. Fogg?
Please be kind enough to allow me to finish. When I rescued you, I was rich and counted on placing a portion of my fortune at your disposal. But now, I'm ruined. However, I ask your permission to dispose of the little I have left in your favor. Thank you for calling, and goodbye.
Mr. Fogg, do you wish at once a relative and a friend? Will you have me for your wife?
Aouda.
Phileas.
Passepartout!
Coming, Mr. Fogg.
Find me a minister of the Church of England. We expect to be married.
Married?
Ask the Reverend to step round here tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Monday.
Tomorrow is Sunday.
Nonsense.
That's right, Phileas. Today is Saturday.
I've made my first miscalculation. If today is Saturday, my friends are waiting for me in the London Whist Club.
And you've just got 3 hours and 10 minutes left.
3 hours, 9 minutes, and 35 seconds.
The sound of whistling, the whistling indicates the pursuit by the English police of Dick Fix, whose true identity as the bank robber is revealed just in the nick of time, just in time to release Fogg from jail. And the scene now changes to London and the Whist Club. I gave the coppers the slip. Now then, now for a word with these fine gentlemen of the Whist Club. Good evening. Good evening, sirs.
Who are you, sir?
I'm poor old double-dealing Dick himself, and I've double-dealt myself out of the entire deal. I've bribed armies, blown up bridges, and what's it got me? No boodle, no carpetbag, no reward. But I have slowed up old Phileas for you, and that's your bet, and I would like my share of the winnings.
We'll talk to you, sir, after we've won the bet.
But you've won it already.
We haven't, but we're just about to. He has 14 seconds left.
No. Fogg lost a day.
No, sir. He gained a day.
He traveled eastward.
Eastward, toward the sun. The international date line.
He has 9 seconds left. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
3, 2.
Gentlemen, I am here. Fogg and Mrs. Fogg.
No ladies allowed in the whist club.
Sir, this is no lady. This.
No!
The police, hot on his trail, Dick Fix makes off into the night, leaving the lovers, Pat and Molly, Mrs. Aouda, and Mr. Phileas Fogg to celebrate the remarkable journey made in the year 1872 around the world in 80 days.
Orson Welles will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's production of the Mercury Summer Theater. But first, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon wish to remind you that though you may not be able always to get Pabst Blue Ribbon beer every time you want it in these days of grain restrictions, it is well worth your while to keep asking, for every bottle you do get will continue to live up to its name. There will be no cutting of corners, no lowering of standards of flavor or goodness, no compromise with quality. This truly great beer will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. As always, blended splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Now, here is Orson Welles.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we take our tongue almost entirely out of our cheeks and bring you a great romance, a really great romance, and an old favorite of ours, The Count of Monte Cristo. That's the same time next week, same station. Please join us. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, and all of us in the Mercury Theater, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, The Prisoner of Zenda. Director, John Cromwell. Star, Ronald Colman.
NBC Theater presents the Screen Directors Guild production of a romantic fiction, The Prisoner of Zenda, with its original team of screen director John Cromwell and screen star Ronald Colman, who co-stars tonight with Benita Hume. Some 22 years ago, the new dimension of sound threw the motion picture medium into a ferment. The call went out for experts in the spoken word, and to Hollywood came a handful of seasoned stage directors. Many of them remain to devote the full sweep of their talent to motion picture directing, helping to develop and establish the film medium we know today. Outstanding among these is our guest tonight, universally respected for his brilliant direction of such films as Anna and the King of Siam, The Enchanted Cottage, Night Song, and, of course, tonight's story, The Prisoner of Zenda. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Cromwell.
Thank you very much. The Prisoner of Zenda is a story you probably won't believe. That's part of its charm and the reason why it's one of my favorites. It represents the ultimate in the field of romantic adventure. A drama flavored with the fantastic, equipped with all the delights of dark intrigue, high-spirited adventurers, and beautiful princesses. Here, then, is The Prisoner of Zenda, starring Ronald Colman as Rudolph Rassendyll and Benita Hume as the Princess Flavia. Let Rudolph Rassendyll's own memoirs concerning his remarkable adventure speak for him. Rudolph Rassendyll was an English country squire who found himself on this fateful day toward the close of the past century, dozing beside his fishing rod in the forest of Zenda, kingdom of Ruritania. Slowly in his half-sleep, he became aware of someone standing over him, and then exclaiming in delighted amazement,
"Astonishing! Shave him, and he'd look like the king."
Let Rudolph Rassendyll's own account continue from there.
I awoke suddenly. A large, ruddy-faced man in hunting costume was staring down at me in amazement. He continued to watch me warily as I got to my feet. Then he spoke again.
"May I ask your name?"
"I'm Rudolph Rassendyll, traveling from England, and not so long ago in the service of Her Majesty the Queen."
"Rassendyll? Of course."
"You appear to know me or know of me."
"I am Colonel Sapt, in the service of His Majesty Rudolph V, King of Ruritania. And you are Rudolph Rassendyll, the king's distant cousin."
"Yeah, that's true."
"I wouldn't have believed it."
"Oh, it's quite a fact."
"Oh, no, your resemblance to the king." You could do it."
"Do what?"
"Shave.
What?"
Pretend to be the king."
"Nonsense."
"King Rudolph is at this moment in his hunting lodge in these woods, drunk as usual, and I fear drugged by his enemies. If he isn't at his coronation tomorrow, his brother Michael will seize the throne. You must prevent that."
"Oh, it's unthinkable."
"A kingdom at stake and a throne in the balance."
"Nevertheless, my dear Colonel, I'm here on a fishing trip."
"Then Black Michael sits tomorrow on the throne, and the king lies in prison or his grave."
"Is it as bad as all that?"
"Believe me, Rassendyll."
Well, after all, it would be only for a day.
"And the next day, you'll be safely across the border."
"King for a day." Yeah, it'd be quite an adventure, wouldn't it?
Look now, all ye assembled here, upon our most puissant and liege lord, Rudolph V, undoubted king of this mighty realm. Receive, Rudolph, this scepter and this crown, wielded and worn
There
by
I
our
was,
sovereigns,
accepting the crown and throne of Ruritania from the cardinal himself. There I was, king for a day, while the real king slept it off.
blessing and an increase of all virtues. God save the king.
was, anointed King of Ruritania, receiving court after my coronation, receiving particularly the lovely Princess Flavia kneeling before me, although before such serene loveliness I should have knelt.
I, Flavia, do become thy vassal, swearing to serve thee until death findeth me, so help me God.
I kissed her on both cheeks. Seemed quite the proper thing to do, and very pleasant, too. And presently, the ceremony here was over, and I found myself in the royal carriage with the lovely Princess Flavia at my side. I thought everything went off very well, didn't you? I mean, for a coronation.
I must confess, Rudolph, you surprised us all today.
Surprised you, Flavia?
You arrived sober and really behaved like a king at last.
Yes, new leaf and all that. By the way, I'm told I've rather neglected you lately.
2 picture postcards from Paris and the Riviera in 3 years. My fiancé. I've scarcely seen you.
I'm truly sorry.
If you hadn't appeared today for the coronation, the people would have demanded your abdication.
Yes, so I understand.
Your brother Michael was prepared to seize the throne.
Imagine that.
You know how he hates you and he wants to be the king. Better be careful of him. Him and that lieutenant of his, Rupert of Hentzau.
Why should you be concerned?
I am to be your bride, am I not?
Oh, are you?
Why, Rudolph.
I mean, am I worthy of the loveliest, most charming woman in Europe?
Oh, you used to call me that tow-headed little scarecrow.
Oh, I hope you slapped me.
I did. Don't you remember?
The old Rudolph wishes to forget and to be forgotten.
Black Michael, your brother, will not forget.
Oh, surely you're taking him too seriously.
You must realize how much your life means to your country.
Only my country?
And your friends.
Friends?
And to me, your loyal servant, Flavia.
Hentzau, what went wrong with our plans?
Easy there, my dear Michael. Easy.
I was the king at the coronation today. I told you to get him drunk, drug him in his lodge, keep him away.
I did.
Then how did the king get out of the lodge?
You've heard of a Britisher named Rassendil?
Rassendil? The king's distant cousin?
And your own?
Just what are you trying to say?
Simply, my dear Michael, that Rassendil, and not the king, was crowned in the cathedral this morning.
No.
But yes.
You know, there was something strange about the fellow. But where is the king now?
I moved him to a safer place, Castle Zenda.
Is he safe there?
Well, it's damp in the dungeon. It could be made damper. Perhaps 8 or 9 feet of dampness.
And let the English impostor reign all his life? No.
I hadn't thought of that.
But if the Englishman dies first and is buried as the king...
You would mount to the throne.
And you would be next to the throne.
Your Highness shows me the path to my patriotic duty. The impostor must die. Any shrewd ideas?
Somehow we must lure him to Castle Zenda. How?
Perhaps a forged note from the king.
No, not from the king. Rassendil is no fool.
Michael, are you in there?
Antoinette, of course. Hentzau, there are times when we need the ladies, even in affairs of state. She will write the note.
Michael, darling.
Come in, Antoinette. Come in.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Come in, Colonel Zapt.
Rassendale, I'm worried.
Why, what's the matter? And where have you been? I've missed you.
I've been back to Zenda Lodge to see if the king is sober enough to take over his responsibilities tomorrow.
Well, is he?
He's gone.
Yes, he was pretty far gone when I saw him.
Oh, I mean gone, vanished, disappeared.
No.
And his servant, dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
Impossible. Duke Michael?
No. Black Michael's been in the capital all day. But his swordsman, Rupert of Hentzau, has been absent. They know you're an imposter.
Yes.
We're in deadly danger, man.
Well, they can't denounce us without confessing to kidnapping the real king and murdering his servant. Oh, but they may kill the king.
And leave you on the throne?
Oh, they wouldn't dare. If they do that, they're finished. Besides, I can't carry on this masquerade any longer.
And let Michael become regent and marry Flavia?
Flavia marry Michael? She'd never do that.
As princess of the royal house, she'd have no choice.
Oh, you can't let that happen to her.
I can't prevent it. But you can. Speak to her tomorrow night at the ball.
Well, of course I'll speak to her.
Good fella. She's been expecting your proposal.
Proposal?
What else?
I'll not propose to her tomorrow night or any other night.
You've got to carry this through now, Rassendyll. All the way.
Really, Rudolph? You needn't have brought me out into the garden just for a romantic gesture.
Ah, Flavia, if I could only make you understand.
In front of everyone, the cardinal asks you when you plan to marry me, and you say, 6 months, more or less. How do you think I must have felt?
Flavia, perhaps I'm the sort of man who'd take advantage of many people, or even a whole country. But I could never willingly hurt you.
I don't understand a word you're saying.
Then, without understanding, please try to believe this. I love you.
Rudolph.
More than life or truth or honor, Flavia. I love you.
Oh, Rudolph. How is it that I love to hear you say that when I didn't even like you before? You're different.
Flavia, if I were different, and if I were not the king, could you love me?
Other women have loved men who were not king. I should be like other women.
Then I must tell you, Flavia, I am not, in fact...
Your Majesty.
Colonel Zapt.
His Eminence the Cardinal is waiting to take his leave.
Yes, thank you. Faithful Colonel Zapt.
Your romance progressed very well tonight, Rassendyll. You struck a good blow for the king.
And what's to prevent me from striking a blow for myself?
You're honor bound to play the king's part, lad.
I'm in love with a woman who loves me. Why should I ever leave the throne? Could you expose me? I could remain king and marry the princess.
You could do that, lad, but you wouldn't.
Then find the king. Find him before it's too late.
I may be able to do just that. Read this note. It was under the door when I came in. Read it.
If Mr. Rassendyll desires to know the whereabouts of the king, let him meet me tonight at 2:00 in the Royal Hunting Lodge in Zenda Wood. If he neglects this invitation, he may harm the Princess Flavia. Oh, it's an obvious trap.
Read on.
If Mr. Rassendyll fears a trick, let him ask Colonel Zapt what woman would do most to prevent Duke Michael from becoming king and marrying the Princess Flavia. Signed, A.
Antoinette.
Who's Antoinette?
Frenchwoman madly in love with Michael. Don't ask me why. She'd definitely lose him if he became king.
Lose him to Flavia?
Definitely.
We'll meet Antoinette at Zenda Lodge tonight. But I must speak to Flavia first.
Boar hunting in Zenda Wood, Rudolph, again?
Are you offended with me, Flavia?
What right have I to be offended? Tonight, you made me feel every hour away from me was wasted. But boar hunting, that's a different thing.
Do you think I want to go?
I'm sure you don't. It's the boars. They're simply pining for you to hunt them.
Perhaps the boars will hunt me, Flavia.
What?
Perhaps they'll catch me. You're not touched by that danger?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, my darling, did you really think that I was leaving you to go boar hunting?
Then you're not going hunting?
Not for boar.
Then what are you going... Rudolph, it's Michael.
Well, there's something hatching in Zenda Wood.
Oh, you mustn't go. Send someone else.
What sort of a king would do that?
I'm sorry. You see, I've never been in love before.
Ah, that's better.
Oh, darling.
Princess.
You won't let Michael hurt you.
No, sweetheart.
Or Rupert of Hentzau hurt you.
No, sweetheart.
Or keep you from me.
No, sweetheart.
And you'll come back.
Shan't a man come back to the loveliest lady in all the world? Now, let me go quickly. Turn away, darling. Don't look back. If I see your eyes, I might forget to be a king.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of The Prisoner of Zenda, starring Ronald Colman and Benita Hume, and introducing the director of the film, John Cromwell.
It was early when Colonel Zapt and I arrived at Zenda Lodge. Rather too early for our rendezvous with Antoinette. Zapt drew the bar and opened the heavy walnut door. It was quite black inside, black as the pit and humid with danger.
Black as blasphemy in here.
What about lighting a lamp?
Never mind, gentlemen, about lighting a lamp.
Antoinette.
Oh, I am glad you came earlier than we had planned.
Oh, why?
Because you have been led into a trap.
I knew it.
Oh, I had to write that letter at Duke Michael's orders. 3 men are coming here to kill you.
Where is the king?
Oh, before I tell you, will you give me a word of honor that no harm will come to Michael?
If you tell us the truth, yes.
The king is in a dungeon in Michael's castle, Zenda.
That's what I wanted to know.
But wait. If the castle is openly attacked, the king will be instantly killed by his guards and no trace of his body ever found. The castle must be taken by craft and guile rather than by force.
How?
One of you must go for help. The other must get into the castle to lower the drawbridge for your men to cross when they arrive.
Yes, but how?
Swim the moat. Climb to my room where a light will be burning. Then I will show you the way.
How many men guarding the king?
2.
How many others in the castle to oppose us?
Tonight, only Michael and...
And who?
Rupert of Hentzau.
Hentzau. Oh, I despise the treacherous dog.
Oh, I fear and loathe him with my soul. He kills so willingly.
Can we trust you?
If Michael becomes king, I will lose him.
We can trust you.
Au revoir, Rassendal. Follow me in a few minutes.
Castle Zenda. A monster of a medieval fortress rotting slowly against the sky. The water in the moat looked as though it had stagnated there for centuries. Slimy things stirred within it, and the gases of decay bubbled slowly to the surface. I looked up and saw a light burning in a high window, Antoinette's window. I saw the drawbridge drawn up by its enormous chains. And then, with a shudder, I slipped into the water, armed only with a knife. I reached the other side. I began to climb. I climbed and clung to the sheer granite walls, scratching for a hold, making desperate hand traverses like a mountaineer. And then something happened that almost made me lose my hold. Antoinette! I scrambled up the wall, breaking my nails, slipping, and scraping, and gasping for breath. But at last I was there, on the sill of Antoinette's window. I dropped to the floor inside. Antoinette was crouched on the stone floor, her hair and clothing disheveled, and at her knees, a man who looked so much like me and the king that I knew he must be Black Michael, the king's brother, Antoinette's lover. Michael was dead.
Oh, no.
Antoinette, what's happened?
Oh, I told you he was a fiend. A fiend.
What happened?
Ensor came in when I was alone. He tried to make love to me. Michael came in. Before I could warn him, before Michael could draw his sword, Ensor ran him through, killed him.
Where did Hensau go?
To the parapet.
What parapet?
By the drawbridge, above the moat.
But I've got to cut the drawbridge ropes.
I tell you, he is there. The monster, the killer.
Well, then I must face him there. All I have is a knife.
Oh, no. Michael's sword. Take Michael's sword.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. Let me try it. Excellent. Excellent.
Who's there? Anyone there? Who is it, I say? Guards? Antoinette! Answer!
Rassendyll.
Rassendyll, the play actor.
I swam the moat.
Surely not with a heavy sword.
Oh, just a knife.
A knife? Splendid.
Oh, you would fight with a sword against my knife.
Well, you may as well face it, Rudolph. I am not a gentleman, and it's inconvenient now for you to live. Therefore, en garde. Liar! You have a sword.
I borrowed Michael's.
And I thought you were a gentleman. Blake. Missed! Ah, I see your game now. Try to slash the bridge rope, will you? There. There. Oh, you're a clumsy fellow at this, aren't you?
Well, I do my best.
Ha!
Brick.
Why won't you let me kill you quietly?
Why let you kill me at all?
Amateur. Rick!
No, listen. My horsemen are below, Hensau.
They'll never cross the moat.
Only that rope stands between us and success.
You'll never cut the rope.
We'll see. Break.
Break.
And the rope.
You dog!
Success.
Success! That you'll die for that. I was a fool to prolong this.
Good work now, Rasmussen. Good work.
You'll die.
Touche, Hensau. My side.
Goodbye, Rasmussen. Oh, clumsy fool.
Sorry. Beginner's luck, you know.
Play actor.
Rassendyll.
Here, Zapt.
Good man, you killed the swine. But you're wounded.
Oh, never mind that. You know where the dungeons are. Go to your king. My work's over.
Rassendyll.
Your Majesty.
Come in.
At your service, sire.
You could not have served me better, cousin. I know what you've done for my country and for me. Tell the Princess Flavia that you have taught me how to be a king and that I shall not forget. She's waiting for you in the drawing room.
Rudolph.
Flavia, they've told you?
That you're not the king? Yes. But you're hurt. They never told me that.
No, my only hurt is the thought of the pain I've caused you. Flavia, from the first moment I saw you in the cathedral, I've loved you with all my heart and soul. But forgive me.
It would have made no difference if I'd known. It was always you, never the king. Oh, Rudolph, what are we to do now?
I must go away tonight.
No, not tonight.
I must, before people have seen me. Flavia, come with me.
Oh, if I could. If only I could.
Oh, why not? I love you.
But, Rudolph, help me. Is love the only thing? If love were all, I could follow you in rags to the world's end. If love were all, you would have left the king to die in his cell. Honor binds a woman too, Rudolph. My honor lies in keeping faith with my country and with my house. I don't know why God has let me love you, but I know that I must stay.
I think God shows his purposes to such as you.
Your heart will always be in my heart, and the touch of your lips on mine.
Your heart will always be in my heart, and the touch of your lips on mine. May God comfort you, my darling. Goodbye.
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of The Prisoner of Zenda, starring Ronald Colman and Benita Hume, and introducing the director of the film, John Cromwell. Next week, as every week, the NBC Theater brings you another great film drama, Night Has 1,000 Eyes, with its original team of screen director John Farrell and star Edward G. Robinson with William Demarest. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Ronald Colman and Benita Hume, and screen director John Cromwell.
Ronnie, it was wonderful to hear once again the clash of swords in the castle of Zenda, the strains of the waltz, and the undying romance of Rudolph and Flavia.
Yes, and to recall the happy days when we made the picture together, John.
By the way, your love scenes were as good as ever. How do you do it?
I like that. How does he do it?
Ah, there speaks my beautiful wife. Well, it's easy, John, with all the rehearsal we've had since we were married.
Oh, of course, I should have known. But as a director, Benita, what do you think of Ronnie's performance? Didn't you feel it was just a trifle, shall we say...
Well, I thought I detected a touch of,
This is mutiny.
Darling, I was only going to say a touch of the old maestro.
Ah, my princess. But, John, what did you think of Benita's Flavia?
Ah, delightful. I know you've done some fine work on the stage and screen, Benita, but how did you get your radio experience?
Oh, that's on account of the laundry.
Laundry? What on earth has that got to do with radio?
Well, I go on Jack Benny's show, and he does our laundry.
John, may I thank you and all the cast for their grand work tonight. Zenda was one of my favorite pictures, and I'm glad to have this opportunity of saying that a great part of its success was due to your splendid direction.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Good night, John. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Ronald Colman, Benita Hume, and John Cromwell. Ronald Colman is currently starring in A Double Life, the picture which won him last year's Academy Award. Tonight's radio adaptation of The Prisoner of Zenda was based on David O. Selznick's dramatic production of the distinguished novel by Anthony Hope. The Prisoner of Zenda will soon be re-released along with several other David O. Selznick screen masterpieces. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Director, John Farrell. Star, Edward G. Robinson.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Myrna Loy and Jimmy Stewart. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you to the Gulf Theater, the one place where you meet all your favorite stars. Irene Dunn, Cary Grant, James Cagney, Olivia de Havilland, Edward G. Robinson, Rosalind Russell. These are just a few of the stars who will appear in the Gulf Theater in weeks to come. And tonight we bring you Myrna Loy and Jimmy Stewart, Oscar Bradley and the Gulf Orchestra. And now, your host, the director of the Gulf Theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone, and greetings from the stage of the Gulf Theater. The lights on the marquee flash the names Myrna Loy and James Stewart, tonight's stars of the Gulf Theater. William Powell had originally planned to be with us tonight, but for the past week he's been dodging a case of the flu and finally caught up with him. But as soon as Jimmy Stewart heard the news, he called me up from the MGM lot and, like the swell guy he is, volunteered to take Bill's place. That's typical of the spirit that has made the Gulf Theater possible. The stars appear here because they really want to. Because the money that Gulf would ordinarily pay to them and to the writers is given instead to help meet the needs of the Motion Picture Relief Fund and to build a home for the less fortunate members of the industry. Tonight we hear the radio preview of a new comedy by Robert Riley Crutcher from John McClane's cosmopolitan story, Single Crossing. And now, the house lights dim in the Gulf Theater, Oscar Bradley raises his baton, and the play begins. This is the San Francisco office of the Merrick Advertising Agency. As a matter of fact, this is the only office of the Merrick Advertising Agency. As the scene opens, G. Allen Merrick, president, is carefully filing his unpaid bills in a wastebasket, while his secretary makes his last-minute preparations for Merrick's trip to Honolulu.
You better hurry. You've only got 15 minutes before the boat sails, boss.
Everything I need in my briefcase?
Just a minute, I'll see. The merger contract with Williams, Horton, Houghton, and Hatton. Your checkbook.
Yeah.
Flannel nightshirt.
Yeah.
7 razor blades, 2 used.
That's right.
A badminton set and a second-hand ukulele.
G. Allen Merrick speaking. Please be brief.
Cablegram, Mr. Merrick. It's from Mr. Williams.
He isn't calling off the merger.
No, sir. It says, my favorite niece traveling to Honolulu on same boat with you, relying on you to look after her. My final decision on our merger depends on her unqualified approval of you as a partner. Tentatively yours, Egbert Eddington Williams. That is all.
Well, that's enough.
Nice going, boss. Have you ever met Mr. Williams' niece?
No, but she's bound to be the worst-looking girl on the boat. Just short, squat, thick glasses, buck teeth. Oh, what a trip this has been.
Isn't worth it, boss. You better cancel your ticket.
No, anything's worth it. You can't eat breakfast food samples forever, you know.
Oh, anything else I can do for you, boss?
Yeah, so you can lend me 50 cents for a cab to the pier. Throw in a pair of rompers in my briefcase. Looks as though I'm playing hopscotch all the way to Honolulu. Oh, Stuart.
Yes, sir.
Stuart, who's that blonde girl up there on the boat deck?
On the boat deck? I can't quite see, sir.
Well, she's talking to that fat gentleman. Wait till he stops yawning. There, now you can see both of them.
Ah, you mean the...
Yeah,
that's the Miss Williams, sir.
Oh, well, what's the difference? Williams? Did you say that girl, that blonde girl? Well, are you sure her name's Williams?
She's the only Williams on the passenger list, sir.
No. There must be some mistake. This couldn't happen to me, not after the life I've led.
As a matter of fact, sir, she asked your name.
No.
And if you were attached.
No.
Anything else, sir?
Well, now, look. Could you serve cocktails on the sun deck of my suite and ask Miss Williams if she'll join? And tell her that her uncle asked me to look after her. And when I think of how many times I've used that uncle gag, and the marvelous part of it, he really did ask me about that. I beg your pardon?
Oh.
Well, I thought this was my cabin. I'm sorry.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, this is my cabin, you know.
Please don't pay any attention to me. I'm seasick.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't you think it'd be more comfortable for you in your own little cabin? You know, there's something about one's personal porthole in a time like this.
Oh, no. Any porthole in the storm, I always say. Who are you?
Me? I'm a mirage. I appear daily from 9 to 5. Come along, I'll help you out.
No, just let me lie here and perish. Me and my little lemon. They say if you suck a lemon, you can't get seasick. Oh.
Come on. Upsy daisy.
Oh, don't say things like that. Waves. Everywhere waves.
Courage. Now wait till I open the door.
The way I feel, you don't have to. You can just pour me under.
Here we are. Here's your little bag of lemons.
Up and down. Everything's going up and down.
Can you climb up those stairs all right?
What stairs?
What stairs? Well, right in front of you there. Don't you see them going up?
Oh, yes, I see them. Going up and down, up and down. But I'll handle them. I've ridden on escalators all my life.
All right. Hop on. Be sure and get off at Junior Misses.
Goodbye.
Well, that's that. Just a moment. I'm coming. Now, Miss Williams, this is a...
I couldn't make it. I've got to lie down again.
Now, wait a minute, Moby Dick. You can't come hornpiping in here again.
Good old couch.
I'm not keeping you up, am I?
Will you please ask the captain to go around those waves instead of climbing up and jumping off?
Now, come along. Now, you don't want to stay here. I'm expecting a guest. And it wouldn't look right if she found you in here. Now, would it?
I'll be dead by then. You can tell her it's awake. Will you hand me another lemon?
You can't possibly be sick. You just got on the boat. Look at the Pilgrims. It took them months to get across.
Well, maybe it's smoother going the other way. Maybe we're going against the grain.
No, you don't understand. Now, you've got to get out of here before Oh, there she is.
Come in.
Come in. No, I mean, shh. I can't have her see you in here. Now, I'll have to stall her or something.
Tell her you're not dressed.
Mm-hmm. Miss Williams, I can't tell her I'm not dressed.
Tell her the truth. Look at me. I'm green. Tell her I only came in here
to what? Get ripe? I'll be ready in a minute. Be ready in a minute, Miss Williams. Miss Williams. That's gone. Thanks very much.
You're annoyed with me, aren't you?
Oh, silly child. I wouldn't have gave you that idea.
Well, you say nice things, but I can just imagine what you're thinking.
Yeah, well, you may have the imagination, not the vocabulary.
Last call. All ashore that's going ashore. All ashore that's going ashore.
What did he say? Let me look out that porthole. Why, it's the Golden Gate Bridge. Why didn't you tell me we hadn't sailed yet?
Well, I tried to, but you and Captain Bligh were having such a rough time of it with that typhoon.
I've never been so embarrassed in my life.
Who is it? The cocktails, Mr. Biddy.
Cocktails? For me?
Now, look, I asked Miss Williams.
Oh, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. But I can't very well refuse such a gentlemanly, you are a gentleman.
Well, I have the soul of a gentleman. Sometimes I have trouble keeping body and soul together.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'll bring in the hors d'oeuvres.
My. Isn't it cozy and continental? Will you have a martini? One or two olives.
Well,
Have a cigarette?
Do
you know any games?
Look, do you mind if I go off in a corner for a minute? I want to see how I got into this thing in the first place. What did I do? I opened the door. That's all I did. Just opened the door, and there she was. She was all alone. She told me she was seasick. And then I said to her, well, I don't know whether
What's the matter? Are you ashamed of me? Why don't you invite someone in to liven things up?
Look, all I wanted to do was just go to Honolulu. That's all I wanted to do.
Well, if you want to be alone, why don't you say so? A mule doesn't have to kick me. I can take a hint. Gee, some people are so vague. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, look, Stuart, quick. Where can I find Miss Williams?
Williams?
You know, the blonde's supposed to have cocktails here. Now, where is she?
I think she's in the swimming pool, sir.
Hello there.
Oh, you again, huh?
Well, get you, and that's sarong.
Sarong. I'm not very fond of these swimming trunks. They sort of arrest the eye.
They not only arrest the eye, they give it the third degree.
Yes. Look, it's too shallow here. Why don't you go down to the springboard and show me your jackknife?
I can't dive. I can't even swim.
Oh, you can't swim, huh?
No.
You can't. Oh.
Why are you staring at the deep water?
Oh, just thinking. That's all. Come, darling. Let's sort of paddle over that way.
Just a second. Look at that blonde in the unfortunate bathing suit. She looks like a tired rainbow trout.
Yeah, she does. Silly looking thing. Wait a minute. Hey, that's Miss Williams. Look. Now, Duck, get under the water.
Let go.
No, if she sees me with you...
Hey, you're drowning me.
Now, stop making a spectacle of yourself. Now, stay down here. You-hoo, Miss Williams.
Let me up.
Miss Williams, you-hoo.
Let me up.
Now, will you stop squirming? All I'm asking you to do is just keep underwater until she leaves. There, now, like that. Under that. Now, it won't be long. It's all right. Now, just stay where you are. Ah, okay, she's gone. All right, now, come on. It's all right now. Where is she? What happened to her? Hey, where are you? Hey, the girl. Hey!
She almost drowned.
Mr. Merrick.
Right, I have to get my breath here.
I'm Captain Winterbottom. I'd like to have a little talk with you, Mr. Merrick.
Now, Captain, it was all in the spirit of fun.
In
you know.
30 years at sea,
Everything just sort of went black.
I've never seen a neater rescue.
Everything just sort of went, rescue?
Oh, come, young man. This is no time for false modesty. Perfect beginning for a romance. What?
A romance? What?
Well, of course. Man rescues woman. Love.
No, I don't quite think you understand now here. You see...
Indeed I do see. All the world loves a lover, eh, Mr. Merrick?
Well, there's something you could do for me, Captain.
I know what you're going to ask, Mr. Merrick. You want a chance to be alone with her. I'll put anyone in irons who intrudes on your privacy.
Look, it was a blonde.
2 deck chairs side by side in a quiet corner of the boat deck. A cozy table for 2 in the dining salon.
See, Captain, between you and me, there was a blonde here.
Oh, I understand perfectly. I personally guarantee you won't even see her the rest of the voyage. Mr. Merrick! Mr. Merrick, here, you men. Stop working on the girl. Revive Mr. Merrick.
So our Gulf curtain falls on Act 1 of Single Crossing, leaving the captain in a fog, Mr. Merrick in a faint, and leaving Diana very wet inside and out. Before our curtain rises again, here's a bit of practical philosophy from John Connie.
Thanks, Rod. You know, folks, some people miss a lot of mighty good things just because they never stop and try them. So right now, I'd like to pass along a friendly challenge to those of you who have not recently tried Gulf gasoline. The next time you see that big Gulf orange disc ahead of you on the road, take your foot off the accelerator, slow down, and drive in. Try just 1 tankful of Gulf no-NOx gasoline. See if you're not more than delighted with the high anti-NOx performance, the smoothness and power that you get from this great gasoline. And see also if you don't really prefer the kind of friendly, natural service that your good Gulf dealer gives you. And then ask yourself if it isn't well worth your while to look ahead every time for the Gulf orange disc. We'll gladly abide by your decision because we honestly feel that you will agree with so many other motorists all over the country that you will decide for yourself that it pays to make the good Gulf dealer your dealer.
And now the second act of tonight's play, starring Myrna Loy and Jimmy Stewart. It's 3 days later, and the captain has made good his promise that no one shall intrude upon Alan Merrick and Diana Hartley. Right now, Diana is shooting clay pigeons on deck.
Missed again. No wonder I don't hit anything, Stewart. You don't throw them in the direction I'm expecting.
Oh, but that wouldn't be fair, Miss Hartley.
I don't care whether it's fair or not. I like to break things. Now throw one over that way. Ready?
Wait a minute, will you? I just want to get out of here.
Well, hello, Mr. Merrick. I didn't know you were sleeping in that deck chair. I hope my shooting didn't wake you.
No, not at all. It's those pixies again. They certainly do carry on, don't they?
That will be all, Stewart.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Hartley, do you know how long we've been associated on this boat?
How long?
Well, I'm asking you. I've lost all track of time. If you recall, when we first got on this boat back in 1874, I was trying to meet a certain Miss Williams.
And I don't care what anybody says. I like her with that dyed hair.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
Why are you so anxious to meet Miss Williams?
Well, her uncle asked me to look after her. And I must please her uncle, because if I please her uncle, I'll put over an important business deal. I'll get my feet on the ground.
You just leave it to me.
Yeah, I said on the ground, not under it.
Leave it to me and everything will come out all right.
Yeah, especially my furniture right out of the office. But you can help me now if you just will.
You can count on me. I'm a good friend. I never forget a face.
Never forget a face. You certainly haven't forgotten mine. You know, no woman will look at me on board. They think you're my property. If I could just see this Miss Williams for a minute, I could explain to her there's nothing between us.
Wait, I have an idea. Why do you always duck when I say that? You could see her tonight at the masquerade party.
Well, can I rent a costume from the purser?
There's one in my trunk you can have.
Say, that might work, huh? Say, that will work. Miss Hartley, I apologize.
For what?
Well, I can't tell you what I was thinking, but take it from me, you rate an apology. Yeah, that's all right. A romantic costume. Romantic night, that's perfect. That's all right. Yeah, for that idea, you get a kiss.
I don't think you should.
Oh, no, I insist.
Well?
Not bad, either. What's the matter? Would you like being kissed?
I love it. I only meant Miss Williams is watching us up there, and I...
Oh, yeah, well, I suppose that makes...
There you are, all dressed for the party. Turn around, let me see.
How's it hang?
It's a little snug. Can you bend in it?
Well, I guess I could.
Try it. I was afraid of that.
Oh, you're afraid of that, huh?
Don't worry, it won't even show when we put the tail on.
I beg your pardon?
The tail.
Hey, look, just as a matter of curiosity, what am I supposed to look like in this thing?
The devil.
Yeah, but I know, but what am I supposed to look... Oh! You mean Mephistopheles? Oh, well, could be. Yeah. I wonder what Miss Williams is wearing.
It's the last word, right out of the Moline Bag and Twine Company.
Yeah, well, you're a great help. All right, I'll find her.
I do hope you have a wonderful time at the masquerade party.
Well, thanks. You know, you've been very kind helping me out like this. I'll never forget it.
I really believe that, Alan. I don't think you ever will.
Well, good evening, Captain. Going to the party?
Oh, Mr. Merrick, what's the devil?
Oh, shucks, you recognize me. Hey, where's the salad?
Right there, but...
Thank you, Captain.
Look at that man in that funny costume.
What's the matter here? Hasn't the masquerade begun?
Masquerade? That's tomorrow night. This is a ship's concert.
I knew you'd come back to me. I knew it.
Diana,
Yes, Alan.
do you always arrange such intimate little costume parties?
Well, I have no idea what you mean. Did you have a good time?
Oh, dandy. And I won first prize. Of course, I didn't have much competition.
Tell me about it.
Say, are you sure you can't swim?
The way I feel tonight, if I were to fall overboard, I'd float on the sea and be in Honolulu to meet you.
Yes, I believe you would. I don't think anybody else could do that, but I think you could.
You didn't go to see her. You came to me. Oh, isn't it wonderful up here in the moonlight? Happy?
Yes, slap happy.
I wish I could write poetry. Romance. What rhymes with romance?
Ants.
Alan, something happened when we met.
Did you notice that, too?
I thought a moment ago you didn't care. But here we are again.
Yeah, two babes in the woods. Wonder if we'll ever see human beings again. Now, you know, your hair looks so nice in the moonlight.
But it isn't blonde. Boy, look at those stars.
Yeah, it's very nice being up here with you.
That doesn't sound like you, but it's an improvement.
All right, it's getting chilly. Here, come on, take my coat.
No, you'd be cold.
No, it's big enough for both of us. Here. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Oh.
What?
Nothing? You know, Diana, I guess I might as well face it. Fate threw you at me, and I forgot to duck. Honolulu. Well, this is it.
You know I'm going to miss you, Alan.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to sort of miss you, too.
Well, we'd better get our landing cards.
You know, there isn't much point in my getting off.
Why not?
Well, because I've lost every chance I had of putting through that merger. Miss Williams' uncle relied on me to take care of her needs, and I haven't even met the girl.
Tell him you did anyway.
Well, Miss Williams denied it.
All the better. Her uncle would probably suspect a great secret romance.
Nah, I don't know. No.
Well, if you want that merger contract signed, and her uncle couldn't refuse a future member of the family.
No, couldn't do that. That's right, yeah, well. No, but suppose he doesn't believe me.
Maybe he'd believe the newspapers. Those men over there are ship reporters, and the one in the green hat is a gossip columnist.
Gossip columnist. That, darling, you've saved my life. I can kill two birds with one hot potato. Now, you wait right here.
I don't understand. What are you talking about?
Well, it isn't important. I just wanted to kill that little item about Miss Williams and me.
Miss Williams?
Yeah, simply because she and I were seen together every moment. It doesn't mean anything. You know how it is on shipboard, the intimacy and all that.
You mean that you and Miss Williams...
Yes, and I realize how interested you reporters are in such gossip.
Gossip?
Yeah, but we'll just keep this between you and me. We don't want a thing like this getting in the papers.
No, I don't. Not while we're engaged to be married. She's my fiancée.
If you really know, that's fine. What? Fiancée?
Yeah, fiancée.
Oh. Oh, you have a cigarette, chum?
You not only make a play for my girl, but want to brag about it to the papers. Maybe this will keep you quiet. Oh, chum.
Get up, Merrick, old man. What are you doing lying there on the deck?
Oh, hello, Mr. Williams. Oh, Mr. Williams, yeah. Well, I was just...
Well?
Well, I'm a man of habit, Mr. Williams. Comes 4 o'clock, I take a nap. Bed or no bed.
Uncle Egbert.
Uncle? You mean he's your...
Diana, my child.
Well, somebody look at those tickets and see if it says round trip on...
And Mr. Merrick, how nice. Faithful to the last.
Oh, I see you youngsters found each other.
Yes. We looked in the passenger list, and there she was, big as life. Williams, Diana.
Merrick, you're acting very strangely.
He's only kidding, Uncle Egbert. He just can't remember a name.
That's right.
It's Hartley, dear. You see, Mother is Uncle Egbert's sister, and she married a man named Hartley.
Hartley. Oh, yeah. Well, it sort of sounds exactly like Williams and say it fast. You know, Hartley, Williams.
Not in the least. Tell me, Diana, did Merrick look after you?
He wouldn't let me out of his sight.
Reliable. Thoroughly reliable. That's what I like to see.
Now, that's fine. About this contract, Mr. Williams.
I feel so badly, Uncle. I'm afraid I caused Alan a great deal of trouble.
Fountain pen right here you can use.
You see, there was a girl on board, and he was trying to...
Dotted line right down here.
Alan's business was just about on the rocks, and he thought this girl might... Ouch!
So what happened?
Yeah, fountain pen slipped. Mr. Williams.
Oh, dear. Now I have a blue mole.
I don't want to be rushed into this, Merrick. Besides, it seems to me you're acting very peculiarly. Come out to the house this evening, and I'll give you my answer. Come, Diana.
Williams,
come.
Please.
Don't worry, Alan. I'll fix it.
Don't worry, dear. I know you will.
Oh, Alan. What a heavenly night.
I got a heavenly headache. Look, Diana, didn't you know that your uncle always gets indigestion every time he eats poi?
It was kind of you to help him to bed. I'm so sorry he couldn't talk to you about your contract. Perhaps in the morning.
Now, I expect to pass away sometime this evening.
Listen, isn't that music divine?
Yeah, beautiful. Do you realize my goose is cooked unless I get that contract?
Alan, just for the record, you love me.
Well, look, off the record I do. I'd love to have you and a white picket fence running around my house, but don't you understand that you can't get married. You can't get a marriage license on 10 easy payments.
You're such a firebrand, darling. Don't you think this is a lovely place for a proposal?
Well, yeah.
If one were in a mood to propose, of course.
Yeah, sure.
If Uncle had signed your contract, I suppose you'd throw caution to the winds and demand I marry you.
Look, all I wanted to do was just go to Honolulu.
Well, take a deep breath. Here's your old contract.
What?
These chicken tracks are Uncle's signature. I tossed him into it this afternoon. Now go ahead. Propose.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
Oh, Alan, this is so sudden.
Oh.
You really mean you'll take your life if I turn you down?
Well, no, if you please just...
You forced me to say yes. Oh, Alan, my darling, I'll marry you.
Oh, wait, will you keep quiet and let me ask you?
Well, no, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. I don't mind Alaska for a honeymoon. Whatever you say, darling.
Listen, I love you. I love you. I'm crazy enough to be crazy about you. I'd like to marry you, but I'll make the arrangement.
The minister's coming to lunch tomorrow. He might as well pay for it by marrying us.
Now, look. Will you do me just one favor? When the minister looks at me and says, "Do you take this woman to be your wife?" Will you please, darling, let me say, "I do," all alone by myself?
Thank you, Myrna, and thank you, Jimmy. Don't go away, though, because in just a moment we're going to bring on the golf question box.
Say, Rod.
Yeah?
Before you ask your question, I'd like to ask you one.
All right, Jimmy, go right ahead.
Rod, do you collect antiques?
Antiques? Well, what makes you ask a question like that?
Well, let me see. I think it's Thursday night. Yeah, it's Thursday night. I noticed an old-fashioned sort of a carriage in your driveway.
Carriage? Carriage? Oh, now, Jimmy, take it easy. That was Jack Benny's Maxwell.
Oh, was it? You're right. How the automobile has changed, huh?
Yes, and you're not fooling, Jimmy. You know, automobiles have gone a long way since Jack's Maxwell was new. They've changed a great deal right in the past 3 or 4 years, too. That's why, folks, in order to keep pace with those changes, we'd like to suggest that you get really modern lubrication service. Now, when you change your motor oil, change to Gulf Pride, the motor oil that's refined not only by conventional methods, but also by the famous Al-Chlor process that only Gulf uses. And when you want lubrication service, get Gulf Flex service, because when you have your car Gulf Flex with the newly developed Gulf Flex lubricants, you'll find that it rides easier and steers easier longer. Yes, a modern car does a lot more than cars used to do. And that means that it needs up-to-date protection, both for the motor and for the chassis. Your car will feel the winter weather a lot less and be in better shape when spring comes if you have it lubricated the Gulf way with Gulf Pride motor oil and Gulf Flex registered lubrication.
Thank you, Johnny. And now for the golf question box. Remember, you must answer my questions correctly or pay a forfeit. Ready? Our first question goes to Myrna Loy, who will soon be seen with William Powell in MGM's forthcoming production, I Love You Again. Myrna, what movie star recently took a bow in Congress?
In Congress?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know. Olivia de Havilland.
That is absolutely correct. Olivia was in Washington for the birthday ball. She visited the Senate, was sitting in the gallery when a senator noticed her, and she was asked to take a bow. Incidentally, Olivia de Havilland will be here in the Gulf Theater next week with Jeffrey Lynn and that two-fisted star, Jimmy Cagney. Now, the next question is for Jimmy Stewart, who is currently appearing in MGM's Shop Around the Corner. Jimmy, come on over here a second, Jim.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I got to ask you a question.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask you one. You know,
You're going to ask me one?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
A couple of weeks ago, I was listening to the program, and you said something that the first talking picture was Lights of New York.
Lights of New York,
Lights
that's
of New
right.
York with Antonio Marino.
Mm-hmm, that's what I said.
Yeah, well, it was Lights of New York, but Antonio Marino wasn't in it because I saw it. I wanted
He
to
wasn't
check
in it?
up on. No.
Oh.
How about you paying a forfeit now?
Me pay a forfeit? Oh, I don't do forfeits. I give them to other people.
No, you pay the forfeit. Here, I want you to recite this thing the way Rochester would do it. I'll fix it.
To be or not to be? That is the question. The answer is the question.
Thank you, and good night, Jimmy, and good night, Myrna. And keep listening to the Gulf Theater every Sunday. Remember, next week you'll hear James Cagney, Olivia de Havilland, and Jeffrey Lynn, who will appear together for the first time here in the Gulf Theater, along with Oscar Bradley and the Gulf Orchestra. Until then, this is Roger Pryor saying good night, everybody, for your neighborhood good Gulf Theater.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The MGM Theater of the Air. Our star this week, Charles Lawton. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and celebrated writer of many Broadway and Hollywood musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. The one-hour play we are presenting on the MGM Theater of the Air is The Canterville Ghost. Those of you who remember the story by Oscar Wilde or the successful MGM motion picture will know that you're in for a pretty good show. Our star this week is Charles Lawton, who starred in the original picture. In just a moment, the MGM Theater of the Air will present Charles Lawton in The Canterville Ghost. At the turn of the century, Oscar Wilde wrote The Canterville Ghost. It is a ghost story, but different from most ghost stories because of its humorous treatment. It is based on the conjecture, what would happen if unvarnished visiting Americans came into contact with the traditional inhabitant of an ancient British castle, the family ghost. Those of you who have been in England have probably heard much talk of these family ghosts, concealed somewhere in the great ancestral halls of the stately homes of England. The story has been moved up to 1943, and the visitors who come into contact with the Canterville Ghost are a platoon of American Rangers. In lightning and thunder and driving rain one evening, the 2nd Platoon, Company A, 1st Ranger Battalion, Army of the United States, arrives in truck convoy at their new billet, Canterville Castle. The butler, Potts, there's always a butler on the English scene, glances out of the oriel window and remarks,
Goodness gracious, they're coming. The guests.
Well, do something, Joseph. Go to the door.
Well, yes, of course, Mrs. Umney. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Canterville Castle.
Thank you. I'm Lieutenant Kane, American Rangers.
We've been expecting you, sir. Mrs. Umney and I have been cleaning up a trifle, sir.
Fine. Hey, this is quite a place. I had no idea.
I've served several estates in my time, sir. None of them have the tradition of this one.
I see. And you are...
Potts, the butler, sir.
Uh-huh. Where are the sleeping quarters?
I thought the armory would be most convenient. It's the largest room, sir, next to the great hall, that is, and the hall is inclined to be a trifle drafty.
Oh, sounds excellent. Okay, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Okay, everybody, pile out of those trucks. We're moving in. Okay, here we go, Sarge.
Welcome to Canterville, gentlemen.
Thanks. How are you?
Goodness, how many of you are there?
Just a platoon, mister.
Hey, all this room in just one room.
Hey, where do the trains come in? It's bigger than Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, how'd you know, Slap Happy? All you saw was the ceiling when they carried you out.
Hey, baby, look at this chair. Oh, pup tents are for the hoi polloi. Me for the luxuries of life. A pipe brandy, my feet toasting on the fender. This is for me. Without it, I simply perish. Take your big feet off of there, Cuffy Williams, or I'll perish you. Heard you the first time, Sergeant.
I got a good rest tonight, men. You'll be needing it. Now, Mr. Potts, if you need me for anything, I'm staying at headquarters in the village.
Very good, Lieutenant.
And Benson, remember, this is not our property.
Yes, sir.
All right, good night, Sergeant.
Beg pardon, but shall I serve tea now, gentlemen?
Tea? What tea? Oh, you don't have to bother with
no
us.
bother at all, sir. Mrs. Umney thought after your journey you'd be a bit done in.
Well, I guess, all right, thanks.
Very well, sir. And, yes, Lady Jessica would like to say good evening.
Who's that?
Lady Jessica? Lady Jessica de Canterville. She's the owner of the castle.
Well, tell her to come in, I guess. You guess. Potts, we'd be honored.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, what do you say to a dame what's a lady?
Well, you won't have to kiss her hand.
Watch it, you goons. It's the old lady herself.
Lady Jessica de Canterville.
Good evening, gentlemen.
It's a midget.
No, you dope.
How about that?
It's a half pint.
A kid will blow me down.
Did you ever see it?
A lady. Good evening, Lady Jessica. We're very happy to meet you. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're very happy to meet you. Hiya, lady.
I know you've all come a long way, and I want to tell you how glad I am you're here. I do hope you'll enjoy your stay at my castle.
Gosh, I thought a girl had to be married to be a lady.
Oh, dear, no. A lady is a lady when she behaves like one, my auntie says.
Your auntie's quite right.
Which of you are Indians?
Indians?
Gentlemen, tea is served.
Of course. Lady Jessica, will you pour, my lady?
I should be most happy to. More muffins,
No, I've had about 10 already. No, thanks.
Oh, no one wants any more muffins. What a shame. Mrs. Umney baked them specially for you.
Excuse me, miss. Who made that stain on the carpet?
That's not tea, sir.
Oh, well, did you ever try cleaning fluid on it, ma'am?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, then, we'll take it out for you. Trigger, get that cleaning fluid out of my duffel bag. It's in the Jeep.
Okay, Sarge.
But, sir, it's no use. Nothing will take it out. What made that spot, sir, was blood.
Blood?
Blood? Oh, quite so, gentlemen. That is the blood of Lady Barbara Modish. She stabbed herself in the throat when she saw him.
Him? Who's him?
Sir Simon, our ghost.
Your ghost, did you say, my lady?
Yes, he's quite the most famous ghost in England. And he lives here, in this castle. Well, you don't want me to tell you.
Yeah, but we do. Give the lady a chance, fellas. If she says the castle is haunted, it's her castle. Who are we to quibble?
It may sound silly to you, but Auntie told me. That spot won't come out, really. And I've seen the ghost myself.
No fooling.
Over there in the hall. That's the door to his bedchamber behind that tapestry. There's a big old padlock on it. Isn't there, Mrs. Umney?
Yes, he was walled up in there centuries ago.
Holy catfish.
Oh, yes, it's true. I read all about it in a big book Auntie has in the gatehouse. Sir Simon was a coward on the field of honor. And his father, who was a Canterville when Elizabeth was the queen, walled him up in an alcove of his bedchamber and cursed him. His father told Sir Simon he would have to walk the halls of the castle until some Canterville did a brave deed in Sir Simon's name. And he's been doing that ever since.
Every night, gentlemen, at the stroke of midnight, his guilty spirit comes out of that door, walks the halls looking for a kinsman, and then goes back again.
I shouldn't tell you this before bedtime, but the Dowager Duchess of Sutfield was found one night, stark, staring mad.
You don't say.
Yes, she was putting on her lavalier when she turned, and there was the ghost, coming after her with long green fingers and burning eyes. The bloodsucker of Bexley Moor.
A bloodsucker? You see, fellas, didn't I say it's her castle? Who are we to quibble?
What is your name, please?
Cuffy. Cuffy Williams.
Well, Cuffy Williams, I know very well you're laughing at me. But just you wait.
Excuse me, milady. Far be it from me to contradict you. But just you wait.
If it rained like this in California, we wouldn't believe it. Here's your cleaning fluid, Sarge.
Thanks, fella. Now, watch this, milady. Now, if this cleaning stuff will take lipstick off of ODs, it ought to do this. Well, Lady Jessica?
I guess it is out all right.
Holy suffering catfish. The stain. It's come back.
Oh.
Get a smelly salt. Somebody do something. Mrs. Umney's fainted.
Take it easy now.
Well, Cuffy Williams?
One. Hey, Trigger, you awake?
No, I'm sleeping. Shut up and go to sleep, Harry.
Two. Hey, Cuffy. You awake, Cuffy?
No, I'm dreaming. Go to sleep, Harry.
The three. Cuffy. It's striking midnight.
So what?
Four. Cuffy, the ghost.
Nuts to ghosts.
And five. Cuffy, that bloodstain that came back.
The cleaning fluid didn't take, that's all.
It's six. Cuffy, please don't go to sleep, Cuffy. It's seven. Hey, Cuffy, Trigger, don't leave me alone.
I wish you'd leave me alone.
Eight. Hey, Trigger, talk to me.
Now go chase yourself.
And the nine? Where? This place gives me the creeps.
Go talk to the Sarge, will you? I need my beauty sleep.
At the 10. I never let you down, Trigger. Cuffy. 11.
For Pete's sake, turn it off. There's no such thing as ghosts.
The 12. Cuffy.
Oh, for the love of...
Cuffy.
Trigger, you hear what I hear?
How can I help it?
That sounds like somebody dragging ash cans around.
No. It's changed.
That's no ash can. Mama! Mama!
Where's my gun?
Shut up.
I am Red Reuben, strangler of babes and maidens. Each night I hang myself, thus.
Ma! Sarge!
I search for a kinsman or any of you.
Yeah, Grandpa, your shirt tail's hanging out.
Yeah!
Scram, dribble puss.
Hey,
put some oil on those chains. No, I scoot, you old buzzard. You ain't got no kinsman here.
Ah, ye scabrous poltroons, avaunt, I say.
Look, Coffee, I got him. Hey, the bullets went right through him. The wall's all chipped where he was standing.
You saw it, Sarge? Yeah. I saw it, but I don't believe it. Let's face it, Sarge. That was a real ghost. Didn't I tell you? That blood spot, the kid? I told you all the time, didn't I, Trigger? And you shouldn't have hollered at him. That's no way to treat a ghost.
It chased him off, didn't it?
Yeah, but what if he comes back?
Oh, wait a minute. Fellas.
How do you suppose he feels this minute?
Insolent barbarians, vulgar colonial upstarts, put oil on thy chains and dribble on thy puss. O thou once mighty ghost, hast thou fallen so low? Granted, poor ghost, thou art not quite thine own self these last 80 years, but Grandpa, thy shirt tail is hanging out. And the hoots and the catcalls and the lower, baser sounds. Art thou porking up thy roll, Simon? Let us try. It's not bad, not at all bad. Might be a bit emotional, but it isn't bad. Hast thou lost thy ghastliness, Simon? Perish the thought. Thou art ghastly indeed. Vengeance! Take warning, ye invading rabble, ere Chanticleer hath cockle-doodled thrice. Murder shall have stalked abroad. Let us consider the wardrobe. Now, there are so many costumes. In what guise, that is the question. Let me see. Gaunt Gibeon the pallid ape. Not tonight, old friend. Too delicate thou art for these hooligans. Martin the vampire monk. Better leave thee in reserve for the ladies, etc., etc., etc. Aha, what is this hanging here? Aha, of a certainty. Come from the closet, old friend, in this costume. Ignorant emigrant, revolutionary riffraff. In this garb have I affrighted the spawn of kings. Now, off with my head. Aha. 'Tis a long time since, ho-ho scum, as reckless Rupert, the headless earl, with my head tucked under me arm I come. Ha 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 ha! Dribble puss indeed. No one here. This is the armory. These are the hooligans' pallets, empty. It is possible that I frightened them to their deaths after all, perhaps with my head back on my shoulders. Ah, there's still no one here. Well, I'm a success after all. I have not lost my touch. It's white. It glares from monstrous gleaming eyes. It is a ghost. Away! Away! Away, ghost! Away, 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 away! Be gone! This is too much in mine own castle, beset by apparitions with glaring eyes and swaying noses down to where their bellies ought to be.
Alagaro, relax, yay, team!
Away,
team,
away,
team!
away! Father, save me! Father! Father!
Okay, fellas, okay, that's it. Take off the gas mask, Sarge, and the sheet.
Pete! We know you.
Yeah, even if that poor old ghost didn't.
Oh, I haven't had so much fun since Hector was a pup. Apparitions with glaring eyes and swaying noses down to where their bellies ought to be. Oh, my sanity.
You shouldn't have done it, fellas. Scaring a ghost just ain't right. He's the one supposed to do the scaring.
Oh, Harry gave him a taste of his own medicine. He was looking for a kinsman, was he? And did he find one? Oh, my aching back. Mother, you didn't raise your boy to be a housemaid or a ranger either. Oh, hello there, lady.
Oh, it's you.
Who'd you think it was, m'lady?
Oh, no.
Wasn't the ghost you were scared of, was it?
Why, what if it were?
Yeah, but that's silly. The old boy called on us last night, and we chased him right up the chimney.
You did?
Yep, you think I'm kidding? We'll ask old Foxy Grandpa himself. A-calling we will go, m'lady.
No. That won't be necessary.
Oh, yes, but it is. You don't have to be afraid of him. You only think you do. And if you pretend you're not scared, you won't be. Think nothing of it. Now, watch. We push the tapestry aside. We take hold of your old padlock. And... Oh, what do you know? Broke the doggone lock. Open, open sesame. Hey, Ghost, where you hiding?
The brick wall, Mr. Williams. Over there. That must be where his father walled him up.
Where the dark deed was done? Look at the bed, Jessica. And that old wardrobe. Hello.
Must you invade even my tomb? Is there no place that I can call sanctuary?
Oh, now relax, Grandpa. Come on down from the top of that dusty old closet. There's someone here I want you to meet.
I have already met your colonial ruffians.
Hey! Hey, don't fade out on me.
Oh, very well. You seem harmless enough. I'll come down.
I just want you to meet Lady Jessica. My lady? Sir Simon, the ghost.
Milady.
How do you do?
Atta girl. Simon, she's been scared stiff of you all her life, and I just wanted to show her you wouldn't hurt a fly.
Sir, my record speaks for itself. An unbroken reign of terror for 300 years.
Well, record or no record, when the kid's around, you behave yourself.
That is absurd. I must rattle my chains and groan through keyholes. I must gibber from the oriel window on the first and third Wednesdays of every month. It is my solemn duty to walk these halls until a kinsman performs a brave deed in my behalf.
Well, you better find yourself another castle for the duration, brother.
Cuffy, he can't. He's the family ghost.
Americans, child, what can a people without ancestors know of ghosts?
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me you haven't heard of the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow? Or Red Grange, the Galloping Ghost?
Provincial stuff. Spirits with neither crest nor title.
Oh, we got titles, too. The King of Jazz, Count Basie, Duke Ellington.
You don't say so. Nobility in a democracy, balderdash.
But, Mr. Ghost, we've had democracy in England for 700 years.
I have never chosen to recognize it.
But you should, Sir Simon.
Look, they're back, my lady. Come on, lady. I got to get rid of that dust I've been sweeping.
Goodbye, Sir Simon. I think you're a very nice ghost.
Farewell, milady.
Cuffy.
Yeah?
I think you ought to tell your friends not to chase him up the chimney anymore. He's so old and Cuffy.
What now?
Nothing. That is... What's that on your neck?
Well, that? Just my birthmark, that's all.
That's all?
Look, I got to get moving, lady. I'll see you soon.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, it is you, milady.
Sir Simon, I just saw on Cuffy's neck the birthmark of the Cantervilles.
What?
Exactly like my father had.
Like mine?
Yes, just like yours.
Egad. And what if he be a Canterville?
But, Sir Simon, if he is a kinsman, and if he does a brave deed in your name, he can save believe you, can't he?
Rubbish. Just fancy, milady, I am here because I cannot find a kinsman.
Well, I heard Mr. Potts say that the Cartervilles always turned out to be cowards.
Cowards, gross flattery. Had they twice the courage, 'twould give them only half the name. Thy grandfather, would he mount a horse? Thy father, so fearful of water, he trembled in his bath.
Really, now? It's your family, too, Sir Simon. And anyway, Mr. Potts said you were the worst coward of the lot.
What, even the servants insult me now?
It's you who are being insulting, Sir Simon. I was trying to help you. But good day.
Please don't go, Lady Jessica. I am so tired. I really do not know what I am doing. I have not slept for 300 years. For 300 years I have not slept. And I am so very tired.
Poor, poor ghost. Have you no place you can sleep?
Far away beyond the pine woods there is a little garden. There the grass grows long and deep. There are the great white stars of the hemlock flower. There the nightingale sings all night long, and the yew tree spreads out its giant arms over the sleepers.
You mean the Garden of Death?
Sleep must be so beautiful, to lie in the soft brown earth with the grasses waving over one's head and listen to the silence. To have no yesterday and no tomorrow, to forget time, to be at peace. Is not that the end of every living thing but me?
Oh, dear. I wish I could do a brave deed for you. But wait, Sir Simon. Cuffy can save you. I know it. It isn't true that all Cantervilles have to be cowards.
Nay, nay, it is in their blood and bones.
It isn't in my blood and bones, and it isn't in Cuffy's. Well, you can tell he's brave just by looking at him. I'll arrange for you to meet Cuffy again, tonight, in your lovely garden. And perhaps once he understands, perhaps you'll be able to go to sleep there after all. Sir Simon, where are you?
Here.
Good evening, Sir Simon. I brought him.
Hi, Sir Simon. What's cooking?
Cooking?
Yeah, what's the big mystery? The Sarge will have the bloodhounds after me if he finds out I'm not in the hay by 9.
Go on, Sir Simon, ask him.
Tell me, prithee, good sir, I am aware that few Americans know their own grandfathers, but dost thou by any miracle remember aught of thine ancestors?
Ancestors? My old man would never look into his. He said he was scared he might find one that ended up in the hot seat.
Hot seat? America and England have everything in common nowadays, except, of course, the language.
Sir Simon. Cuffy, think back. Please try to remember.
Well, we don't usually... Now, wait. My Aunt Martha. She was wacky on the subject. She traced my mother's family tree once back to a guy named Marmaduke.
Marmaduke. Lady Jessica, that must be the same Marmaduke who fled to Salem after Cromwell scattered the chivalry of England to the four winds.
You knew him?
He was the son of my brother Anthony.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Take it easy. How do you know it was the same Marmaduke?
Sir Simon, show him your birthmark.
Observe, good sir.
Holy cats. The same as mine.
Now thine.
Have a gander.
Holy cats indeed. Yes. Thou art a kinsman.
That makes me...
His great-great-great-great-great-great-grandnephew.
Yes, and thou canst free me from my earthly bonds.
By performing a great deed in his name.
Wilt wear my signet, kinsman? Thou hast the bluest blood in all broad England.
Me, a colonial ruffian? Okay, Uncle. It's a deal.
I shall be everlastingly grateful, nephew.
Oh, you're welcome. Now, come on, lady. I just got time to take you home. Thumbs up, Uncle. It's in the bag.
Good night. And bless you, Sir Simon.
O Father, grant me that he shall not be like the others.
Will our ghost's prayer be answered? You'll find out all about that in just a moment. Now, Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Charles Lawton in The Canterville Ghost. Well, the 2nd Platoon, Company A, 1st Ranger Battalion, Army of the United States, believed in ghosts. They had been amply convinced. Even Sergeant Benson was a believer. When it came to Lieutenant Kane, that was something else again.
I've never seen anything like that.
Hey,
before.
Cuffy,
Well, let's have a look
how
at
do you
it.
like this?
There, huh? A classified communication of sorts, no doubt.
Of sorts. Go on, read it.
Yeah,
It ain't tacked
what
on
is
a
it?
bulletin board for decoration.
Okay. Because of inefficiency of platoon during performance of duty, cause of which has not yet been satisfactorily explained, all weekend leaves are hereby canceled.
Huh?
John Kane, Lieutenant Infantry, Army of the United States. Memo. There is no such thing as a ghost, and military regulations make no provision for same.
Well, what gets me is the Louis still thinks we were up all night crap shooting. If he'd only have seen the ghost.
It's all that ghost's fault. We could be on skirt patrol in London this minute.
Yeah. Skirmishing.
Now listen, fellas. Stop blaming him. After all, a ghost has got to rattle his chains and groan through keyholes.
Who says?
Hey, listen to the man, will you? Who dreamed up the sheet and gas mask idea anyway? Why the sudden sympathy?
I have reason to believe I'm related to him. The long-lost Duke of Canterville. Me.
A Duke yet?
Oh, get off, will you?
Hey, look.
Huh? It's the kid and that old battle axe housekeeper.
Mind your manners, Sergeant.
Oh, yeah? Your Grace?
Hey, don't mind him. He's ghost happy.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hiya, lady. How you feeling today?
Hello, Jessica.
Oh, Cuffy, all of you. Mrs. Pulverdine, that's my auntie. She said I might invite you to a party in the village this afternoon. It's a holiday at home dance, but there'll be refreshments.
Girls, too?
Oh, yes.
Girls, she said.
Yeah, what are they?
I remember.
And you'll come?
Sure.
All right, Jessica, drive along now.
Get up. 4 o'clock, gentlemen. Don't forget.
Imagine a grown-up lady of 10 not knowing the latest dance.
But you're teaching me, Cuffy.
Yeah, round and round we go. How do you like being the belle of the ball?
I like it very much. But does it always make you so dizzy?
It makes most of them even dizzier. It's time you had a taste of that delicious punch. Come on, come along.
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Okay.
There he was, this old duffer, hanging himself by his ghostly rope. And would you believe it? The lieutenant thinks it's all applesauce.
I believe you saw the Canterville ghost, all right, but the day he'll run from a human being, that will never dawn.
Gas mask or no gas mask. Now, look, I'm telling you, we...
Hey, Duke.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Gentlemen, meet the Duke of Canterville himself.
The Duke of Canterville. I'm honored, Your Grace.
If it can be called an honor to meet a Canterville.
Oh, why not? What's so wrong about being a Canterville?
Well, since you're so well acquainted with the ghost, why not ask him?
Cuffy. Cuffy, please. Cuffy. Will you dance with me again?
Sure, Jessica. Ask the ghost, huh? I think I'll do just that. Hey, you!
Who's that?
Me, Cuffy.
What a fright thou gavest me.
Hey, Uncle, I've been thinking. Come on now, get into focus. Materialize all the way, Uncle. It's only me.
Oh, excuse me, I forgot. It is such a problem to have to walk these nights.
Yeah, well, that's better. Now, look, see here, Uncle. If a Canterville could save you by doing a brave deed, how come you're still around after 300 years?
If you'll excuse me, I am overdue now. Pardon me, I must gibber at the oriel window.
Come on. Quit stalling. I'm willing to play ball with you, but if you're going to hold out on me...
Nay, kinsman. I was just trying to spare thee.
Spare me what? Spill it, Uncle.
Well, mayhap it is better if thine ancestors speak for themselves. Come with me this way.
Okay.
Through this door.
Oh!
Oh, dear me, how very thoughtless of me. Of course, for you, an open door is necessary.
Well, it's okay. This business of walking castle halls at midnight is a little new to me.
The portrait gallery of the Cantervilles.
Quite a collection. This must have been one room I missed when I was sweeping the other day.
Would thou couldst sweep away its history. Gaze upon them, our noble family. Gerald de Canterville, proud skipper of the frigate Canston. When she sank, he was the first to leave his ship. Sir Andrew de Canterville, he saw a grenadier lose a finger at Blenheim battle and swooned away. And the blessed twins, Lieutenant Paul rode the wrong way in the charge of the Light Brigade. Lieutenant Peter was 10 lengths ahead of him.
You mean they were all cowards?
All of them, aye. Of all the heroic families of England, mine had to be a brood of lily-livered titmice.
So that's why you held out on me. You thought if I found out, I'd be that way.
No, that never entered my mind.
So they all turned chicken on you. Well, it's all the same to me.
Aye, verily.
I don't care what the others did. This is Cuffy, see?
Oh, well, certainly, verily it is.
Cowards, were they? Well, not Cuffy Williams, see? You just watch, Sir Simon de Canterville. Cuffy de Canterville will show you the first time they turn him loose on the Nazis.
Say, Trigger, when a guy goes into action for the first time, does he sort of, tighten up?
Brother, when the lead starts flying your way, your heart jumps right up into your gullet and strangles you.
Was it like that in North Africa?
Uh-huh.
Does that stop a guy from fighting?
No, not unless there's a bad streak in him a yard wide.
Hey, there's the lieutenant talking to the sergeant.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Yeah, what's the matter with the Duke of Canterville?
Now lay off that Duke of Canterville stuff.
Well, you brought it up, buddy.
And I'm bringing it down.
Okay, you don't have to get sore.
All right, men, we're moving. This is a raid. Joint operation with British commandos across the channel. Now start loading the trucks, battle equipment.
Holy cow!
All right, now, get rolling. Ammo boxes, weapons, and sidearms. Each man draw 5 grenades and 50 rounds per M1. Start rolling, you monkeys!
Throw that thing. Come on, get that case up there. All right, let's go right over. Come on, let's go.
Cuffy, you're going on a raid.
Now, look, I'm busy, kid.
Cuffy, if you're brave, you'll save Sir Simon.
Now, listen, kid, I made Uncle Simon tell me about the family. Now beat it, will you?
Oh, what a pity you had to find out just before you left. If you hadn't, you wouldn't have had it to worry you when you went into battle.
Now, look, it won't worry me, see?
And you told me yourself that if you don't think you're frightened, you won't.
Yeah, I know. Now lay off, will you, kid?
Oh, Cuffy. Goodbye, Cuffy. Oh, Cuffy.
So I'm scared, huh? I'm not me all of a sudden. I'll show 'em who's scared. I'll show 'em.
For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. I hope you'll excuse me for hurrying, but I've so much special to ask tonight. Please take care of Cuffy. Please do. Don't let him get hurt. And Uncle Simon, you know I told you about him. He's such a poor, funny old ghost. And he's so tired. Won't you please let Cuffy save him so he can go to sleep? I'll be such a good girl.
Ye skulking, cringing, misbegotten packet of peafowl. Portraits in a family gallery, huh? Ye wretched poltroons who have tarnished Britain's brightest moments. Not for long will I have you leering at me from your gilded picture frames with cynical mockery. Not for long, ye dribble pussies. As for thee, Captain Bertram, who hid trembling in a well at Waterloo, I spit in thine eye. Thee, fat Algernon, who posed for 2 years as a dowager to avoid fighting a duel, I spit in thine eye. Thee, Sir Percival, who went through the 30 Years' War without firing a shot, Holy cats on the washstand, my signet ring. That coffee left my signet behind, bravey maybe, but without my token carried into battle. Hie thee hence, Sir Simon de Canterville. Hie thee across yon channel. Hie thee thyself into battle!
All right, men. This is the place. Now remember, we blow the refinery at 2350. You've got to hold this point for the 8 minutes it takes us to get back in case the Jerrys come down this road from the coast and try to cut us off. Check?
I guess so. Yeah.
Right.
All right. Sergeant, with me.
Harry, take cover. Over there. You set trigger, Cuffy?
Right.
Everything's copacetic.
Yeah. Okay, Sarge.
Okay, Duke. See you later, kids.
Yeah. This is the spot for a Chicago piano. Protection plus the widest range of fire.
You all set?
Uh-huh.
I'll keep an eye out from up above.
Won't be long now.
The ring, Coffee, my signet ring. You forgot it.
We'll give it here.
Thank you, nephew.
Forget it. Well, go away, will you? Go on.
I merely thought that I could bolster you up if you were a bit squeamish.
I want to be squeamish. Now, quit checking up on me and scram.
As you will, as you will.
2351. What happened to those guys?
Dost thou think the enemy will come this way?
I thought I told you to beat it. There goes the refinery.
Does the enemy approach?
I don't know. No, wait a minute. Yeah, down the road. They're coming, Trigger. Motorcycle patrol, about 15 of them.
Come on down and help feed Gwendolyn.
Right.
Keep a cool head, kinsman.
There. Down there, Trigger.
Yeah. We'll wait until we see the backs of their tonsils.
That's it, Trigger. That's it.
Gwendolyn just keeps chattering.
Trigger!
Fire, nephew, fire.
I can't touch the machine gun.
Nephew. Let me at that gun, Cuffy. Hey, what's the matter? You going chicken? Out of my way, Duke.
Nephew.
We'll continue with the story of poor Sir Simon and the two young Cantervilles, Cuffy and Lady Jessica, in just a moment. Now, Act 3 of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Charles Lawton in The Canterville Ghost. The Rangers came back to Canterville Castle, Mission accomplished. But Cuffy's mission was far from accomplished. In fact, as Lieutenant Kane addressed his men the morning of their return, Cuffy had a feeling his mission might never be completed.
I'm tired.
Well, men, you should be feeling pretty good. 2 days' rest in London, and the captain wants me to tell you that we are the best platoon in the whole outfit. But I'm not satisfied. So we'll take a little jaunt in the woods and iron out some of the mistakes we made on the raid. Right now.
All right, let's go. Come on, we got in. Thanks.
Hey, Williams.
Yes, sir?
Williams, I've discussed your report with the colonel, and he feels we have no alternative but to transfer you back to your old outfit. Rules are rules. We wouldn't like to risk your life or others taking another chance.
Yes, sir.
Good luck, Williams.
Nuts. The Duke of Canterville.
Cuffy! Oh, Cuffy! I've been expecting you for days. I couldn't sleep well last night. And... Cuffy, what happened?
You better run along home. I got to pack.
You're going away?
Yeah.
Oh, Cuffy!
That's right. Look at me. I'm a Canterville, all right. Just as cowardly as the rest of them.
Don't say that. You're not a coward. You're brave. I know it.
Okay, lady. Anything you say. You're a nice little kid. I'm sorry it had to turn out this way.
Cuffy!
Goodbye, my lady.
Uncle Simon, I thought I'd find you out here.
In the garden of death where I shall never sleep.
Oh, Uncle Simon, I started it all, telling him he was a Canterville. He's going away. His whole life now he'll be afraid.
Far away in the icy north there is a mountain of rock. Once every 1,000 years a bird flies by and brushes the mountain of rock with the tip of its wing. By the time the brush of the bird's wing, once every 1,000 years, shall have worn the mountain of rock away to nothing, but one day shall have passed in my miserable existence.
But, Uncle Simon, I'm talking about Cuffy. Don't you care anything about him?
Thou hadst no right to stir up hope in me after I had resigned myself to my fate. Thou shouldst have let me be.
Let you be? No wonder you're so poor and miserable. You're a mean, selfish old man. All you ever think about is yourself. You've no more idea of noblesse oblige than my pony. And I'm sorry I ever felt sorry for you at all.
Fool that I am, dolt, imbecile, I have no more right to walk these ancestral halls than... why did I hearken to the child? Why did I not heed my own true instinct?
Oh, you again? What are you raving about?
And I never thought to search the records first.
Come on, materialize. I see you.
Oh, yes, pardon, excuse me.
What records?
The Family Chronicle, irony of ironies. Thou art not a Canterville. Thou hast never been a Canterville.
What? Come on, Uncle. What's the gag?
Look here in these pages. Look, there is the record of my birth. There is my brother Antony's. And see, there is no record of Marmaduke's whatsoever. There was a Marmaduke, but now that I bethink myself, he was not my brother's son, but his stepchild.
Stepchild? What about my birthmark?
Mere coincidence, an accident of birth. Give me back my signet, boy. The comedy of errors is over.
Sure. I'm glad to get rid of the cockeyed thing.
Naturally. I can well understand.
Oh, it's a fine time to find out.
Oh, Cuffy, Sir Simon. There's a parachute hanging from a tree. Cuffy, do you think a Nazi came down in it?
Could be. That's for me. Don't go away now.
Uncle. What happened to him?
Oh, I convinced him that he was no cursed Canterville.
You what?
I showed him the family chronicle, but first I took the precaution of tearing out the record of Marmaduke's birth.
Uncle Simon, you are the nicest ghost.
Well,
The nicest.
well, noblesse oblige. It remains in the bones, I suppose, even after one has no bones.
But, Uncle, Cuffy still is a Canterville. And if he catches a Nazi or something, you'll be saved.
By the Lord Harry, yes.
All right, lady. Got my gun and a couple of grenades. Now, which way to that parachute?
It's this side of the stone bridge.
Yeah?
I'll show you. I know a short...
We'll take a jeep. Come on, let's go.
Saved, od gadzooks, so I may... Oh, hold! Kathy, Jessica, wait for Uncle!
A parachute mine, a blockbuster. Come on, let's go, lady. Once she starts ticking, we only got 22 seconds.
Nephew, hast encountered the enemy?
Sir Simon, the Rangers, where are they?
In the woods.
Well, listen, Simon, take Jessica back to the castle. Now, quick.
But, Cuffy, aren't you coming?
Look, the Rangers, they're right here in the woods. If this mine blows up, it'll kill every living thing within half a mile. Now, run.
But what are you going to do?
Hitch the jeep's chain to it and haul it away. Now, get going now. Run, both of you. And get into the cellar.
Well, hasten, child. Come.
Uncle Simon, wait. Cuffy's doing a brave deed.
Aye, so he is.
See, I told you he would. It's the bravest deed there ever was.
Bravo, kinsman! Bravo! Bravo!
Uncle Simon, what's the matter?
The ring, I took it back. He must wear the ring. The curse demands it. Hoist with my own petard.
Oh, don't stand there, Uncle. Give it back to him.
Excuse me, nephew. I mean, Cuffy.
No, go away. Don't bother me. I gotta hitch this chain.
Naught will go amiss if you'll but wear this ring. It brings good luck.
No, it's a hoodoo.
Cuffy, you must wear the ring. You must.
Jessica, I told you to get out.
But you have to wear it, Cuffy, to save Uncle Simon. You're a Canterville.
I'm a...
Cuffy, if you'll only wear the ring.
Save thy breath, child. Look at his quaking knees, his eyes that glaze, his hands that tremble. The very portrait of a Canterville.
No, Uncle, no. Cuffy, you were doing the brave deed, don't you see? You don't have to be afraid because you're a Canterville. You only think you do.
Oh, no, I can't. I tell you.
Look, Cuffy, I'm not afraid of the old mine. Look, Cuffy, look. I'll kick the old thing. And I don't care if it does go up. There and there and there.
But, Jessica.
I'm not afraid, see? Of anything because...
Jessica, darling. Look, milady, I've got it on. I've got the fool ring on. Now run for it, lady.
Oh, Cuffy.
Run fast. There, that does it now. Hop in the back, Simon. Let's go, Uncle. This one is a lollapalooza. I'm gonna dump this mine into the ravine.
Yea, verily. All's well. With a hey, nonny, nonny, and a hey, nonny, nonny, and a hey, nonny, nonny. Whoops! With more care, a little,
no
nephew.
time for care, Uncle. The Rangers are up in that hill. Uncle, where are you?
In the rear, nephew, astride your mine. Such a spirited charger I've not ridden in 300 years. Nephew, the chain's slipping.
Oh, ye gods and little fishes.
Let it go, nephew, let it go.
No, I can't. The Rangers, you see them up there.
Oh, it's ticking. The Lollapalooza. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nephew, what are you doing?
I locked the steering wheel. The Jeep will go over the cliff. Uncle, here, behind this rock.
29, 30, 31.
What's this hooey? About 22 seconds. I just dumped the cockeyed thing into the ravine.
Like St. George slaying the cockeyed dragon.
Oh, Cuffy. I knew you could do it. I knew it all the time.
And so did I from the moment I knew he was a Canterville.
Uncle Simon, Cuffy has done a brave deed. Why are you standing here?
Huh?
Yeah. Why aren't you out in that garden beyond the pine woods?
Yea, why not? Father, answer me, Father. Why am I still in mortal coils?
Maybe Marmaduke was a stepson after all.
Nay, that could not be. Father! Answer me! Answer me! Thank you, nephew. Thank you, niece. Farewell.
So long, Unc.
Farewell, Uncle. Farewell.
So there it is, lady, after all these years. He has his place and his monument in the garden. Sir Simon de Canterville, 1603, 1943. You know, that's a long time to go without any sleep.
Yes, but you nearly always have to wait for anything you want very much.
Yeah, I guess you do.
How old are you, Cuffy?
Me? Why?
I shall be 11 in May.
Charles Lawton will be back in just a moment. It's pleasant to have you on the MGM Theater, Charles.
It isn't very much of a change, is it, Howard, from the MGM screen to MGM radio?
Well, no, not really. You've graced our screen in many memorable performances. Being an old-timer myself, I remember particularly your Captain Bligh in Mutiny on the Bounty and the Gettysburg Address in Ruggles of Red Gap.
Hey, that was a Paramount picture.
A slip of the tongue. We'll stick to MGM.
It's not a bad place to stick to.
Your most recent picture for us was The Bribe, a big hit, too.
Don't hold that against it. I kind of like hits.
Well, your name in a cast goes a long way to make one. Thanks for the radio show, Charles.
Thank you, Howard.
The Canterville Ghost was presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Red Danube, starring Walter Pidgeon, Ethel Barrymore, Peter Lawford, Angela Lansbury, and Janet Leigh. Joan Laser was heard as Lady Jessica, and Carl Frank as Cuffy Williams. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz.
Stroke of Fate. The fate of you who are listening, of nations, of the world, has often hung upon accident or upon decisions that made the other way would have substantially altered the course of human events.
Suppose by a stroke of fate the attempt to assassinate Archduke Ferdinand of Austria had failed. Would there have been a World War I? Suppose fate had decreed that Chamberlain refused to appease Hitler at Munich. Would there have been a World War II?
Yes, much depends upon a stroke of fate. And tonight we rewrite history as we present a dramatic conception of what might have happened
if, by a stroke of fate, Benedict Arnold's plot to betray America had succeeded.
In 1780, Major General Benedict Arnold, in command of the vital post at West Point, conspired to turn over that post to the British. As you know, he actually failed. In tonight's story, by a stroke of fate, he succeeds. Our story is only historically true up to our stroke of fate, a decision that tonight makes Arnold's treason successful. Perhaps you'll recognize that fateful decision. It will be explained for you at the end of the program. If Arnold's treachery had succeeded in its aim, this is how it might have come about.
Good evening. My name is John Andre. The monument above my bones in Westminster Abbey bears my name and rank and the date of my death. But I'm quite sure all of you now listening know me better as Major Andre, once called a spy. You may recall that I was adjutant to Lieutenant General Sir Henry Clinton at New York, and negotiator for Sir Henry with one General Benedict Arnold in a matter of treason long ago. Let me tell you of my first meeting with General Arnold. Oh, we had exchanged many letters over many months in a devilishly complicated code. But it was not until late September of the year 1780 that His Majesty's small sloop of war, Vulture, carried me to a rendezvous in a cove near Haverstraw, and a rowboat ferried me in toward the west shore of the Hudson just after midnight. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, are you there?
Mr. Robinson? Is that Robinson?
No, this is Anderson. John Anderson.
Good. Come ashore. Here. To starboard a little. This way, Anderson. Here. Right here.
If we might step back a bit among the fir trees. Certainly, Mr. Moore. I'm at your service.
This sheltered place will serve. Now, Mr. Anderson, you're in fact Major John Andre?
I am, Mr. Moore, and you, I fervently hope, are General Benedict Arnold. Oh, I'm weary of code words, General, and false names.
So am I. And with your permission, I shall begin with a portion of our matter most distasteful to both of us.
The money, General?
Yes, the money. I hope that you understand, and General Clinton, too. I hope you realize that I'd ask for no reward at all in this adventure were it not for my wife and my children. I must protect them in the event of...
In the event of failure, General?
We will not fail. We cannot. West Point will be yours within a week. Now, let me be blunt, Major. I've asked for a guarantee of £10,000, win or lose. Will General Clinton provide that sum?
I shall be equally forthright. General Clinton is prepared to supply you with £6,000. In the event of success, then his original offer of $20,000 for the fortress and 3,000 prisoners will stand good.
Nonsense. Ridiculous nonsense. It's wretched enough that I'm to deliver the strongest military post in the Americas on a basis of commercial contingency. Are we to bicker here like tradesmen over the terms? Are we to pare cheese when a continent's at stake? Major Andre, we've nothing further to discuss. Good evening to you.
But discuss we did. Talk, all the rest of the night. Sitting there under the dark fir trees, our backs against two stumps. I promised him I would use my considerable influence with General Clinton to meet his demand. Though uneasy, he agreed to go on with the plan. He had moved too far, with his wife urging him on, I think, to turn back. We arranged a multitude of details through that longest night in my memory, and I prepared to leave.
Wait. There's one further matter in addition to the papers I mentioned. General Washington will be returning from his meeting with the French in 5 days. I suggest that your attack be timed so that at least a possibility may exist of capturing the general as well as the fortress.
If that could be done.
It's a remote possibility, no more. However, it is a possibility. Suppose the general were to be delayed somehow on his return just across the river and just at the right time. A squadron of cavalry landed above the ferry point just before the main attack on the west shore begins.
By heaven, sir, if you can arrange such a capture, there'll be no difficulty concerning rewards. Britain's wide world would be yours to drink from a golden cup.
Yes, so I thought. Well, and now, Major Andre,
we can adjourn to Mr. Smith's house up the road, the papers I spoke of will be provided.
But, General Arnold, I must return to the Vulture.
What?
Look there, above the trees. It's almost dawn. I have ventured beyond my instructions in landing at all on rebel-held ground.
But the papers are important, man. They contain information concerning the numbers of our troops and their disposition.
I have that information in my head, General. Really, I beg of you. I must get back to Captain Sutherland aboard ship. If the Vulture should be attacked at sunrise by a shore battery...
Very well, then. We shall meet, I trust, on the ramparts of West Point, as brothers in arms. My hand upon it.
I must leave you, General Arnold. Au revoir. Until the attack. Until then, sir, good luck. A voice had whispered in my brain at the cock's crow. Get back to the Vulture, John Andre, for your life. Get back to that boat. And when I climbed over the side a few minutes later, I had reason to be thankful that I had heeded that strange voice.
Major Andre? Thank heavens you're back. All hands aloft. Make sail. Out anchor.
What's wrong, Captain Sutherland?
Look yonder, on the opposite shore. Rebel artillery, and the Vulture in range of their battery.
Let us by all means get out of range, Captain, and quickly.
Keep open fire. Short. By the splash, 10 yards short.
But close enough. Let's get out of here.
Mr. Hawkins, make haste.
Aye, sir.
Over us that time, but not by much. We're bracketed.
Those are 6-pound shot. They'd go through our hull if they hit us. Short again. They're poor shots.
We're drawing away, Captain. I believe we're drawing away. Look at the sail. We've a fair breeze.
A few more yards will do it, Major.
We've made it, Captain. We're beyond range of the shore. Let them bang away.
Major Andre, if you had delayed 5 minutes longer...
Something told me to leave Arnold when the cock crowed. I might have been stranded, marooned with all of Westchester between me and General Clinton. Perhaps I'd have been captured. Who knows? I might have been hanged as a spy. What an appalling thought.
Fate's been kind to you, Major. You're a lucky man.
Oh, she's an old friend of mine, Lady Luck. I caught her with laughter and rhyme. And now, sir, I discover that I am perishing of a thirst, having talked with the traitor all the night. Do you suppose...
Certainly, Major. Let's go below. I have some excellent rebel rum.
Good. We'll drink to Lady Luck. I had known the lovely, young, ambitious Peggy Shippen in Philadelphia before she married Arnold. I was to know her through many troubled years. Peggy Shippen Arnold has often told me what happened when the general returned to West Point after that exhausting conference downriver.
Who's there?
It's Ben.
Ben. Oh, Ben.
Oh, Peggy. I'm so tired. My cursed leg.
Lie down over here on the bed. Here, let me help you. There. Ben,
Yes, Peggy.
is it done?
It's done. I talked with Andre himself.
And the money?
It's arranged as we'd agreed together, you and I.
We can go to London then, when the war is won, when the British win.
Peggy, when the war is over, I'll buy you London town, house by house. Lady Arnold, eh?
Oh,
Duchess of West Point, eh?
oh, Ben.
Now I'm tired. Oh, confounded leg. I wish I'd let them saw it off at Albany. When I think of Saratoga, the torture I suffered and the way they refused me honor, refused me advancement, badgered me with vile slanders, even Washington, though I loved him once. I've ridden too far today. Too far.
Ben, you're not sorry. Not now.
I think sometimes of Washington. Peggy, is he the better man?
Of course not. Not a better man than you.
I feel... I'll tell you, Peggy,
I feel as I once felt as a boy back in Connecticut. I was the leader of all the lads round about.
Of course you were, my love.
But I was never satisfied, never. Had to go on proving myself the most daring young devil of the lot. We had a swimming hole at the Norwich mill dam, it was, with a mill wheel turning. That lout Will Henry dared me to ride the mill wheel round as it turned. I took the dare. I had to do it. 10 times around I rode that wheel, round and round, underwater half the time, with my skull never more than half an inch from the rocks of the mill race on each upturn of the wheel. Then I dove out and swam underwater to the shore. I popped up and I thumbed my nose at all the rest of them, and then I went home high as a kite and walking on air.
We'll reach home then, high as a kite, and we'll walk on air. The world will belong to us. The great world, the gay world. We'll have them all at our feet. London, Paris, Vienna.
Yes, we'll win out. But I'm in the mill race again right now. And the rocks are terribly close to my brain. And I'm too tired. Too tired.
Go to sleep, then, dear, and dream of glory.
Glory. Glory and honor. Glory and honor. I've always loved honor.
You are listening to What Might Have Happened.
If, by a stroke of fate, Benedict Arnold's conspiracy to betray America had succeeded.
Our story was historically true, only up to the stroke of fate. A decision that might have changed history. From then on and during the next act, historical possibility guides our imagination.
5 days later, we British moved on West Point at dawn, with 3 ships of the line and 4,000 infantry ferried upstream in row galleys, General Clinton commanding. In darkness, just before sunrise, a troop of cavalry with a secret purpose landed just below Cold Spring on the east shore. Our success at the point was perfect, almost incredible, thanks to my sweetheart, Lady Luck. In the headquarters room at West Point, when the fort was ours and our Union Jack rose above it.
Welcome to West Point, General Clinton. We have a pleasant view from these ramparts, have we not?
Most pleasant, and you have made us more than welcome, sir. This day's work has preserved an empire, alive and whole.
The business across the river at the landing, how's it gone? With Washington?
We have no word as yet. All has been confusion. I have asked Major Andre to inquire.
If you've caught Washington, I wish to receive his surrender. Personally. Here. In this room.
Why?
It is my pleasure.
Do you hate the man, so?
No, he's the best of the lot. But he kept me waiting for justice after the Saratoga battle. I could wish now
to humble him, General. I think that is hardly possible. Surely it needs thought. You had no sleep now for days.
Your Excellency, General, sir.
Yes, Major Andre.
We've done it. It's worked. General Washington, Colonel Hamilton, and the General's staff have been taken across the river half an hour ago.
Splendid, splendid. All of them, John?
All save Lafayette. The Frenchman's mount went lame, and he stopped at Fishkill a few miles north. He was lucky. But there's time yet. If we could send a company of horse upriver...
Give the necessary orders, Major.
Yes, sir.
Well, General Arnold, our success is quite complete. Did you hear me, General?
I'm out of the wheel. The mill race is run. The rocks are gone. I'm in safe water.
I beg your pardon, General. I didn't quite understand.
Oh, nothing. I am weary, General. Ask Major Andre to bring General Washington here. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. I wish to face him.
But, General Arnold, this is most unusual and much too precipitate. It's unheard of.
Ask Major Andre to bring General Washington here. I've given you West Point. Give me the general. I must face him. I need to face him.
General Clinton, I'm Colonel Alexander Hamilton. May I present General Washington?
Good evening, General Clinton. We were bound to meet, eventually.
Fate, sir, has decided that our meeting should be an unhappy one for you. As one soldier to another, accept my regrets. I rejoice, of course, at the good fortune of my own cause. Had it been otherwise...
you may be sure that all the usual ancient courtesies would have been extended. However, had I won by suborning treason, as I might have done had it seemed necessary, I should have spared you the presence of the traitor-in-chief when we met.
General Washington...
Silence, you treacherous dog! General Clinton, I must demand that you remove this creature Arnold from our presence, if we're to talk as honorable men and soldiers.
General Arnold, sir, has earned my gratitude.
But surely not your esteem. Throw the dirty scoundrel out.
Colonel Hamilton, may I remind you that you're my prisoner?
Did someone speak?
Gentlemen, we have much to consider quietly. General Washington, I am obliged by my position and my duty to tell you this. If you will consent to send word to your continental troops in the Jersey Mountains to disband and return to their homes, you will be treated with the utmost leniency during your visit with us in New York. And on the completion of the Treaty of Peace, you will be released without condition. If you refuse to do as we ask, you'll be transported to London at the earliest opportunity, there to stand trial for rebellion against the Crown. I believe I can anticipate your decision.
You can. I have been a rebel in your point of view for 5 years. I think I shall die a rebel. And I have a certain curiosity concerning the Tower of London.
I believe, sir, the terms offered
General
you...
Clinton, must we talk with a vileness in the room?
General Arnold, I wonder...
Hamilton, if you would care to meet me in the courtyard below at once, sir. At once. With pistols, sir.
The field of honor, Mr. Benedict Arnold. How could you expect that now or ever again?
Sir Henry, I had your promise.
You had no promise from me concerning this present event. I have promised you £20,000 for West Point and 3,000 Yankees. You've earned it, you shall have it. You shall have also, as far as I am able to control opinion, the respect of the officers in the army I lead. And you shall have command in that army, in the field or not, as you wish.
Oh, this is a bargain day.
Why, you young fool!
Stop him, Andre. Arnold, I must ask you to leave us now. You are in no physical condition to continue further. We shall need to talk here quietly and long and late. Forgive me, Arnold. It is best for all of us.
Very well, then.
I think on the field of battle, Arnold was the most courageous man I ever knew. But his strength was beyond his own control, at the mercy of a fearful pride. He was a Lucifer in regimentals. And I, since I felt responsible for his fate, well, I found myself more and more his friend in the later days, and Peggy Arnold's friend as well. During the second winter after West Point, at Philadelphia, where Arnold governed a growling populace...
John, Sir John, when will it end? Where will it end?
The war, Peggy? Must we talk of war? I promised you I'd sketch your portrait again. Would you pose for me now?
A major general and still an artist. Oh, John, I'm sick to death of battles, too, but when will it end?
Who knows? We've offered these curious people everything. Representation in Parliament, the repeal of all grievous trade restrictions, their own Congress to continue as their continental government here, General Washington's freedom, everything.
Everything except independence.
Could we do that when we've won the war?
But have you won? Did you win at West Point? Does anyone ever win?
It's almost over now. Your husband has seen to that. He's ravaged Connecticut.
His own home. His own state. I saw him afterwards, John. He looked like death.
They'll not forget him in Virginia, along the James.
Who shall ever forget Benedict Arnold on this side of the ocean? But, John, I'm a woman. I don't understand war or warriors. How can these rebels go on and on?
They're strong men, Peggy. Nathaniel Greene, Harry Knox, Sullivan, Morgan, George Rogers Clark, and Lafayette, who slipped through our fingers up on the Hudson. They won't surrender. Not Greene or Lafayette or the others. They lurk behind the western mountains and strike when they can. Where the sea route runs, we rule. Inland, we chase a will-o'-the-wisp. It's what is called a guerrilla war now. In London, the King's ministers are sick to death of it.
London. Once upon a time, it seemed so near. Gay city.
It's not so far, dear lady, and not so gay. But may we not forget our troubles for a while? If you wish, I'll play for you.
Please do, General Andre.
Quiet now. Quiet, Peggy. It's nothing, I'm sure.
No, it's nothing. Just the same thing. The same thing.
What was that noise?
A stone, Ben. Another stone. There have been so many stones.
Oh, there's a note, I suppose, tied to the stone as usual.
Yes, Ben. Here it is.
Ha! They have no imagination, these Dutch and Quaker scum. It reads, "Get out, traitor, get out of Philadelphia." Well, they shall have their wish.
You have news from Clinton?
Famous news, John. At last they're taking my advice in New York. We're to move on the nest of rebels in the Virginia hills with concerted force. I'm to lead, John, with you and Cornwallis as my division commanders. But I'm to lead. This time we'll chase them clear into the Ohio.
Near Stanton, in the valley of the Shenandoah, at a mountain pass, the last organized American army, commanded by Nathaniel Greene, surprised the British under Arnold. We British were destroyed, wiped out in one hot, furious afternoon. But Arnold lived, with a ball in his chest and another in his tortured thigh, the leg that had been hit at Quebec and crushed at Saratoga. And I live, too, untouched by lead, for Lady Luck is my sweet, dear friend. I tended him through the terrors of a hospital wagon train, over the corduroy roads, and I got him home at last to Philadelphia, a desperately wounded prisoner under guard in his own house, where he lay for many weeks.
John, why are the bells ringing? Peggy, tell them to stop those bells. Why are they ringing?
Ben, you must be quiet. The doctor said
I've never been quiet. Why are the bells ringing?
Ben, I'm afraid it's bad news. The war is over. We've given in to independence. The people are celebrating.
The people. Louts, fools, scum.
Ben. Oh, Ben.
Peggy, I'm afraid you'll never be a duchess now.
I don't care, Ben. What do I care? How can I care?
Peggy, I think you'd better leave now. It would be better.
Oh, no, John, please let me stay. I'll be good. I'll be strong. So strong.
Ben, can you hear me, Ben?
Yes, I can hear you, John.
I led you on under the fir trees by the Hudson. I wouldn't give up my own quest for glory. Will you forgive me?
Nothing to forgive. It's justice. But I always had to be top man. Always. Peggy?
What is it, Ben? What is it?
The mill wheel. The wheel. It stopped. The wheel stopped turning. The wheel has stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, please recall, if you will, this scene in which a stroke of fate occurred that might have changed history and led to the success of Benedict Arnold's treachery.
And now, Major Andre, if we can adjourn to Mr. Smith's house up the road, the papers I spoke of will be provided.
But, General Arnold, I must return to the Vulture. Look there, above the trees. It's almost dawn.
But the papers are important, man. They contain information concerning the numbers of our troops and their disposition.
I have that information in my head, General. Really, I beg of you, I must get back to Captain Sutherland aboard ship. Goodbye, General Arnold.
Here to explain what the actual stroke of fate was is our consultant on tonight's program, the noted historian James Thomas Flexner, author of the best-selling biography of Arnold and Andre, The Traitor and the Spy. Mr. Flexner.
The stroke of fate that changed history in tonight's show was Andre's decision to return to the Vulture instead of going to Smith's house. In reality, he went with Arnold, and while they were at Smith's, the Vulture was fired on and slipped down river. The following night, Andre set out for British territory on horseback. He had almost reached safety when 3 armed farmers grabbed his horse's bridle. Finding under his stockings the papers he had gone to Smith's house to see, they realized that he was a spy and delivered him to an American outpost. Lady Luck so arranged it that Arnold received the news of Andre's capture before a messenger who was sent to General Washington reached him, and thus the conspirator escaped to British-held New York, where Peggy Arnold joined him. Andre was hanged as a spy, but he died so nobly he became an international hero. Living on, the Arnolds fled to England, where they sank ever deeper into debt and disgrace. At long last, Arnold succumbed to what Peggy called a perturbed mind, and she soon followed him to a grave so obscure that its location was forgotten. The heroism Arnold had displayed before his treason had made Washington and many other leading patriots his friends. However, their political opponents refrained from starting a witch hunt, and when it became clear that the miscreant had acted almost completely alone, American faith in American unity mounted. The slender chance, the stroke of fate, by which Andre had been captured, was regarded by patriots as proof that God had intervened to protect a righteous cause. In the end, Arnold's unsuccessful treason strengthened the patriot march to victory.
Thank you, Mr. Flexner. We invite you to listen next week to hear what might have happened
if, by a stroke of fate, Julius Caesar had wed Egypt's queen, Cleopatra.
Featured in tonight's Stroke of Fate presentation were Alexander Scorby as Benedict Arnold, Richard Waring as Major John Andre. Others in the cast, Ted Osborne, Marie Stroud, Wendell Holmes, Frederick Rolfe, and William Redfield. Your announcer is Lionel Rico. Stroke of Fate is produced by Mort and Lester Lewis, conceived by Mort Lewis, and directed by Fred Way. Tonight's play was written by George Faulkner. This is the NBC Radio Network.
The Damon Runyon Theater. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theater brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Blonde Mink. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. Well, one night I am sitting in Mindy's enjoying a late snack after a hard day of trying to make some bobs, when who sits down beside me but Julie the Stalker. He looks at me for a minute, then says...
Broadway, I see slats slaving today.
You what?
I see slats today.
Julie, you are crazy. That is something you cannot do.
Nevertheless, I do. Well, see you later.
And with that, Julie gets up and walks away. He leaves me with a dill pickle stuck in my throat. Now, why his word should give me a cold chill and make me lose my appetite is something I will tell you about in a minute.
now back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Blonde Mink.
Like I say, Julie gets up and walks away. But I catch my breath and start after him. I grab him just before he gets out the door. And the scene is as follows.
There is something wrong, Broadway?
I do not know yet. But, Julie, you are kidding me, huh?
No. I tell you, I see Slats today.
Julie, Slats is dead. I know because I go to his funeral a week ago.
Oh, sure. I know he is dead.
But you see him today.
Look, today I go to the cemetery, maybe to put a few posies in his grave, you know? And there is nobody around, only me. I am there maybe 5 minutes and thinking what a great pal Slats was.
Yeah, I know all that, Julie. He is a great guy, and we are all sorry he is no more. But that is neither here nor any place. What I want to know is...
Like I say, I am there maybe 5 minutes when I hear him talk to me.
Slats?
Yeah, sure. Who else knows me in the cemetery?
Go on. Talk some more.
So he says hello, I say hello, and we talk.
What about?
Oh, about this and that, but mostly how cold he is.
Julie, you are making me almost believe this.
Why not? It is true. Well, I leave the cemetery, and I am not able to think of anything else but poor Slats.
I can understand this.
Broadway, I love that guy like he is my brother. He is the only citizen who ever gives me a break when I am down and out.
Yeah, I know, but
The time I get knocked out in a ring by the tiger, remember? I'm in the hospital.
Sure, but...
Slats pays all the bills and then lets me live in his big apartment. I love the guy.
Julie...
I am practically a stranger to him then, but he does it because he wants to help me. Broadway, I love that guy.
You talk like he is still alive.
Oh, no. He is dead. But he is very cold. Well, I gotta go now. I got a lot of thinking to do.
With that, Julie leaves me again. And this time I stay put. Because it being night and more than somewhat dark, I have no wish to listen to more of that talk. Naturally, I figured that Julie has some loose boards, and I feel sorry for him. Well, I do not see him for about a week. Then one night I am getting ready to leave my hotel room when I hear... Come in?
Hello, Broadway.
Oh, Julie, come on in.
If you are going out, I will not bother you.
Sit down. I wonder what becomes of you after that talk we have in Mindy's.
Oh, I am hearing about. Mostly at the cemetery.
Julie, look, you should not spend so much time there. It is coming on winter.
Yeah, coming on winter. He's cold, Broadway, awful cold. He tells me that all the time. I gotta do something for poor Slats. I just gotta.
Julie, does anybody else see Slats?
Oh, no, I go there alone.
I see.
Broadway, I gotta get some advice on what to do.
About Slats?
Yeah, and Beatrice.
Beatrice? Oh, his girlfriend.
Yeah, only she ain't a friend, Broadway. She ain't a friend.
Maybe you better sit down and start talking.
Yeah, I will.
Now, go ahead. If it'll make you feel better, I will listen to you.
Thanks. Slats will appreciate it, too.
I would just as soon he thanks me through you.
I will tell him.
Thanks.
Well, it is hard to know where to start, but I think I will go back to the day that he first introduces me to Beatrice. I'm not in the apartment when he brings her there, but I get there a very short while after they do, and I'm about to open the door when I hear a doll laughing.
Go on, laugh some more, B. I like to hear it.
Why?
I don't know, maybe because I...
Hiya, Slats. Didn't know you got company.
Come on in, Julie, come on.
I ain't gonna stay only a minute.
I was waiting for you. Julie, meet B. B, this is Julie. I told you about him.
Oh, yeah. The ex-prize fighter.
Hiya.
Fine, and you?
Oh, making out. Just making out.
Slats, I gotta go now. I got a rehearsal in an hour.
Oh, sure. What about after the show tonight?
What about it?
Supper, dancing?
All right. The two of us.
Huh? Sure? The two of us?
Good.
I'll get a cab for you.
No, I can do it. See you after the show. Nice to meet you, Julie.
Yeah. Here, too.
Be back in a second, Julie. Some doll, huh, Julie?
Oh, yeah, look her. Quite a good-looking Judy.
You like her?
Sure.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
Maybe this one's different, Julie.
Yeah, could be. Sooner or later, you gotta hit a winner.
I got a hunch this is it.
Sure. Oh, by the way, you win 10 grand on the day.
I can pick 'em, huh?
You're awful good at picking horses.
Just horses, huh?
Sure?
No, I'm used to it.
Sure.
Okay, let's get to work and handicap a few GGs for tomorrow.
Well, that is the way it starts, Broadway. You know something about it?
Not much. All I know is that this bee is a very fancy doll. And very expensive.
Yeah, she is. And I guess you remember that Slats and B make it a very close twosome.
Sure.
Yeah, it goes on for maybe 6-8 months. He's a good guy, Broadway. There ain't anything he does not do for her.
I remember. In fact, there are several dolls around the stem here who give their ever-loving husbands a bad time when they point out how good Slats is to be.
Yeah, but he is good to everybody.
What about the rest of the story?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I almost forgot. Let's see. I'm telling you that I meet B that night, and for 6-8 months there is nothing too good for her or too expensive. Well, it's one night, maybe about 2-3 in the morning. I'm in my room when I hear B and Slats come in. You see, they often come to the apartment after the show she is in, and I make scrambled eggs and bacon for them. But this night, well, I'm in bed with a cold. They come in, and I don't want to listen, but I can't help it.
Oh, now be reasonable, honey. I told you why I can't do it.
Sure, you told me why, sure.
Come on, laugh for me.
What at? Is there anything funny?
Mad?
Let me alone.
Ah, B.
B.
You're even prettier when you're sore.
Slats, honey, please. Please get it for me.
I can't be. I really can't.
Please, pretty, please. It's the one thing I really want, real bad.
Well, you got 5 fur coats already. What's the difference if you don't get one more?
But this is different. It's a blonde mink.
Blonde, brunette, redhead. What's the difference?
It's the only one I've seen like it. Oh, would the eyes pop out if I walked in with that coat on some night? Think of it, Slats. You and me walking into a nightclub.
You'll have to wait to take that walk, honey.
Why?
You told me how much the coat costs.
Only $23,000.
That's every cent I got. Oh, Lopi. I haven't been hitting him too well for the last couple of weeks.
Oh, but you will.
Sure. But until I get back in the win, I've got obligations.
Obligations?
Yeah. The 23 grand I got will see me through. Just.
Obligations. You said obligations.
That's right.
Like what?
Different things.
Sure. Obligations. Like that punch-drunk tramp you got living here, sopping up your money. And every wobbly on Broadway knows he can hit you for a touch anytime.
Me, for the love of Mike.
Sure, go to Slats. He'll give you 100 or 1,000. He won't even put it on the books. I can't even ask you for a measly fur coat.
Measly?
Yeah. If you had back half, even a third of the money you throw away on panhandlers and down and outers, I could have that coat.
You don't understand, B.
You're so right. I don't understand. And I ain't gonna try until you got better reasons for putting me back of a lot of has-beens and punch-drunk fighters.
B, wait a minute! B, for the love of... B! B! Julie, you're here. Julie, help me.
Slats, what's the matter?
I know, I got an awful funny feeling in my chest.
Your face is all white. What?
I gotta sit down.
Yeah, you sure sit.
Never had anything like this before.
Gee, I better call a doc, huh?
No. Be all right. I didn't know you were here.
I was sleeping. You woke me up when you yelled for me.
Sleeping?
Yeah, I do not hear you come in, Slats.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
B don't mean anything, Julie. She's a good kid, only spoiled.
Hey, sure, that's all. Spoiled rotten.
Yeah, Julie, I never had nothing like this before. Julie, I'm scared. Scared stiff.
That is the story that Julie tells me, up to that point. But it is not the end. Not by far. And what happens after, I will tell you about in a minute.
And now back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Blonde Mink.
Like I say, Julie is telling me about Slats and B. I listen to him go on with the story as follows.
I get Doc Brennan over real fast. Doc looks at Slats, then he takes me aside and tells me that Slats is about ready for the long ride. I do not believe it.
I understand why you do not. There is never anything wrong with Slats.
Well, Doc Brennan says it is sudden excitement. Besides, I remember that Slats does a lot of worrying for a couple of weeks. Anyhow, the doc tells me, and when he goes, Slats calls me over to him, and he tells me to get Beatrice there real fast. I call her. She comes in maybe half hour later. She goes into him, but I stand right there outside the door.
Oh?
I do not do it to listen, but I figure if she gets him excited again, I will kill her.
Yeah, I see. What happens then?
Like I say, I stand outside the door and I hear what goes on, and it is like this.
I came as soon as I get away, Slats. What happened?
The chicken took a nosedive. Won't come back up.
You ain't gonna...
Yeah. Oh, you're crying.
Slats, don't. Please don't.
This is something I can't get for you, honey. This is something I can't fix.
What'll I do, Slats? What'll I do?
I'm going to tell you that. Now listen to me. Get everything I say.
All right.
There's an envelope under my pillow. Get it out.
Raise your head.
Yeah. You got it?
This?
Uh-huh. There's 23 grand in there.
Slats.
Give Julie $2,000.
Julie, give him...
Do it. Then go to Berry Brothers over in Brooklyn.
Who are they?
B. They got a stone made for me. Big fancy one. Only thing I ever bought for myself. I gotta be in style when they come out to...
Slats, stop talking like that.
Keep the rest of the dough for yourself. It'll come to about 19 grand.
19,000, but...
It's a pretty fancy stone. Cost $2 grand. Didn't want to pay for it before because I figured that'd be coaxing. What's here? That's all, baby. You'd better go now.
Slats, please.
Get out of here, B. Get out fast.
Please.
I said get out of here now.
Yeah, Slats.
Hurry it up, B, and don't look around.
Julie, you'd better go in there.
Yeah, I am. You going?
Yeah, I'm going.
He tell you anything?
No, nothing.
Uh-huh.
What are you staring at, you tramp?
Nothing. Just absolutely nothing.
And go on in there. Go on in. And stop staring at me.
So long. Slats? Slats?
Slats.
That is the way he dies, Broadway.
Yeah, I see. But about the dough he gives B, what do you do about it?
I go to see B one day, right after Slats' well, the day after the funeral. I go to her place. It is a pretty ritzy apartment. At first, she does not want to see me, but I bust in anyway.
All right, you're in. Now what do you want? I've got a rehearsal in 20 minutes.
I will not take up too much time, B.
I know you won't. Go on, make it fast, will you?
Sure, I want to know what about the dough.
Dough? What dough?
23 grand.
You're on a long, big dream, Julie.
I hear Slats give it to you.
So you can hear through those cauliflowers.
All I want is to know what about the dough.
There ain't any.
You are lying.
If you're not out of here in 10 seconds, I'll have you tossed out.
I hear Slats tell you to pay for his marker.
You're crazy. You took so many punches you don't know.
I can also still give him.
You wouldn't try it.
No. No, I guess I would. Slats would not like it. I would never do anything Slats does not like.
Get out of here.
I am telling you. I do not care for the $2,000 he gives you for me. I do not care for it. All I want is for you to buy that marker for Slats. He is expecting it.
You talk like he's alive.
I see him.
You.
It is not funny.
Did you tell anybody else you saw Slats?
Yeah. Why?
Did you tell anybody else about the money?
No. Why?
Tell everybody. See if they'll listen to you. Tell them you saw Slats and about the money. You think they'll believe you?
I am warning you, B. If you do not get that marker for Slats, I'll do something about it. But first I will ask Slats. That is what happens when I go to see her.
Julie, you are sure that Slats gives her the money?
You do not believe me?
Well...
I see. Maybe she is right about people thinking I am crazy.
No, I do not think that. Only
what?
Nothing. Just nothing.
Uh-huh. Well, I will go now because I promised Slats I will see him again tonight. So long, Broadway.
So long, Julie.
Do you wish me to say hello to him for you?
Oh, please do.
He always likes you. Maybe he will come to see you.
I am thinking of moving from here.
Oh? Well, you will give me your new address and I will tell him. So long.
Well, I do not see Julie for maybe another week. I almost forget about the whole thing. Until one night I am sitting in Mindy's when I am joined by Johnny Brannigan, who is a plainclothes copper. And the scene is as follows.
Hello, Broadway.
Oh, how are you, Johnny?
Pretty good. Mind if I sit down?
Well...
I know. It wouldn't look good for you to be seen with a cop.
No, it's not that.
It is that. But I'll sit down.
You, have something on your mind?
Uh-huh. What are you eating?
Blintzes.
Too rich for me late at night.
Is this to be a discussion of foods?
Not altogether, Broadway. You know a girl named Beatrice Jordan?
I know of her.
Slats Slavin's girl, wasn't she?
I believe they have an understanding.
Mm-hmm. What else do you know about her?
Nothing. Nothing at all, Johnny.
I see. You, like sour cream on blintzes?
And jelly.
Sure. Well, it seems this Beatrice is running around lately with a young fella from Colorado.
She gets around.
Mm-hmm. And it seems his family carries more weight than Pike's Peak. So I get a call from Colorado to keep an eye on the boy and Beatrice.
I never have anything to do with her. I know nothing about her, except that she is one Slats' girlfriend.
Okay. I thought maybe because you get around a lot, you could tell whether she's on the level or not. I gotta turn in a report, you know.
Oh, sure.
Those blintzes sure look good.
Oh, they are. Johnny.
Yeah?
I cannot tell you if B is on the level with the citizen from Colorado.
Oh? So?
But I do know that her idea of a level is more than somewhat uneven.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Broadway.
That is all right, Johnny.
Drop around the house some night, Broadway. My wife makes wonderful blintzes.
Now, all this talk makes me more than somewhat curious. However, it is none of my business, except for Julie. But I do not see him for some time. In fact, it is 2 days later before I even hear anything. Then it is Johnny Brannigan who comes to see me in my hotel room. And the scene is as follows.
Broadway, 2 days ago, I asked you for a line on Beatrice Jordan.
I remember.
I had the feeling then that you could tell me a few things about her that you were holding back.
I am not a stoolie, Johnny. Anyhow, I tell you all I know, which adds up to 0.
Sure. Broadway, I have worries. Lots of them.
What brings him on?
Where's Julie?
Julie? I do not see him for 2 days.
Uh-huh. Broadway, I gotta find him and ask him a few questions.
I do not think he will talk, Johnny.
I gotta ask him anyway. Know where he is?
What if I tell you?
I told you. Just a few questions.
That all?
What else?
You look for him where he lives?
Uh-huh. Landlady said he didn't come home at all last night.
Oh.
Now, I know he comes here to see you. So I figured you might know where he is now.
At the cemetery.
What?
He goes there to see Slats.
What?
That's what he tells me.
I see. Well, how'd you like to go along with me?
What for?
Maybe he'd rather talk to you than to a cop.
About what, Johnny?
About Bee. She was killed last night.
I stare at Johnny. He just looks back at me. There is a big hole that is once my stomach. And I feel like a first-class heel to tell him where Julie might be. But I can do nothing. Johnny is very gentle when he insists I go with him, so I do. And what happens when we get to the cemetery, I will not forget if I live long enough to see Harry the horse shake hands with the police commissioner. And I will tell you about it in a minute. We get to the cemetery, and it is coming on a very dark night, and it is cold with snow on the ground. I do not mind telling you that I have a hard time keeping my hair from pushing my hat off of my head. Then I hear Johnny talking to me.
We near the place now, Broadway?
Yeah, just ahead. But look, Johnny...
It's all right, Broadway. I won't hurt him. I just want to ask him some questions. If he's like you say, he'll be all right.
I hope so. I hope so.
Shh. Look.
Yeah, that is Julie.
Who's he talking to?
Slats.
Cut it out.
Who is that?
Answer him, Broadway.
Me?
Go on.
Who is that?
Julie, it is Broadway.
Oh, swell. His Slats is here, Broadway. He will be glad to see you.
Julie, it is very cold out here. Maybe you better come back to town with me?
Oh, come on and say hello to Slats. Then I will go with you.
Go ahead.
Okay, Julie.
There is somebody with you.
Huh?
I see somebody's shadow.
That's right, Julie. It's me, Johnny Brannigan.
Johnny.
A cop. A cop, Broadway. You bring a cop.
It's all right, Julie. We're coming over to talk with you.
Please do not do that, Johnny. Broadway, ask him please not to.
Johnny, do not go over there.
I've got to. I want to talk to Slats, too, Julie.
Please do not come closer, Johnny. I know what you are here for.
Just ask a few questions.
No.
Julie, please take it easy. Everything is all right.
Stay away.
Julie, drop that gun. Drop it.
No, I do what is right. I do what Slats tells me to.
Julie, drop that gun. Broadway, drop that gun.
I will hit you the next time, Johnny.
Julie, please. I'll forget you fired at me if you'll only drop that gun.
No.
Ow.
Johnny, you hit?
Julie, even now I won't say anything about the gun, please.
Julie, everything is all right.
I know. I make it all right. But I'm not going with you.
Johnny, what happens?
I think I winged him. Come on.
Johnny, you shoot awful good.
This is one time I didn't mean to. He moved fast to one side.
Sure. I know, Johnny.
I better put in a call and find out. Broadway. Look.
Huh? At what?
What's that? Spread over Slat's grave.
It looks like something to keep Slats warm. I think they call it blonde mink.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Blonde Mink. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theater. The The Damon Runyon Theater, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production.
Herewith, Miss Helen Hayes, starring in A Farewell to Arms by Ernest Hemingway. This is the Ford Theater.
The Ford Theater, a full hour of the finest dramatic entertainment with celebrated stars of Broadway and Hollywood, is presented by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Ford cars, Ford trucks, motor coaches, and farm tractors, and Lincoln and Mercury cars. Owners say the 1949 Mercury is the smartest car they ever drove, the smartest buy they ever made. Now, to introduce tonight's program, here is the director of the Ford Theater, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you one of the most memorable emotional experiences in American storytelling. Mr. Ernest Hemingway's A Farewell to Arms first appeared in 1929, and except for 3 years, there has been war of some kind ever since, which is reason enough for offering our version for listening to Mr. Hemingway's story at this time. And tonight, we're not only pleased and fortunate to have a great story for you, we're also very proud to have with us in the Ford Theater a great actress, one of the most dazzling talents in the American theater, Miss Helen Hayes. Miss Hayes will be playing Catherine Barclay, the role she created for motion pictures, and with her you'll be hearing Everett Sloane as Rinaldi, Hester Sondergaard as Ferguson, and I'm going to remain at the microphone with them to tell the story of Lieutenant Frederick Henry, an American serving in the ambulance corps of the Italian Army in 1916. Please to begin. In the late summer of that year, we lived in a house in a village that looked across the river and the plain to the mountains. The Austrians were there in the north, and all day and all night Italian troops and big guns pulled by motor tractors went by the house and down the road. There were many victories, but one day the snow came very fast, and suddenly it was winter, and we knew it was all over for that year. None of the mountains beyond the river had been taken. That was all left for the offensive next year. I went on a long leave, and when I came back to the front, we still lived in that town. There were many more guns in the country around, and the spring had come. The room I shared with Lieutenant Rinaldi, a surgeon in the Italian Medical Corps, looked out on a courtyard. The window was open, and there was a breeze from the sea. Rinaldi had been asleep when I came in, but he woke when he heard me in the room and got up and put his arms around my neck and kissed me.
Oh, baby, you look fine. What kind of a time did you have?
Magnificent.
Where did you go and what did you do? Tell me everything at once.
I went everywhere. Milan, Florence, Rome, Naples, Messina.
Did you have any beautiful adventures?
Yes.
Where?
Milan, Florence, Rome, Naples.
Ah, that's enough. Tell me really, what was best?
In Milan.
That was because it was first. But here now we have beautiful girls. English girls, never been to the front before.
Oh?
You don't believe me, huh? We will go now this afternoon and see. English girls. I am now in love with Miss Barclay. I will take you to call at the British hospital. I will probably marry Miss Barclay.
I have to get washed up and report. Doesn't anybody work now?
Next week the war starts again. They say so. The winter is over. You will come with me to see Miss Barclay?
No.
Oh, yes, baby. You will please come and make a good impression on her.
All right. Wait till I get cleaned up.
Wash up and come as you are. Ah, wait. We should have a drink.
Not Strega.
No. Grappa.
All right.
There. For you. For me. Another, eh? Then I will take you to see Miss Barclay.
All right.
All right. Have you got any money, baby?
Yes.
Good. Loan me 50 lire.
The British hospital was a big villa built by the Germans before the war. Miss Barclay was in the garden with another nurse. Her name was Ferguson. We walked through the trees, Miss Barclay somehow walking with me and Rinaldi ahead with the other nurse. Miss Barclay was blonde and had a tawny skin and gray eyes, and she carried a thin rattan stick bound in leather like a riding crop. I thought she was very beautiful.
You're not an Italian, are you?
Oh, no. I'm an American.
What an odd thing to be in the Italian army.
Oh, it's not really the army. It's only the ambulance. Just that I was in Italy when it started, and I speak Italian.
It's very odd, though. Why'd you do it?
I don't know. There isn't always an explanation for everything.
Oh, isn't there? I was brought up to think there was.
What's that stick you're carrying?
It belonged to a boy who was killed last year.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry.
He was a very nice boy. He was going to marry me, and he was killed in the Somme. There's not really any sort of war down here, is there?
Not yet.
His mother sent me the little stick. They returned it with his things.
Had you been engaged long?
8 years. We grew up together.
Why didn't you marry?
I don't know. I was a fool not to. I could have given him that anyway. But I thought it would be bad for him going away.
I see.
Have you ever loved anyone?
No. Let's sit down on the bench here.
All right.
You have beautiful hair.
Do you like it?
Very much.
I was going to cut it all off when he died.
Oh, no.
I wanted to do something for him. He could have had anything he wanted if I'd have known. I would have married him or anything. I know all about it now. But then he wanted to go to war, and I didn't know. I thought it would be worse for him. I thought perhaps he couldn't stand it. And then, of course, he was killed, and that was the end of it.
I don't know.
Oh, yes, that was the end of it. Your friend's a doctor, isn't he?
Yes, he's very good.
That's splendid. You rarely find anyone any good this close to the front. This is close to the front, isn't it?
Quite close.
Are they going to have an offensive?
Yes.
Then we'll have to work. There's no work now.
Have you done nursing long?
Since the end of 15. I started when he did. I remember having a silly idea he might come to the hospital where I was, with a saber cut, I suppose, and a bandage around his head, something picturesque.
This is the picturesque front.
Do you suppose it will always go on?
No.
What's to stop it?
Oh, it'll crack somewhere.
Do we have to go on and talk this way?
No.
That's a relief, isn't it?
After a while, we said goodnight and left. Walking home, Rinaldi said,
Miss Barkley prefers you to me. That is very clear. But the other one is very nice.
Very. You like her?
No.
The next evening, I went to call on Miss Barkley again at the British hospital. She was sitting on a bench in the garden. Miss Ferguson was with her. They seemed glad to see me, but in a little while, Miss Ferguson got up to go.
I'll leave you two. You get along very well without me.
Don't go, Helen.
I'd really rather. I must write some letters.
Good night, then.
Good night, Mr. Henry.
Don't write anything that'll bother the censor.
Don't worry. I only write about what a beautiful place we live in and how brave the Italians are.
That way you'll be decorated.
That will be nice. Good night, Catherine.
I'll see you in a little while, Fergie.
I don't think Ferguson likes me very much.
Oh, nonsense. She's very nice. She's a nurse.
Aren't you a nurse?
Oh, no. I'm something called a VAD. We work very hard, but no one trusts us.
Why not?
I suppose because we're volunteers. The Italians didn't want women so near the front, so we're all on very special behavior. We're not allowed out.
I can come here, though.
Oh, yes. We're not cloistered.
Let's drop the war.
It's very hard. There's no place to drop it.
Let's drop it anyway.
No, please don't. Your arm.
Why not? I want to kiss you.
No.
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slap you.
You're quite right.
I'm dreadfully sorry. I just couldn't stand the nurse's evening off aspect of it. I hurt you, didn't I?
Oh, you did exactly right. I don't mind at all.
Poor man.
You see, I've been leading a sort of a funny life here, and you're so very beautiful.
You don't need to say a lot of nonsense. I said I was sorry. We do get on.
Yes. We have gotten away from the war.
You're sweet.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are a dear. I'd be very glad to kiss you, if you don't mind.
I looked in her eyes and put my arm around her as I had before and kissed her. I kissed her hard, and as I held her, suddenly she shivered. I held her close against me, and I could feel her heart beating, and her head went back against my hand, and then she was crying.
Oh, darling, you will be good to me, won't you?
Isn't there anywhere we can go?
No, we have to just stay here. You did say you loved me, didn't you?
Yes.
Say it.
I love you,
And you will call me Catherine?
Catherine.
This is a rotten game we play, isn't it?
What game?
You're a nice boy, and you play it as well as you know how, but it's a rotten game.
You always know what people think?
Not always, but I do with you. You don't have to pretend you love me. That's over for the evening. There's something else you'd like to talk about?
But I do love you.
Please, let's not lie when we don't have to.
Catherine.
Sounds very funny. Catherine. Not the way he said it. You don't pronounce it very much alike. But you're very good. And you will come and see me.
Of course.
You don't have to say you love me. That's all over for a while. Good night.
I want to kiss you.
Do you want to very much?
Yes.
All right.
We walked to the door, and I saw her go in and down the hall. I liked to watch her move. I went on home. It was a hot night, and there was a good deal going on up in the mountains. I watched the guns flashing on San Gabriele, and I went up to my room.
So, you make progress with Miss Barkley, eh, baby?
Oh, we're friends.
You have that smug air of a cat with a mouthful of canary.
And you have the air of an ignorant, uninformed Italian oaf. Good night.
Good night, little kitten.
The next afternoon, we heard there was to be an attack up the river that night and that we were to take 4 ambulances there. I was riding in the first car, and as we passed the entry to the British hospital, I told my driver to stop. I hurried up the driveway, and inside the reception hall, I asked for Miss Barkley. She was on duty, and they sent an orderly to find her, and she came back with him, and we stepped outside.
I wasn't expecting you until tonight.
I'm leaving now for a show up above Plava.
An attack?
Oh, it's all right. I don't think it's anything.
And you'll be back?
Tomorrow.
Here, please take this. It's a St. Anthony. They say a St. Anthony's very useful.
I'll take care of him for you.
And come tomorrow night.
Yes. Goodbye.
No, not goodbye.
All right.
Do be a good boy and be careful.
Catherine?
No. Oh, no, you can't kiss me here. You can't.
All right.
Tomorrow night.
We drove very fast, and soon we saw the dust of the other 3 cars ahead of us, and Manera, my driver, settled back and began to talk.
Tenente, there is nothing as bad as war. We in the auto ambulance cannot even realize how bad it is.
We went along the rough, new military road that followed the crest of a ridge, and I looked to the north at the 2 ranges of mountains, green and dark to the snow line, and then white and lovely in the sun. Those were all the Austrian mountains, and we had nothing like them.
When people realize how bad war is, they cannot do anything to stop it because they go crazy.
There were many troops on the road, and motor trucks and mules with mountain guns. And as we went down, keeping to the side, I could see the river far down below, and under a hill beyond the river, the broken houses of the little town that was to be taken.
Some people never realize how bad war is.
The sun was going down when we reached our rendezvous point. The road there was below the level of the riverbank, and all along the side there were holes dug in the bank with infantry in them. We parked the cars, and I reported to the major.
If this thing goes well, Lieutenant, I will see that you are decorated.
I said I hoped it would go well, but that he was too kind. And then I went to the big dugout where my drivers had been placed.
This is going to be a dirty mess, eh, Tenente?
Yes.
They will shell us to very little pieces.
Well, they will surely try, Gordini.
Tenente, what if we take San Gabriele? What if we take the cars from Monfalcone? Where are we then? Did you see all the far mountains today?
I saw them.
Do you think we could take all them, too? Only if the Austrians stop fighting.
One side must stop fighting.
Why don't we stop fighting?
Yes, if the Austrians come down onto Italy, they'll get tired and go away. They have their own country, but no, instead there is a war.
You're an orator, Pacini.
We think, we read. We are not peasants, we are mechanics. But even the peasants know better than to believe in a war. Everybody hates this war.
There is a class that controls a country that is stupid and does not realize anything and never can.
Also, they make money out of it.
Most of them don't, Gabuzzi, eh? It is as Manera says, they are too stupid. They do it for nothing, for stupidity.
We must shut up. We talk too much, even for Tenente.
Do we eat yet, Tenente?
I'll go and see.
Is there anything I can do, Tenente? Can I help in any way?
Come with me if you want, Manera.
Of course.
It was dark outside, and the long light from the searchlights was moving over the mountains. It was quiet as we crossed the brickyard to the main dressing station where the major was sitting at a field telephone. And as we returned to the dugout with food, from all the guns behind us, the bombardment started.
Oh, it is starting now. Now is the trouble.
Hey, 420.
No, there aren't any 420s in the mountains.
They have big Skoda guns. I've seen the holes.
305s, Pacini.
This is the deep dugout.
That was a big trench mortar.
Yes, sir.
Oh! Mamma mia! Mamma mia!
After the blast and the pain and the floating lights, I heard somebody crying. I tried to move, but I couldn't move. I heard the machine guns and rifles firing across the river, all this in a moment. And then the crying came close. It was Passini. And when I touched him, he screamed. His legs were toward me, and I saw that they were both smashed above the knee. Then he was quiet and unmoving and dead. Now there were 3 others to locate. I sat up. My legs felt warm and wet, and my shoes were wet and warm inside. I knew that I was hit, and leaned over and put my hand on my knee. My knee wasn't there. It was down on my shin. I wiped my hand on my shirt, and another floating light came very slowly down, and I looked at my leg and was very afraid.
Tenente!
Someone took hold of me under the arms, and somebody else lifted my legs.
Tenente!
There are 3 others, Manero. 1 is dead.
This is Manera, Tenente. We went for a stretcher, but there was not any. How are you?
Where is Gordini and Gavuzzi?
Gordini's at the post, getting bandaged. Gavuzzi has your legs. Hey, hold tight to my neck now, Tenente. Are you badly hit?
In the leg. How is Gordini?
He's all right. It was a big trench mortar shell.
Orsini's dead.
Yes, he's dead. Oh, I'm sorry, Tenente. Hang on to my neck.
If you drop me again...
It was because we were scared.
Are you unwounded?
We were both wounded a little.
Can Gordini drive?
I don't think so. Oh, go. I'm sorry, Tenente. We won't drop you again.
In the ward at the field hospital, they told me a visitor was coming to see me in the afternoon. It was a hot day, and there were many flies in the room. Lying on the cot in my dirty bandages, I thought about Catherine seeing my name on the wounded list. I could easily guess what Ferguson would say. It was very obvious to me what Ferguson would be saying.
I knew it. Oh, I knew it. Already he's been wounded. You're going to be sorry about this, Catherine. There can be worse trouble than this, and you'll be sorry.
Oh, stop it, Fergie. No use talking that way.
This time he's been wounded. Next time he may never come back.
Never isn't a pretty word.
Sometimes you can't use pretty words. Don't go on with this, Catherine. You'll never know about him. You can never be sure.
Oh, Fergie, stop it now. No one ever knows anything or is sure of anything in a war. Men go to the front. Some of them come back. Some of them don't. Women can't expect to have any more luck than the men. It's very simple, after all. It's a dreadful thing, a terrible way for women to live, but there's absolutely nothing you can do about it.
I don't understand why you're talking like this.
That's very simple, too, Fergie. I'm in love with him. I'm in love with him, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it.
Day after day, week after week, owners of 1949 Mercurys continue to tell us what they think of their new cars. The comments of the overwhelming majority can be summed up as a proud statement that their 1949 Mercury is the smartest car they ever owned, the smartest buy they ever made. Owners from coast to coast say that the long, low, handsome new Mercury is the best-looking car they ever owned. They're proud of the powerful new 8-cylinder V-type Mercury engine and its wonderful economy. They tell of their family's enjoyment of Mercury's Comfort Zone ride, its broader, softer seating, its increased all-round visibility. And they praise Mercury's front coil springing, easier steering, and super safety brakes. They say they're pleased at how good the 1949 Mercury really is. Mighty pleased. And they know what they're talking about, too, because thousands of owners have driven their Mercurys millions of miles now. They have road-proven the 1949 Mercury. Inspect the 1949 Mercury yourself. Visit your Mercury dealer and get the full story from him. Once you see the Mercury inside and out, once you sit behind the wheel, your own experience will confirm the high opinion of Mercury owners, and you'll make your next car Mercury. And now here's Act Two of tonight's Ford Theater production of A Farewell to Arms, starring Helen Hayes as Catherine Barclay with Fletcher Markle as Lieutenant Henry.
My visitor that first painful afternoon in the field hospital was Rinaldi, and he came in very fast and bent down over the bed and kissed me.
How are you, baby? How do you feel? I bring you a bottle of cognac and good news. You will be decorated.
Huh? What for?
Because you are gravely wounded. Tell me exactly what happened. Did you do any heroic act?
No, I was blown up while we were eating cheese.
Oh, be serious, baby. You must have done something heroic either before or after. Didn't you carry anybody on your back? Gordini says that you
I didn't carry anybody. I couldn't move.
Well, that doesn't matter. Didn't you refuse to be medically aided before the others?
Not very firmly.
It doesn't matter. It was all a great success.
Did they cross the river?
Enormously.
How is everything?
Splendid. We are all splendid. Everybody is proud of you. And here now is some cognac.
Oh, good.
There. Drink that, baby. How is your poor head, huh?
Uh-uh.
I looked at your papers. You haven't any fracture. Only your leg. They will probably have to operate. Ah, that major at the first post was a hog butcher. I would take you and never hurt you. You must forgive me for talking so much, baby. I am very moved to see you so badly wounded. The cognac is good, isn't it?
Yes.
It ought to be good. It cost 15 lire. 5 stars.
Rinaldi, have you seen Miss Barkley?
I will bring her to you. I will go now and arrange it. You are going to be taken to the new American hospital at Milan, you know.
Oh, don't go yet. Tell me about things.
Oh, I wish you were going to be back with me, baby. No one to come in at night from adventures. No one to make fun of. No one to lend me money. We are war brothers, and we love each other.
You'll be good while I'm gone.
I will arrange to send Miss Barkley to Milan. You are better for her than me. You are purer and sweeter.
And you're an ignorant, frozen-faced, no-account son of
Oh, don't be angry, baby. Laugh, laugh. Take another drink. I must go, really. Kiss me goodbye.
You're sloppy.
No, I'm just more affectionate. But I won't kiss you if you don't want. I will send your English girl to Milan. Goodbye, baby. The cognac is under the bed.
The next day in the morning, I left for Milan. It was a bad trip. The pain went on, and I could feel it going in and out of the bone. Everything was new at the hospital, and they were not prepared for wounded yet. There was no room ready, and the doctor was in Lake Como, and no one knew anything about a Miss Barkley. I slept badly with the pain, but when I woke in the morning, I heard someone coming along the hall, and the door opens. It was Catherine. She stood there for a moment. She looked fresh and young and very beautiful. When I saw her, I knew that I was really in love with her, and everything turned over inside me. She looked up and down the hall, saw there was no one, and then she came to the side of the bed and leaned over and kissed me.
Hello, darling.
Oh, you sweet. Weren't you wonderful to come here?
It wasn't very hard. Rinaldi arranged it. Ferguson and I were transferred together, but I may not be able to stay.
Oh, you've got to stay. You're wonderful. I want to hold you.
You mustn't. You're not well enough.
Yes, I am. Please.
Feel our hearts beating.
I don't care about our hearts. Oh, you're lovely. You've got to stay. They can't send you away. I'm crazy in love with you.
We'll have to be awfully careful. You'll have to be careful in front of other people.
I will.
You'll have to be. Now, I must go, darling, really. The doctor's coming. He telephoned from Milan.
Oh, when does he get here?
He'll be here this afternoon. I'll come back when I can.
The doctor decided to operate on my leg the next morning. It was good that Catherine was there. She stayed on duty that night, and it was good to have her near. A breeze came in the night, and we watched the beam of a searchlight move across the sky, and we heard the men of the anti-aircraft gun on the next roof talking. Then I went to sleep. And in the morning, when it was light, Catherine came in looking fresh and lovely and sat on the bed. As the sun rose, we could smell the dew on the roofs of the town.
Now, you be careful, darling. You've such a lovely temperature, and we don't want to spoil it. I'm awfully proud of your temperature.
Maybe all our children will have fine temperatures.
Our children will probably have beastly temperatures. Oh, darling, when you're going under the ether, please think about something else, not us. Because people get very blabby under an anesthetic.
What should I think about?
Anything but us. Think about your people. Or even any other girl.
Oh, no.
Say your prayers, then. That ought to create a splendid impression.
I won't talk at all.
Now you're bragging, darling. Just start your prayers when they tell you to breathe deeply. You'll be lovely that way, and I'll be so proud of you. I'm very proud of you anyway. You have such a lovely temperature. And you sleep like a little boy with your arm around the pillow and dream of me. Or is it some other girl?
Oh, it's you.
I hope so. How many people have you ever loved?
Nobody.
Not me, even?
Oh, yes, you.
How many others, really?
None.
You're lying to me.
Yes.
It's all right. Keep right on lying to me. That's what I want you to do. Were they pretty?
I don't know anything about it.
You're just mine, that's all. And you've never belonged to anyone else. But I don't care if you have. I'm not afraid of them. But don't tell me about them. Please, darling. Don't ever tell me about them.
When I was awake after the operation, I saw sandbags at the end of the bed. They were on pipes that came out of the cast, and there was a strange nurse in the room. And I recognized her. It was Ferguson.
How is it now?
Oh, better.
You did a wonderful job on your knee.
How long did it take?
2 hours and a half.
Did I say anything silly?
No, not a thing. Now, don't talk. Just be quiet.
Catherine was greatly liked by the nurses because she would do night duty indefinitely, and there was no indication that she would be sent away. I loved her very much, and she loved me. I slept in the daytime, too, and sometimes we wrote notes during the day when we were awake and sent them by Ferguson.
How are you feeling today?
Oh, fine. I'm writing an important note. Will you come to our wedding, Fergie?
You'll never get married.
We will.
No, you won't.
Why not?
You'll fight before you marry.
Oh, we never fight.
You've time yet.
We don't fight.
Well, you'll die then. Fight or die. That's what people do. They don't marry.
Fergie, give me your hand.
Don't take hold of me. I'm not crying. Maybe you'll be all right, you two. But watch out for yourselves.
We will. You're a fine girl, Fergie.
I'm not. Don't try to flatter me. How did your leg feel?
All right.
You're a lucky young man. Have you the letter done? I'm going down.
We had a lovely time that summer. When I could go out, we went to the cathedral and we rode in a carriage in the park. I remember the carriage, the horse going slowly, and up ahead the back of the driver with his varnished high hat and Catherine sitting beside me. If we let our hands touch, just the side of my hand touching hers, we were excited.
Oh, darling, I couldn't feel any more married. There isn't any me anymore. I'm you. Don't I make a good wife?
You're a lovely wife.
You see, darling, I had one experience of waiting to be married.
I don't want to hear about it.
Oh, you know I don't love anyone but you. You shouldn't mind because someone else loved me.
I do.
You shouldn't be jealous of someone who's dead when you have everything.
No, but I don't want to hear about it.
Poor darling, don't worry. I won't ever leave you for someone else. I suppose all sorts of dreadful things will happen to us, but you don't have to worry about that.
Catherine, I'll have to go back to the front pretty soon.
We won't talk about that until you go. You see, I'm happy, darling, and we're having a lovely time. I haven't been happy for a long while, and when I met you, perhaps I was nearly crazy. Perhaps I was crazy. But now we're happy and we love each other. You are happy, aren't you? Hmm? Is there anything I do you don't like? Can I do anything to please you?
The summer went that way. I don't remember much about the days, except that they were hot and there were many victories in the papers. My legs were healing quickly, and it was not long before I was on crutches and then walking with a cane. One night late in the summer, we were talking softly out on the balcony. There was a mist over the town, and in a little while the mist turned to rain, and we came in. Soon it was raining hard, and we could hear it drumming on the roof. I got up to see if it was raining in, but it wasn't, so I left the door open.
Listen to it. Such a sound.
Oh, it's raining very hard now.
Darling, you'll always love me, won't you?
Of course.
And the rain won't make any difference?
No.
That's good. Because I'm afraid of the rain.
Why?
I don't know, darling. Always been afraid of the rain.
I like it.
I like to walk in it. But it's very hard on loving.
I love you always.
And I love you in the rain and in the snow and in the hail and... What else is there?
Don't know. You're not really afraid of the rain, are you?
Not when I'm with you.
Why are you afraid of it?
I don't know.
Tell me.
Don't make me.
Tell me.
All right. I'm afraid of the rain because sometimes I see me dead in it.
Catherine.
And sometimes I see you dead in it.
Oh, that's more likely.
Oh, no, it's not, darling, because I can keep you safe. I know I can. But nobody can help themselves.
Oh, please, stop this now. We won't be together much longer.
I'll stop it. It's all nonsense.
Yes, it's all nonsense.
It's all nonsense. It's only nonsense. I'm not afraid of the rain. I'm not afraid of the rain. Oh, dear God, I wish I wasn't.
In September, the first cool nights came. Then the days were cool, and the leaves on the trees in the park began to turn color, and we knew the summer was gone. The fighting at the front went very badly, and they could not take San Gabriele. My leg was now as well as it would get for a long time, and in October I got word that I would receive 3 weeks convalescent leave and then return to the front. I told Catherine about it as soon as she came off duty that day.
Well, that's lovely, darling. Where do you want to go?
Oh, nowhere. I want to stay here.
Well, that's silly. You pick a place to go, and I'll come, too.
How will you work it?
I don't know, but I will. If necessary, I'll simply leave.
You're such a good girl. Where should we go?
I don't care. Anywhere you want. Anywhere we don't know people.
Well, don't you care where we go?
No. I'll like any place.
What's the matter, Catherine?
Nothing. Nothing's the matter.
Oh, I know there is. Tell me, darling.
It's nothing.
Tell me.
I don't want to. I'm afraid it'll make you unhappy or worry you.
No, it won't.
You sure? It doesn't worry me, but I'm afraid to worry you.
It won't if it doesn't worry you.
Do I have to?
Yes.
I'm going to have a baby, darling. It's almost 3 months along. You're not worried, are you? Please, please don't.
Oh, I'm not worried only about you.
That's what you mustn't do. People have babies all the time. Everybody has babies.
You are a fine girl.
No, I'm not. But I try to be a good wife to you.
You are.
And please don't worry. We'll be all right. And I'll write you every day while you're at the front.
And where will you be?
I don't know yet, but somewhere splendid. I'll look after that.
Well, we should have a drink to all this. Would you like a brandy?
No, thank you. It only makes me dizzy. But you have one.
Didn't you ever drink brandy?
No, darling. You have a very old-fashioned wife.
The night I was to return to the front, Catherine and I walked to the Cathedral Square in Milan and had a farewell dinner in a front room in a little hotel at the far end of the square. We drank a bottle of Capri and ate very slowly. And afterwards, Catherine said,
It's a fine room.
Ah, and you're a fine girl.
I'm a very simple girl.
I didn't think so at first.
I know. I was a little crazy. But I wasn't crazy in any complicated manner. I didn't confuse you, did I, darling?
No.
We have such a fine time now. I don't take any interest in anything else anymore. I'm so happily married to you.
But at my back, I always hear Time's winged chariot hurrying near.
I know that poem. It's by Marvel. But it's about a girl who wouldn't live with a man.
It's nearly time to go. How often will you write?
Every day. Do they read your letters?
Oh, they can't read English enough to hurt any.
I'll make them very confusing.
But not too confusing. I'm afraid we have to start to go.
All right, darling. We're never settled anywhere very long, are we?
We will be.
I'll have a fine home for you when you come back.
Maybe I'll be back right away.
Perhaps you'll be hurt just a little in the foot.
Or the lobe of the ear.
No, I want your ears the way they are.
And not my feet?
Your feet have been hit already.
We have to go, darling, really.
All right. You go first.
We drove in a carriage to the station in the rain. The rain was clear and transparent against the light from the station. We stopped, and I turned to Catherine. Her face was in the shadow from the hood of the carriage.
It's raining, darling.
Yes. But it's a soft rain. We might as well say goodbye.
I can't go in?
No. Goodbye, Cat.
Will you tell the driver to take me back to the hospital?
I have already. Goodbye. Take good care of yourself and young Catherine.
Yes. Goodbye, darling.
I stepped out into the rain, and the carriage started. Catherine leaned out, and I saw her face in the light, and I heard an echo of her voice.
Goodbye, darling.
She smiled and waved, and the carriage went up the street.
Goodbye.
I wondered if it was goodbye.
Often these days you see a car so beautiful, so big and powerful and luxurious, so handsomely modern, so distinctive, that you turn to watch that 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan go by. And that's only natural, because the 1949 Lincolns catch everyone's eye. Each is truly a distinctive car, a car that looks like a million, not a million others. The broad sweeping hood, the flowing lines, the massive power, the quiet luxury, all of those things are part of the Lincoln look. The look that tells you, here is the fine car. And appearance is only part of the story, because back of that distinctive beauty lies superb performance, Lincoln performance, handling ease, sweeping power, and riding comfort that are simply magnificent. The unrivaled performance that can come only from the great new Lincoln V-type 8-cylinder engine. If you are one who insists upon the finest, then you will choose a 1949 Lincoln or 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. And you'll drive it with pleasure on any street or any highway, in any company, anywhere, proudly, secure in the knowledge that you're driving the most distinctive fine car on the road. For Lincoln makes America's most distinctive cars. The Ford Theater presentation of A Farewell to Arms will be resumed after a brief pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now we continue tonight's Ford Theater production of A Farewell to Arms, starring Helen Hayes as Catherine Barclay with Fletcher Markle as Lieutenant Henry.
Back at the front, the trees were all bare and the roads were muddy. We crossed the river, and I saw that it was running high. It had been raining in the mountains. I reported to the major and then went up to the room I shared with Rinaldi. He wasn't in the room, but his things were there. I lay on the bed and thought about Catherine and waited for him. It didn't feel like a homecoming until Rinaldi came in. We talked, and he was very funny.
Well, baby, good old baby, it is fine to have you back. Let me see your knee.
Oh, it's all right.
But I want to see what kind of a job they did in Milan. I do not trust them.
There. Look for yourself.
Oh. Uh-huh. Is that all the articulation you have?
Yes.
Oh, it is a crime to send you back, baby. They ought to get complete articulation.
It's a lot better than it was. It was very stiff.
Ouch! Yes, you ought to have more treatment on it with the machines. But the knee itself is a good job. Now then, tell me more about everything, huh?
There's nothing more to tell. I've led a quiet life.
This war is very depressing. All summer and all fall I have operated. I never think anymore. I operate. Believe me, baby, I am becoming a lovely surgeon.
Good.
Come, we will have a drink. It's Austrian cognac, 7 stars. It's all they capture on San Gabriele.
Oh, were you up there?
No, I have not been anywhere. This war is terrible. I've been here all this time operating. Look, baby, this is your toothbrushing glass. I kept it all the time to remind me of you.
It reminds you to brush your teeth?
No, I have my own, too.
You're an ape.
I know. You are the fine Anglo-Saxon boy. I know. Here.
Thank you.
Well, we drink to your English girl.
Yes, to Catherine. For a long time, there were only small attacks and counterattacks. And then one night the wind rose, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, with the rain coming in sheets, there was a great bombardment, and Rinaldi was killed. The next night, the Austrians broke through the lines up toward Caporetto, and the order came through to retreat. In the night, going slowly along the crowded roads, we passed troops marching under the rain, horses, wagons, mules, motor trucks, all moving away from the front. At the beginning, the retreat was orderly, wet, and sullen. We moved slowly and haltingly in the rain, the radiator cap of our car close to the tailboard of the truck ahead of us, and there were many stops. Just before dawn, the column stalled and didn't start again for a long time. My driver was exhausted.
We sleep now.
Manera slept, and I was alone, and I heard myself say out loud, "Good night, Catherine. I hope you sleep well. Try and go to sleep, sweet."
I was asleep all the time. You've been talking in your sleep. Are you all right?
Are you really there?
Of course I'm here. I wouldn't go away. This doesn't make any difference between us.
Oh, you're so lovely and sweet. You wouldn't go away in the night, would you?
Of course I wouldn't go away. I'm always here. I come whenever you want me. Always.
We have started again.
I was dozing.
I woke up. You talked out loud.
I was having a fine dream.
Good, good.
And now the retreat lost its order, and it was very wet and cold, and everyone was hungry and weak. Planes came now and bombed the high roads. The cars and trucks sank in the mud, and soon nearly everyone around us was lurching along on foot, or lying in the ditches, or hiding, or dead. You do not know how long you are in a nightmare like that retreat from Caporetto. It is long and slow, and there is no food and no sleep and no time. But when it became rumored that there were Germans in Italian uniforms mixing with the retreat, and that many officers were being shot on the merest suspicion by the Italian battle police, I knew that now there had been enough of all of it for me. I deserted the bruised and broken column I'd been moving with. I deserted the Italian army. I deserted the war. Somehow I got to a railway line and climbed aboard a flat car in a freight train going south with guns. I dropped off the train in Milan as it slowed into the station in the early morning. I bought some civilian clothes from a friend and destroyed all of my papers except my old passport. Then I rode out to the American hospital and went to the porter's lodge. The porter and his wife were glad to see me.
You are back. You are safe.
Yes. Tell me, is Miss Barkley here at the hospital now?
Miss Barkley?
The English lady nurse.
His girl.
Oh, no, she is away.
You're sure? I mean the tall, blonde English young lady.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. She has gone to Stresi.
That is true?
When did she go?
Oh, she went 2 days ago with the other lady English.
I bought a ticket to Stresa and rode through the Lombard country feeling lonely and sad. At Stresa, I went directly to the Grand Hotel where I knew the barman from times when I'd spent leaves there. He was surprised to see me.
But this is not the season, Tenente. What are you doing here?
I'm on leave, Emilio. Convalescing leave.
Well, there is almost no one around. I don't know why they keep the hotel open.
Did you ever get the American tobacco I sent you?
Yes, and thank you. It lasted a long time.
Good. Tell me, have you seen 2 English girls in the town? They came here day before yesterday.
They are not staying at this hotel, Tenente.
They're nurses. One of them is my wife.
Oh, yes, I've seen 2 nurses. They are at the little hotel near the station. Oh, I'm glad to hear you are married, Tenente.
It was very thrilling to see Catherine again, and we had an evening of great celebration. The following morning, looking out the window of our room at the sunlight on the lake and the mountains beyond, Catherine said,
Darling, won't they arrest you if they catch you out of uniform?
They'll probably shoot me.
Then we won't stay here. We'll get out of the country.
I thought something of that.
Yes, we'll get out. Oh, darling, you shouldn't take silly chances. You're liable to be arrested here anytime. I won't have it. And where would we be if they took you off?
Oh, let's not think about it. I'm tired of thinking about it.
I won't let you out of the hotel again until we leave here.
Where are we going to go?
Please don't be that way, darling. We'll go wherever you say.
Switzerland is down the lake. We can go there.
That'll be lovely.
I wish we didn't have to live like criminals.
Darling, don't be that way. You haven't lived like a criminal very long, and we never really lived like criminals. We're going to have a fine time.
I feel like a criminal. I've deserted from the army.
From the war, you mean? You don't really feel like a criminal, do you?
Not when I'm with you.
And we'll always be with you, darling, little Catherine and I. And we'll go with you any place, any time you wish.
That night there was a storm, and I woke to hear the rain lashing the window panes. Someone had knocked on the door. I got up quietly, not to disturb Catherine, and opened it. It was Emilio, the barman.
Can I speak to Tenente?
What's the matter, Emilio?
It's a very serious matter.
What is it? Are you in trouble?
No, you are, Tenente. They're going to arrest you in the morning.
Arrest me?
I came to tell you. I was out in the town, and I heard them talking in a cafe. They know you were here before as an officer, and now you are here out of uniform. After this retreat, they arrest everybody.
What time will they come?
In the morning. I don't know the time.
What do you say to do?
Go to Switzerland.
How?
In my boat. Storm is over. It's rough, but you'll be all right. Go right away. They might come to arrest you very early.
What about our bags?
Get them packed. Get your wife dressed. I'll take the bags out the servants' entrance into the boat. You know what it is, Tenente?
Yes, you showed me yesterday.
Hurry, Tenente. Just walk out downstairs as though you were going for a walk.
We got dressed and went out into the night. There was a cold, wet November wind, and I knew it was snowing in the mountains. We went down to the chained boats in the slips along the quay where I had seen the barman's little boat. Emilio stepped out from the shadows.
Bags are in the boat, Tenente.
I want to pay you for the boat.
You send me the money later, that'll be all right.
But how much, senor?
What you wish. In the boat are sandwiches and a bottle of beer.
Well, let me pay you for those, then.
All right, give me 50 lira, but you'd better get in and let the lady be careful. Huh?
I will, thank you. Darling, do you know where to go?
Up the lake.
You know how far?
Past Luino.
Past Luino, Cannaro, Tranzano. The wind is with you, but you aren't in Switzerland until you come to Brissago.
What time is it, darling?
Oh, it's only 11 o'clock.
If you're all the time, you ought to be there by 7 o'clock in the morning.
Is it that far?
It's 35 kilometers. But when the wind is strong, use the big umbrella for a sail. It will help. Good luck to you, and send me some more American tobacco if you can.
I will. Good luck to you.
And thank you very much, senor. Good luck.
Are you ready, Cat?
Yes.
I rode in the dark, keeping the wind in my face. The rain had stopped and only came occasionally in gusts. It was very dark, and the wind was cold.
I think we're across the lake now, aren't we?
I think so. I think I saw the lights of Palanza back there.
How are you, darling?
I'm fine.
I could take the oars for a while.
No, I'm fine.
Poor Ferguson. Tomorrow she'll come to the hotel and find we're gone.
I'm not worrying so much about that. It's about getting into the Swiss part of the lake before it's daylight. Customs guards see us.
Is it a long way yet?
Yes.
I'll hold the umbrella up for a while.
Are you warm enough, Cat?
I'm all right, just a little stiff.
Bail out that water and you can put your feet down.
And you take a rest. I'll open a sandwich. You must be dead, darling. Let me row a while.
I'm all right. My hands are sore is all.
Let me row.
I don't think you ought to.
Nonsense. Rowing in moderation would be very good for me.
When it was beginning to be daylight, we were quite close to the shore. I could see the trees dimly.
Darling, what's that?
Motorboat. Motorboat, probably customs guards. Whisper.
Oh, no, darling, it mustn't be. Where are they?
Astern of us. They'll move.
Can they see us?
I don't know. I can hardly see them. Looks like 3 of them in the boat. Maybe 4.
Pray, darling.
Yes.
I think we're all right, darling.
Yes. Give me some of the brandy, will you?
Of course. That's easy.
We knew we were in Switzerland when it was clear daylight and we saw a Swiss soldier walking along the road skirting the shore. Presently we came to a little town hunched around the road. There were many fishing boats along the quay and nets were spread on racks. I pulled hard on the oars and brought us alongside the quay. There was a soft November rain falling and we stood up to the wet stone and stood in Switzerland. That winter, we lived in a brown wooden house in the pine trees on the side of the mountain over Montreux, and it was very fine. By the middle of January, I had a beard, and the winter had settled into bright, cold days and hard, cold nights. We went for long walks, walking slowly and resting often because of little Catherine, and we read books and learned many two-handed card games. And at night, we always sat in front of a fire.
Darling, why don't we have some ale tonight instead of tea? It's very good for young Catherine. It's supposed to keep her small.
Young Catherine, that loafer.
She's been very good. She makes very little trouble.
Of course, she's good.
I love your beard, darling. Such a great success. It looks so stiff and fierce, and it's very soft and a great pleasure.
You really like it better than without?
I think so. I like everything now, all of this. I never wanted to stop. How are we for money, darling?
Oh, we have plenty. They honored the last sight draft.
Won't your family want to hear what's happened now they know you're in Switzerland?
Probably. I'll write them something.
You'd better. You know, darling, I don't think I'll cut my hair now until after young Catherine's born. But afterwards I'm going to cut it. And then I'll be a fine, new, and different girl for you. We'll go together and get it cut. Or I'll go alone and come and surprise you. You won't say I can't, will you?
No, I think it would be exciting.
Maybe I'd look lovely, darling, and be so thin and exciting to you, and you'll fall in love with me all over again.
But I love you enough now. What do you want to do? Ruin me?
Yes, I want to ruin you.
Good. That's what I want, too.
All right, then.
We had a splendid life. The winter was very beautiful, and we were very happy. There were short thaws when the wind blew warm and the snow softened and the air felt like spring. But always the clear, hard cold came again and the winter returned. But at the end of March, the winter broke up and it started raining.
It won't be long now before young Catherine, darling.
I know. And the weather's changing. We'd better move down into a little hotel in the town. Be near the hospital.
Whatever you say. Darling, where will we go afterwards?
Where would you like?
To America. And then we'll all be Americans, won't we? That's the law. I looked it up.
And you want to go to America?
Yes, I want to see it with you. I want us to go to Niagara Falls.
You're a fine girl.
And there's something else I want to see, but I can't remember it.
Woolworth Building?
No.
The Grand Canyon?
No, but I'd like to see that.
Well, what was it?
The Golden Gate. That's what I want to see. Where is the Golden Gate?
San Francisco.
Then let's go there. Oh, darling, we're going to have a fine time, aren't we?
We moved into a little hotel in the town and were very comfortable there. And then one morning in April, I took Catherine to the hospital. After a while, they sent me away and told me to come back later. I went down the empty streets and found a cafe that was open. I drank a little, talked to the old man who ran the place, and then I went back to the hospital. The doctor met me in the hall.
You are Mr. Henry?
Yes. How does it go, Doctor?
It does not go.
What do you mean?
Just that. I made an examination. Since then, I have waited to see. Now I think it is possible only with an operation.
Catherine. Well, what do you think, Doctor?
I would advise an operation. Have I your permission? The sooner we operate now, the better.
Operate as soon as you can.
Thank you.
I stood in the empty hall and watched the door of the operating room. What if she should die? No, but she wouldn't die, I thought. People don't die in childbirth nowadays. This was what all husbands thought. No, she won't die. She can't die. It's just nature. She can't die. But what if she should die?
Mr. Henry, I'm sorry. The baby was born dead. It was a boy.
How is she?
She's all right. The doctor is with her now. You should go and try and have some supper and then come back if you wish.
I went down the hall and then down the stairs and out the door of the hospital and down the dark street in the rain to the cafe. I sat at a corner table for a long time, and then suddenly I knew I had to get back. I paid for whatever it was I had eaten and walked through the rain up to the hospital. Upstairs, I met the nurse on the landing.
I just called you at your hotel.
What's wrong?
Mrs. Henry had a hemorrhage.
Can I go in?
Not yet, no. The doctor is still with her.
Is it dangerous?
It is very dangerous.
The nurse went into the room and shut the door. I sat outside in the hall. Everything was gone inside of me. I didn't think. I couldn't think. I knew she was going to die, and I prayed she would not. Don't let her die. Oh, God, please don't let her die. Please, please, dear God. The nurse opened the door and motioned for me to come. Catherine did not look up when I came in. I went over to the side of the bed. Catherine looked at me and smiled. I bent down over the bed and started to cry.
Poor darling.
You're all right, Cat. You're going to be all right.
I'm going to die. I hate it.
You'll be all right, Cat. I know you'll be all right.
I meant to write you a letter to have if anything happened, but I didn't do it.
You want me to get a priest or anyone to come and see you?
Just you, darling. I'm not afraid. I just hate it.
You want me to do anything, Cat? Can I get you anything?
No. You won't do our things with another girl or say the same things, will you?
Never. You know I won't.
I want you to have other girls, though.
I don't want them.
I am sorry you must not talk so much. Mr. Henry must go out. He can come back again later.
All right.
I'll be right outside, Cat.
Don't worry, darling. I'm not a bit afraid. It's just a dirty trick.
I waited outside in the hall. I waited a long time. The doctor came to the door finally and came over to me.
I am afraid Mrs. Henry is very ill. I am afraid for her.
Is she dead?
No, but she is unconscious.
I went into the room and stayed with Catherine until she died. She was unconscious all the time, and it did not take her very long to die. I asked the doctor and the nurses to leave me alone in the room with her. But after I got them out and shut the door and turned off the light, it wasn't any good. It was like saying goodbye to a statue. After a while, I went out and left the hospital and walked back to the hotel in the rain.
From the Ford Theater on Broadway, you have just heard Helen Hayes starring in A Farewell to Arms by Ernest Hemingway. Tonight's version for listening was prepared by Fletcher Markle. The original musical score was composed by Lan Adomian and conducted by Cy Feuer. The Ford Theater, a full hour of dramatic entertainment, is brought to you each Friday by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury cars, Ford trucks, motor coaches, and farm tractors. Lincoln, America's most distinctive fine car. Mercury, smartest-looking car in its class. And in the lower price field, Ford, the only completely redesigned car and the most advanced car in its field. When you look at a new Ford, you'll see the difference. When you drive a new Ford, you'll feel the difference. And when you know the difference, you'll buy a new Ford. Now again, Mr. Markle.
May I, Director, identify the principals in our cast tonight. In the foreground
Catherine Barclay.
was played, and most magnificently played, by Miss Helen Hayes.
Rinaldi.
Was Everett Sloane.
Ferguson.
Was played by Hester Sondergaard.
Manera.
Was Robert Dryden.
Gordini.
Was played by Hedley Rennie.
Bassini.
Was Joe DeSantis. Actively assisting were Walter Black, Miriam Wolfe, Gregory Morton, and Alan Devitt. Lieutenant Frederick Henry was played by your director. Now as to next week. Next week, we bring you the light-hearted romance of a famous writer and an unpredictable girl who, as her uncle said, didn't know her place. Our story is Clooney Brown by Marjorie Sharp. And our stars are Mr. Walter Pidgeon of Hollywood and Miss Louine McGraw of the London Theater. We hope you'll be with us. Until next week, then, until Walter Pidgeon and Louine McGraw in Clooney Brown, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night, and thank you from all of us in the Ford Theater.
The Theater Guild on the Air. Our stars, Josephine Hull and Kenny Delmar. Our play, You Can't Take It With You. Produced by the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers. Good evening, everyone. You Can't Take It With You by George S. Kaufman and Moss Hart was a great success on Broadway and was tremendously popular as a motion picture. Josephine Hull, currently starring in Harvey, will recreate the role of Penny Sycamore, which she played in the original cast. Kenny Delmar, the famous Senator Claghorn of the Fred Allen program, will play Grandpa Vanderhoff. Carol Stone plays Alice, and Paula Truman, also of the original Broadway cast, will play Essie. Now, meet the Sycamores. In every city and county in the United States, in almost every village and township, you'll find one particular family considered by everybody else to be just a little touched in the head. Let's consider a case in point. The Sycamore family. First, there's Grandpa, whose name isn't Sycamore at all, but Vanderhoff. Grandpa keeps snakes and likes to talk to them. His favorite is an Arizona rattler named Terrence.
Good morning, Terrence. How are you feeling this morning? Well, that's fine. Tell me, Terrence, aren't you glad you're a snake instead of a human being?
And then there's Mrs. Penny Sycamore, Grandpa's daughter. One afternoon, about 8 years ago, without any explanation whatsoever, Penny decided to write a play. Why? Well, let's ask her. Penny, what made you take up playwriting?
It's very simple. A man delivered a typewriter by mistake.
I see. Well, how many plays have you written?
47.
Mm-hmm. Ever had any produced?
Oh, is that what you're supposed to do with them?
As for the rest of the Sycamore family, well, Paul, Penny's husband, makes firecrackers down in the cellar. Essie, their daughter, sings, and Ed, that's Essie's husband, plays the xylophone. Alice, the unmarried daughter who works on Wall Street, is the one conventional member of the family, while the rest concentrate on getting fun out of life. Maybe they're crazy. But then again, maybe they're not. Maybe it's just barely possible. You and I are. Well, here they are, in the combination dining and living room of their brownstone house in New York City. Ladies and gentlemen, come in and meet the Sycamores.
Ed, you're getting better on that xylophone every day. I like the music, too. Yours?
No, Beethoven.
Got a lot of you in it. Oh, Ed, I finished that new batch of candies this afternoon. Know what I call them? Love dreams.
Gee, that's pretty.
You can take them around and sell them tonight.
All right. Now get this finished, Essie. This is me. Hey, Ed. Hey, cut it out. You're scaring my snakes. I'm sorry, Grandpa. First thing you know, they'll be shedding their skins again, and then I'll never be able to tell when it's spring.
Oh, Ed, dear.
Yes, Mother Sycamore?
I was just thinking, why don't you and Essie have a baby?
Oh, I don't know. We could have one if you wanted us to. What about it, Essie? Do you want to have a baby?
Oh, I don't care. I'm willing, if Grandpa is. Grandpa, what do you think?
What? Oh, please, Essie, not now. The snakes are nervous. Penny, whatever made you bring that up?
Well, dear, in this play I'm writing, Cynthia is alone in an air raid shelter with 40 sailors. And I just got to thinking, oh, Paul, dear, how are the firecrackers coming?
Oh, fine, Penny, fine. Just invented a double-action whiz-bang. Sell like a house of fire. Just when you think it's over and stoop to pick it up, bang! Starts all over again.
Grandpa, did you get that letter for you?
Letter for me, Essie? I don't know anybody.
Had your name on it. Where's Grandpa's letter, Ed?
I guess I put it down someplace. We'll run across it. I think I'll do a little printing on my printing press, Essie. Some wrappers for the love dreams. Who was the letter from? Did anybody notice?
The United States government.
Oh.
There was one before that, too, from the same people.
Really? Wonder what they wanted. What are you printing, Ed?
God is the state is God.
Who says that?
Trotsky.
Well, that's all right. I thought you said it.
I found it in a book I picked out of an ash can about the Russian Revolution. Nice for printing, you know. Good and short. G-O-D space I-S.
Good evening, Pam.
It's Alice.
Oh, Alice, dear, you're home early. Have a hard day at the office.
Where's my kids?
Here you are, Grandpa. Well, what's new around here?
Ed, play Alice that Beethoven thing you wrote.
Certainly, yes.
No, not now, dear. I've got a dress. A young gentleman is taking me to dinner.
Really? Who is he?
Well, I did everything possible to keep him from coming here, but he's calling for me.
Well, isn't that nice?
Now, don't read him any plays, Mother.
Oh?
And don't let a snake bite him, Grandpa, because I like him.
Mm.
And I wouldn't sing for him, Essie, because he's taking me to the Metropolitan Opera House tonight.
Well, you can't do anything. Who is he? President of the United States?
No, Grandpa. He's Vice President of Kirby and Company. Mr. Anthony Kirby, Jr.
The boss's son? Well, are you going to marry him, Alice?
Oh, of course. Any minute now. Will you let me know the minute he comes, Mother?
Of course, dear.
And I mean the minute he comes.
Well, what do you think of that?
Well, she seems to like him, if you ask me.
Listen, everybody. Wouldn't it be wonderful if she married him? We could have the wedding right here in this room.
Now, wait a minute, Penny. This is the first time he ever called for the girl.
The boss's son. I bet he's crazy about her. Oh, there he is. Now, remember, everybody, what Alice said, and be very nice to him. Oh, welcome to our little house, Mr. Kirby. I'm Alice's mother. Do come right in.
I'm afraid you must be making a mistake.
Oh, no, we know all about you, Mr. Kirby. Do you mind if I call you Tony?
Madam, this is my business card. Would you mind reading it?
Oh, not at all. Wilbur C. Henderson, Internal Revenue Department. Oh.
Does a Mr. Martin Vanderhoff live here?
Yes, sir. That's me.
Well, Mr. Vanderhoff, the United States government wants to talk to you about a little matter of income tax.
Income tax?
Oh, dear, couldn't you postpone it and come around next year? You see, my daughter's fiancé...
No, madam, I cannot postpone it. The United States government is not in the habit...
All right, Mr. Henderson, keep your shirt on. Do you suppose the United States government would be insulted if I asked you to step into the kitchen?
Why, no, not at all.
Very well, then. Follow me. Well, now, Mr. Henderson.
Mr. Vanderhoff, according to our records, you have never paid an income tax.
That's right.
Why not?
I don't believe in it.
Well, you've got a business, haven't you, that gives you an income?
No, sir. Haven't had one for 35 years.
You mean you haven't had any salary or commission or earned increment in that time?
No, sir. Way back in the year 1911, I had one. Yes, sir. I was in the thick of the battle. Biting, scratching, clawing. Regular jungle stuff. And then one day, as I was about to take the elevator up to my office, a thought suddenly occurred to me. If I kept on working like a dog for the next 40 years, I'd die a rich man. But I wouldn't have any fun. So I turned around and came home. I haven't been back since.
Well, you own property, don't you, from which you receive a yearly income of about $3,000?
Yeah, about that.
Well, it seems, Mr. Vanderhoff, that you owe the government back taxes for 32 years. Or ever since the income tax law was passed. You know, Mr. Vanderhoff, there's quite a penalty for not filing an income tax return.
Is there?
People have gone to jail, you know.
Have they? What for? Well, never mind. Look, suppose I pay you this money. Now, mind you, I don't say I'm going to pay it, but just for the sake of argument. What's the government going to do with it?
What do you mean?
Well, what do I get for my money? If I go into a department store and buy something, there it is. I see it. What's the government give me?
Why, the government gives you everything. It protects you.
From what?
Invasion.
That's what they said before. Hitler's dead. Who's going to invade us now? Puerto Rico?
Well, what about the Senate, Congress, and the Supreme Court? You've got to pay them, don't you?
Not with my money, no, sir.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not here to argue with you. All I know is that you haven't paid an income tax and you've got to pay it.
They've got to show me.
We don't have to show you. I just told you. All those buildings down in Washington, interstate commerce and everything.
By the way, what is interstate commerce?
There are 48 states, see? And if there weren't interstate commerce, nothing could go from one state to another. See?
Why not? They got fences?
No, they haven't got fences. They've got laws. Great jumping gee hospital. I never came across anything like this before.
Well, I might pay about $75, but that's all it's worth.
You'll pay every cent of it like everybody else. And let me tell you something else, Mr. Vanderhoff. You'll go to jail if you don't pay. Do you hear that? There's a law. And if you think you're bigger than the law, drop. Great jump. What's that thing crawling on the floor?
Only a rattlesnake. Come here, Terrence.
Only...
Go on, Terrence. Bite the United States government.
Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
Goodbye, Mr. Henderson. Now, Terrence, come on up on Grandpa's lap. That's a good boy. Well, now we can all go back in the parlor and wait for Alice's young man, Mr. Kirby.
Kirby, just sit right down over here. Oh, I'll just get these firecrackers out of the way.
Is that Mr. Kirby, Mother?
Yes, Alice, and he's lovely.
I'll be right down.
I hope I'm not keeping you from dinner.
Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Kirby.
Yes, Mr. Sycamore?
Wasn't I reading about your father being indicted the other day?
Hardly that, Mr. Sycamore. He just testified before the Securities Commission. He's in Wall Street, you know.
Yes, of course. I'm sure there was nothing crooked about it, Paul, dear.
You're awful young, Mr. Kirby, aren't you, to be vice president of a big place like that?
Now, Essie, I think vice president's a very nice place to start. I suppose you make enough to get married on, Mr. Kirby.
Well,
Well, here I am, Tony. I see you've had time to get acquainted.
Oh, yes, Alice, dear. Mr. Kirby and I were just having a delightful talk about love and marriage.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry, Tony. I came down as fast as I could. Oh, that must be Professor Kalenkoff, my voice teacher. I'll answer it.
You'll just adore Professor Kalenkoff, Mr. Kirby.
Ah, my little songbird, my nightingale.
Come in, Mr. Kalenkoff.
I'm so hungry I could eat even cornflakes for dinner.
That's what you're going to get, Mr. Kalenkoff, with spare ribs and ice cream.
Ah, Madame Sycamore and my little Alice. Never have I seen you look so flourishing.
Thank you, Mr. Kalenkoff. Tony, this is Mr. Kalenkoff, Essie's vocal teacher.
How do you do, sir?
I click the heels and bow from the waist.
And now we really must go. Excuse us, Mr. Kalenkoff. We're going to the Metropolitan Opera.
The Metropolitan Opera? It stinks.
Well, goodbye. Goodbye.
I'm glad to meet you all. The Metropolitan Opera.
Isn't Mr. Kirby lovely, everybody? Isn't he just... Oh, Essie, is dinner ready?
It's all on the table, Mother. Better sit down before the ice cream melts. We're having that first, you know.
Well, all right, Essie, all right. You think we had to go to Siberia for it? Mr. Kalenkoff, you sit over there next to Ed.
The Metropolitan Opera.
Essie, Penny, Paul. Sit down, all of you.
My, the cornflakes look nice.
Always liked cornflakes. Could eat them with every meal.
Well, that's what we do, silly. Grandpa, if they do get married, can we put the altar where you keep the snakes? Can we?
Quiet, everybody.
Caruso, Shelyap, and then you had opera.
Mr. Kalenkoff, please. Grandpa's waiting to say grace.
Well, sir, we've been getting along pretty good for quite a while now. We're certainly much obliged. Remember, all we ask is just to go along and be happy in our own sort of way. Of course, we want to keep our health. But as far as everything else is concerned, we'll leave that to you. Thank you.
Midnight at the Sycamores, and all is strangely quiet. The xylophone and printing press rear their ghostly heads, and the slumbering snakes are under the sofa. But the room's not empty of human life. Seated on the sofa, regarding each other fondly, to say the least, are Alice and Tony. Alice, dear.
Yes, Tony.
Good Lord, what's that?
Just the clock striking 12, dear.
12? It sounds more like 24 to me.
Dad just fixed it. He loves to fix things.
I suppose I ought to go home. I don't want to, you know.
I don't want you to, dear.
All right, I won't. Alice, someday I won't ever have to go home. I mean, we won't ever have to separate. I mean, would you like that, dear?
Very much, darling.
Oh, Alice, baby,
Yes, Tony, dear.
I want to ask you.
Is that you, Alice? What time is it? Oh, Mr. Kirby. I didn't
I
see
believe
that.
the clock just struck 17, Mother.
Oh, Mr. Kirby. I had no idea. Am I interrupting anything?
Not at all, Mrs. Sycamore.
I just came down for a manuscript. Oh, where is that play? Oh, here it is. Sex Takes a Holiday. Well, good night, Mr. Kirby. Just go right back to whatever it was you were doing.
Well, see now, where were we? Oh, I know. Alice, I want to tell you. Well, that is, I want to ask you something.
Tony, I think I know what you're going to say, and first I'd like to... It's all right, Tony. That's only Father in the cellar. He's making firecrackers.
Firecrackers? This time of night?
Any time of night, any time of day.
Alice, you're more beautiful, more adorable.
No, don't, dear. Please. Tony, I can't marry you.
What?
I can't, Tony.
But why?
Well, I've been thinking about it. Tony, you're of a different world, a whole different kind of people. Oh, I don't mean money or socially. That's too silly. But your father and mine, well, it just wouldn't work, Tony.
But don't be ridiculous. Why, I love your family, every one of them. They're charming.
All right, Essie, have it your own way. She can't sing.
Ed, I don't call that singing what she does. Oh, hello, you two.
Good evening.
Ed and I just saw a movie with Deanna Durbin. Do you think she can sing, Mr. Kirby?
Why, yes, I always thought so.
Now, look, Mr. Kirby.
Okay, Essie, you're just as good as Deanna Durbin. We all agree.
But...
Come on, now, we're butting in here. Good night, Mr. Kirby.
Good night.
Say, Essie, I just remembered. Did you ask Grandpa about us having a baby?
Yes. He said go right ahead. Well, good night, you two.
You see, Tony, that's what it would be like always.
Oh, but I didn't mind that. Besides, darling, we're not going to live with our families. It's just you and I.
Oh, no, it isn't, Tony. It's never quite that. Oh, I love them, Tony. Some people could cut away, but I know I can't. Oh, I know they do rather strange things, but they're gay and they're fun, and, well, there's a kind of nobility about them. They're really wonderful, Tony.
Well, sure they are.
But I know your father. I see him every day at the office. And you just couldn't explain my family to him. He'd never understand. Oh, I love you, Tony, but I love them, too, and it's just no use, dear.
Alice,
It's no use, and they can't change. I don't want them to change.
Alice, they don't have to change, and I'm sure my father would love them. Mother, too. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll bring them over here to meet your family. Maybe we could have dinner or something.
Oh, Tony, I'm afraid.
Nonsense. Your family's as normal as anybody's, especially Grandpa. Let's make it sometime next week. Say Thursday.
Thursday?
Thursday it is. And now, how about a kiss?
Well,
Oh, pardon me.
Grandpa.
Do you mind getting up off that sofa a minute, Mr. Kirby? Thank you. Come on, Isolde. Come on, Terence.
Isolde, who are they?
Just Grandpa's snakes.
Snakes?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kirby. Now you two go right on with your romance.
Now the curtain rises on the second act of You Can't Take It With You, with Josephine Hull as Penny Sycamore and Kenny Delmar as Grandpa. It's late afternoon of the following Wednesday. The living room of the Sycamore homestead is as normal as usual. Penny's working on a new play. Essie is practicing her scales. Ed has forsaken the xylophone for the printing press, and his father-in-law, Paul Sycamore, is stretched out on the floor, creating a duplicate of the Eiffel Tower with an erector set. Yes, the Sycamores are at home.
Ed,
Yes, Essie?
I wish you'd stop printing and go out and sell those candies.
I will. Just about finished these models I'm printing to wrap around the love dreams. Found some very fascinating thoughts in that political book. Mostly political.
Find any interesting new words, Ed?
Yeah. I don't know what they mean, but they're interesting. Proletariat. Say, that's a nice one.
Hurry up, Ed. You've got to get back in time to play for me when Kalenkov comes. Oh, hello, Grandpa.
What do you mean, hello? Give me a kiss. Kalenkov coming tonight?
Yes, tomorrow night's his night, but I had to change it on account of Alice.
Oh, big doings around here tomorrow night, eh, Penny?
Isn't it exciting? You know, I'm so nervous.
What do you think they'll be like, Grandpa? His mother and father. Oh, excuse me, Dad. I didn't see you on the floor there.
What are you making this time, Paul?
The Eiffel Tower? I'm ready to take the love dreams around now, Essie. Would you mind opening the door and see if there's a man standing in front of the house?
Why, Ed, whatever for?
Well, Mother Sycamore, the last 2 days when I've been out delivering, I think a man's been following me.
Ed, you're crazy.
No, Essie, I'm not. He follows me and he stands and watches the house. I'll go out and look, Ed. Thanks, Dad. And don't anyone touch the Eiffel Tower while I'm gone.
Why do you suppose anyone would want to follow you for, Ed?
Well, there's lots of kidnapping going on, Grandpa.
You got any money, Ed?
No.
Have I got any money?
No.
Has anybody in this house got any money?
No.
Well, I guess they won't be kidnapping you then.
There's nobody out there, Ed. Nobody at all. You sure, Dad? Positive. I just saw him walk away. You see, Grandpa? Well, I guess the coast is clear now.
Ed, be sure and sell every one of those boxes of candy now.
Don't worry about me, Essie. I'm a star salesman. I can sell anything to anybody. And you know what my secret is? I size them up. Yes, sir, I study their faces. I say to myself, if I had a face like this guy, would I buy a box of candy? That's the whole secret of selling. Size them up. Well, so long.
Now, there's a guy. Nice, open face. Probably got a mother or a sweetheart somewhere.
Say, mister, how'd you like to buy a box of candy?
Is it hot?
Hot? Why, no. Essie keeps them in the refrigerator overnight.
What's in them? Happy dust?
No, just chocolate and corn syrup and marshmallow and chopped pistachio nuts.
Pistachio nuts, eh? What's the alcoholic content?
There's no alcohol in them.
You mean they're legit and you want to sell them to me?
Sure. Essie makes them.
Go on, scram.
Okay.
Say, wait a minute. You look like a smart cookie. How'd you like to buy a genuine silver fox fur?
That was a bad one. I gotta do better than that, or... There's a guy standing in that doorway. Say, that's the one that's been following me.
Hey, you. I got you.
Huh?
What do you mean by following me?
Why, I wasn't following you. I was looking for you. I want to buy some of your candy.
Oh, is that it? Say, mister, I had you all wrong.
Well, what kind have you got today?
Love dreams. My wife, Essie, just invented them. Here, have a sample.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice printing job you do on these wrappers.
Do you really mean it? Say, are you a printer?
Well, no, but I'm interested in printing. What do you got on them today?
Political models. The Russian Revolution. Speeches by Lenin and Trotsky.
Fine. I'll take them all.
Say, you're a sport, Mr.
Oh, just call me Jack.
Okay, Jack. What are you going to do with them all, if I may ask?
Oh, it's my wife. She likes to eat candy and read in bed.
Say, that's a wonderful idea. Wait till I tell Essie. Hey, would you like for me to run home and print some more?
Say, could you?
Certainly.
I'll drop by at your house in about a half an hour.
Fine. Don't disappoint me now.
Oh, I'll be there.
Meanwhile, back at the Sycamore home, Alice has just come in and is telling her family what not to do when the Kirbys come to dinner the following night.
Look, Mother, tomorrow night before they come, will you have everything down in the cellar? The typewriter and the snakes and the printing press and the erector set?
Certainly, dear.
Well, the Kirbys are certainly going to get the wrong impression of this house.
Oh, Grandpa, I'm not trying to impress them or pretend we're anything we aren't. I just want everything to go off well.
Well, there's no reason why it shouldn't,
We're
Alice.
going to do everything we can, dear.
Oh, my darlings, I love you. You're the most wonderful family in the world, and I'm the happiest girl in the world. I didn't know anybody could be so happy. I'll see you all at dinner.
Well, we'll have to have someone help us carry all this stuff down the cellar tomorrow, Grandpa.
What we need is one round Louis.
Poor Louis. What a pity he's dead. He used to be such a help moving things around. How long is it, Grandpa?
It's 8 years since we buried him.
Oh.
Fine man. Came to move the piano and stayed 14 years.
Remember the funeral, Grandpa? We never knew what his real name was, and it was kind of hard to get a certificate.
What was the name we finally made up for him?
Martin Vanderhoff. We gave him your name.
Oh, yes. I remember.
And it was a lovely thought, because otherwise he never would have got all those flowers.
Certainly was. It didn't hurt me any. Why, I've not been bothered with mail anymore, and I haven't had a telephone call from that day to this.
Hey, look what I found in the cellar.
Why, Paul, my unfinished portrait of you. Oh, the discus thrower. Not bad. You've put on a little weight since then, Paul, dear.
Well, I'd like you to finish it sometime, Penny, will you?
You know, I think I'll do some work on it right now.
You will?
Go down in the cellar, dear, and bring up the easel and get into your discus thrower's costume. You know, tights and things.
Uh-huh.
I'll go upstairs and put on my tam o' shanter and my smock and my winter tie.
All right, Penny.
Come in. Come in.
Ooh, where is everybody?
I'm here, Mr. Kalinkoff.
Grandpa, I greet you. I greet you in the name of... What is this miserable object?
It's a picture of Paul. Penny painted it.
It stinks.
I know. Well, how are you, Kalinkoff? What's new in Russia? Any more letters from your friend in Moscow?
They sent him to Siberia.
So, how's he like it?
It's cold.
Oh, Mr. Kalenkoff, I didn't know you...
my Tetrazzini, my little songbird.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Kalenkoff. I'll get into my singing clothes right away.
Wait, a little sample first, please. I am in the mood for being overcome.
La, la.
Is Essie making any progress, Mr. Kalenkoff?
Confidentially, it stinks.
Would you like me to hit high C, Mr. Kalenkoff?
This I would like to hear.
Well, here I am, my tights. Where's Penny?
Here I am, dear.
Oh, what do you think of my portrait, Mr. Kalenkoff?
A discus thrower with such a bay window I have never seen before.
Get out of my way, everybody.
Why, Ed, where are you coming from?
I ran out of models. I got a new customer.
Who is it?
The fellow who's been following me. Says he's been chasing me all day to buy some of my love dreams, but he won't touch them without the models. Got to print some up right away.
And you've been running away from him?
Well, it just goes to show you. Excuse me, Grandpa.
Yeah. I guess I'll take the snakes out of the bowl and feed them. Come on, Terence. Come on, Miss Soldier.
My nightingale, give me high C, please. No, Essie, like this. La, 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 la. Now we'll do it together. Yes, me first. La, 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 la.
La, 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 la.
Gee, suppose he buys another dozen boxes. At 60 cents a box, that's $7.20. Essie, we're rich.
Hey, what's the matter, Terence? Don't you like cornflakes? Well, don't look at me that way, Terence.
Here, Paul, you've got to hold still, dear, if you want me to paint you.
I can. I've got an itch.
What?
An itch.
Well, then scratch it with the other hand. Why, it's the Kirbys.
We knocked, but nobody see... Tony, my boy, are you sure you brought us to the right place?
Oh, dear me.
This is the right place, all right, Dad. Come in, Mother.
Well, Tony, nice to see you again.
Are we too early?
No, it's perfectly all right. Isn't it, Penny?
Why, yes. Only we thought it was to be tomorrow night. Tomorrow night.
What? Now it's perfectly all right. Please sit down and make yourselves at home.
Yes, thank you.
Tony, how could you possibly...
I don't know. I thought, well, isn't this Thursday?
Certainly not. It's Wednesday.
Really, Tony, this is most embarrassing.
Not at all, Mrs. Kirby. Why, we weren't doing a thing.
No, just spending the evening at home.
That's all. Yeah, now, don't let it bother you. This is Alice's mother, Mrs. Sycamore.
How do you
Alice's
do?
sister, Mrs. Carmichael. Mr. Carmichael.
How do you do?
Alice's father, Mr. Sycamore, and
How do you
Mr. Kalenkoff.
How do you do?
Excuse me, I'll tell Alice you're here.
No, Paul, dear, you're always so undiplomatic. I'll tell her. Alice, dear, your future in-laws are here. You better come down in a hurry. They seem a little embarrassed. Now, wasn't that a nice dinner? Did you enjoy the frankfurters, Mr. Kirby? How about you, Mrs. Kirby? Did you like the beans?
Well,
Alice just loves them, don't you, dear?
Yes, Mother.
Well, as I was saying, Mr. Kirby, Pickles pig's feet are a treat for the gods. Everybody loves them.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Mr. Kirby has stomach ulcers, Grandpa.
Oh, you don't say. Well, every man to his hobby. You know, Mr. Kirby, we all have hobbies in this house.
Yes, that was the Meccano set I sprained my ankle on, wasn't it?
Oh, no, that's not a Meccano. That's an erector.
Oh, it's quite a difference, you know.
Oh, is that so? I never would have thought it.
Oh, yes. You see, Mr. Kirby?
Oh, it's yours, Mr. Sycamore.
Yes.
Now, what do? Use it as a model of some sort?
No, I just play with it.
I see.
Maybe you'd be better off if you had a hobby like that, Dad.
Haven't got time. After a week in Wall Street, I'm crazy enough as it is. That place really drives a man out of his head.
And why don't you give it up?
How's that?
Oh, Mr. Vanderhoff was just joking, dear. Weren't you, Mr. Vanderhoff?
Not at all, Mrs. Kirby.
Seriously, though, I think it's necessary for everyone to have a hobby. Of course, it's more to me than a hobby, but my great solace is spiritualism.
Now, Mrs. Kirby, don't tell me you fell for that. Why, everybody...
I feel a hobby should improve the body as well as the mind. The Romans were a great people. Why? What was their hobby? Wrestling. In wrestling, you have to think quick with the mind and act quick with the body.
Yes, quite, Mr. Glencoe. But I'm afraid wrestling is not very practical for most of us. Now, I wouldn't make a very good showing as a wrestler.
You could be a great wrestler. You're built for it. Look, I show you. Stand up.
No.
Please. Now, first I put one hand behind your head from the front. So.
Mr. Kalenko, careful.
Then I push the other hand behind your back. So. See? Hammerlock. Can you move? No. With my foot, I push out your legs from the back. What happens? You sit down. So.
Get off! Get off!
Sorry, Miss Alice. The demonstration is finished and no broken bones yet. Almost, but not quite. That is enough.
Mr. Kirby, are you hurt?
Are you all right, Papa?
Where are my glasses?
Well, here they are, Mr. Kirby. Oh, Mr. Kirby, they're broken.
Oh, I'm sorry. But when you wrestle again, Mr. Kirby, you will, of course, not wear glasses.
I do not intend to wrestle again, Mr. Klenkov. Come, Martha, let us go home.
Mother, it's early yet. You don't have to.
Oh, Mrs. Kirby, please don't go. Mr. Kirby, please don't go.
I'm sorry if I did something wrong, and I apologize.
I don't care how many times you apologize. I'm going home.
Stay right where you are, everybody.
Good Lord, now what?
Don't move. Whatever you do, don't move.
Good heavens, it's a man with a gun.
What is all this?
You'll find out. Come in, Jack.
Here I am, Chief.
Well, which one is it?
This is him, right over here. That's the fellow that sold him to me. Me?
Ed, dear, what do they mean?
Frisk him good, Jack.
What do you want?
This is an outrage.
Shut up. You. What's your name?
Edward Carmichael. I haven't done anything wrong.
Oh, you haven't, eh?
It seems rather high-handed to me. What's it all about?
Department of Justice.
Oh, my goodness. J-Man. Oh, Ed, dear, what have you done?
I haven't done anything, Essie.
What's the boy done, officer?
Never mind. That door lead to the cellar? I'm asking you. What's your name?
Paul Sycamore.
Take that pipe out of your mouth and answer me. Does that door lead to the cellar?
Yes, sir.
Jack, take this guy down with you. See what you can find.
Okay, Chief. Come along, Mr. Sycamore.
Now, Mr. Carmichael,
I want to talk to you.
I haven't done anything.
Ever see these before?
Why, they're my mottos. The ones I print on my wrappers.
Oh, you print this stuff, huh?
Yes, sir.
And you put them into boxes of candy to get them into people's homes.
Love dreams.
But I didn't mean anything.
You didn't, huh? Well, get a load of this. Hooray for the proletariat. Dynamite the Capitol. Dynamite the White House. Dynamite the Supreme Court.
But I didn't mean that. I just like to print. Don't I, Grandpa?
Why, of course. Now, officer, the government's in no danger from Ed. Printing is just his hobby, that's all. He prints anything.
Oh, he does, eh?
Now, listen, officer. My name is Anthony Kirby, Sr. I refuse to stay here.
Oh, shut up. Well, Jack, did you find anything?
Did I find anything? Why, Chief, they got enough gunpowder down in that cellar to blow up the whole city.
Huh?
But, hey, where do you think you're going, Mr. Sycamore?
Downstairs. I left my pipe downstairs.
You stay where you are.
But my pipe, I left it down in the
You
cellar.
shut up. Everybody in this house is under arrest.
Oh, good heavens.
What kind of a house is this, anyhow? Tony, I forbid you. I absolutely forbid you to marry into this family.
Oh, dear, Mr. Kirby, you mustn't think. Oh, my poor dear Alice.
Officer, I'm warning you. You'd better let me get down and get my pipe before...
You're warning me. Why, you...
Officer, I'm quite sure we can explain everything.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, let me tell you,
I'm
madam,
warning you
that-
again, officer. Something's liable to happen if you don't let...
Nothing's going to happen. We're all just going to sit right here and wait for the patrol wagon. What's that?
I'm telling you, if you'd only let me get down there and get my pipe...
All the War Department, all the Navy, all the Coast Guard, New York, City,
I told you to let me get my pipe.
Now the curtain rises on the third act of You Can't Take It With You, with Josephine Hull as Penny and Kenny Delmar as Grandpa. Well, it's the next day now. In the combination dining and living room, Penny Sycamore listens with a doleful face as her husband Paul reads an account of last night's catastrophic doings in the newspaper.
After spending the night in jail, the defendants, including the well-known Wall Street tycoon Anthony Kirby, Mrs. Martha Kirby, Anthony Kirby Jr., and Ivan Ivanovich Kolenkov, were brought before Judge Callahan and given suspended sentences.
Oh, dear.
Oh, now, Penny, don't cry.
I can't help it, Paul. Somehow I feel it's all our fault. And now Mr. Kirby's angry, and the marriage is off, and Alice is going away.
Oh, it's my fault, Penny, not yours.
Oh, don't say that, Paul. You're a wonderful father, and husband, too.
Well, maybe I'd given up firecrackers, been an architect. I was going to be one, you know, Penny.
Were you, dear? I never knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you belong to an architect's fraternity at college? You never gave me your pin.
Penny, if I'd been an architect, Alice could have been proud of me. I felt that all last night looking at Mr. Kirby.
Oh, Paul, but we've all been so happy.
I know, but maybe that's not enough. I used to think it was, but, well, I'm all kind of mixed up now.
Hello, Penny. Paul.
Grandpa, have you been upstairs with Alice?
Now, Penny, let the girl
But
alone.
it's all so terrible, Grandpa. Her going away to forget like this. I don't see anything to laugh at.
I was just thinking of Mr. Kirby getting out of that patrol wagon last night and the expression on his face when he and that bum in his cell had to take a bath together.
Well, it was even worse with Mrs. Kirby. When the matron took her clothes off, there was a burlesque dancer there, and she kept singing a song while Mrs. Kirby undressed. Take it off, take it off, take it off.
Well, I bet you that swanky Long Island is going to seem pretty dull to the Kirbys for the rest of the summer. Hello, Alice. You need any help with your packing?
Oh, no, thanks, Grandpa. Ed is helping me with the bags, and I'll just...
I'll bring that big one down as soon as you're ready, Alice.
Oh, thanks, Ed. Come in, Essie. I won't bite you.
I just thought, would you want me to make some love dreams to take along on the train?
Oh, no, thanks, Essie.
Really, Alice, you could be just as alone to forget here as you can in the Adirondack Mountains.
Sure, Alice. We could lock you in your room.
No, Ed, I want to be away from everybody. Oh, I love you all, you know that, but I just have to get away for a while. Father, did you phone for a cab?
No, dear, I didn't know you wanted one.
But, Mother, I told you to tell Dad.
I told Essie to tell Ed to.
Oh, she told me all right, but I forgot.
Oh, I wish I lived in a family that didn't always forget everything, that behaved the way other people's families do. Why can't we behave like other people, with everybody acting normal in a house you can bring your friends to without...
My goodness, she's upset. What should we do, Grandpa? Suggest something.
Well, my suggestion is we just go about our business like we always do. There's an hour and a half yet till Alice's train leaves. Lots of things can happen in an hour and a half.
Well, Grandpa, we're still waiting for something to happen.
Give it time. Give it time. I told you, all you got to do is give it time.
Why, Tony, what are you doing here?
I came here to see Alice. I want to tell her something.
What do you want to tell her, Tony?
I want to tell her that I love her and I'm going to marry her and I don't care what my father says.
All you got to do is give it time.
I'll tell her you're here, dear. Oh, Alice, Tony.
I'm not at home.
Oh, is that so? Then you better tell your ghost to have some clothes on, because I'm coming up.
Oh, I love impetuous young men, don't you, Grandpa? Oh, Paul, dear, look at you. You've been down in the cellar.
Oh, everything's burnt up. All my firecrackers, even my portrait you were painting yesterday.
Yeah, I told you there was a bright side to everything. All except my 32 years back income tax. They're still pestering me.
What are you going to do about that, Grandpa?
Well, Ed, I had a kind of idea. It may not work, but I'm trying it anyhow.
What is it, Grandpa?
Well, you see, it's like this, Essie.
Good evening, everybody.
Oh, Mr. Kolenkov.
Hello, Kalenkov.
You'll excuse my coming today. I realize you are upset.
I don't think I can take a lesson, Mr. Kolenkov. My throat just closed up on me right after the explosion.
Oh, but do stay to dinner, Mr. Kolenkov.
Oh, I will be happy to, Madame Sycamore. And now, I wonder if I know you well enough to ask of you a great favor.
Proceed.
You have heard me talk about my friend, the Grand Duchess Olga Katrina?
Why, yes.
Of course, Mr. Kolenkov.
Well, she is a great woman, the Grand Duchess. Her cousin was the Tsar of all the Russias. And today she is a waitress in a chain restaurant, Columbus Circle.
If there's anything we can do...
I tell you, the Grand Duchess Olga Katrina has not had a good meal since before the revolution.
She must be hungry.
Mr. Kolenkov, if you mean you'd like the Grand Duchess to come to dinner, why, we'd be honored.
Yeah.
In the name of the Grand Duchess, I thank you.
Where is she? I can hardly wait to meet her.
Outside in the hall she waits. I bring her in.
Ed, straighten your tie. Paul, dear, put on your shoes. Essie, fix your dress. How do I look? All right.
The Grand Duchess Olga Katrina of all the Russias. Your Highness, permit me to present Madame Sycamore.
Welcome to our
Madame
humble
Carmichael.
abode. Hello.
Grandpa.
Welcome, madam.
Mr. Sycamore.
How do you do?
Mr. Carmichael.
The Royal Highness.
Won't you sit down, Your Highness?
Thank you. You are most kind. What time is dinner?
You know, Your Highness, I think you waited on me once. The 72nd Street place.
No. That was my sister.
The Grand Duchess Natasha Andreevna.
Well, quite a lot of your family over here now, aren't there?
Oh, yes, many. My uncle, the Grand Duke Sergei, he is a freight elevator man at Macy's. A very nice man. Then there is my cousin, Prince Alexis. He will not speak to the rest of us because he is in business for himself. He has cards printed. Prince Alexis Alexandrovich Romanov, garbage removed. Yeah.
When he was conductor on the IRT, he was willing to talk to you.
Kolenkov, our time is coming. Soon I will be salad chef, and then he will remove my garbage.
Your Highness, did you know the Tsar? Personally, I mean...
Of course. He was my cousin.
Essie, the Grand Duchess is hungry. I suggest that you go into the kitchen
I will help, too. I am a very good cook. Come, Kolenkov. If they have got sour cream and pot cheese, I will make you some blintzes.
Oh, blintzes! Come, Essie, my songbird. We'll show you something.
Well, Grandpa, I'm still waiting for something to happen. Do you suppose Tony's convinced Alice?
They're coming.
No, Tony, I won't. I
Will
can't.
you listen to me? Will you listen to me for just a minute?
No, Dad, did you phone for my cab?
Alice, will you just listen?
Oh, that must be the cab now.
Well, if it is, it's certainly wonderful service. We haven't called him yet.
Alice.
Tony, please. Well, I've got to answer the door.
Now, I wonder who that is.
Well, maybe it's the fire department. I heard we had a fire yesterday, and they're coming to see if we put it out.
Why, it's Mr. Kirby.
Is Tony here, Alice?
Yes, he is. Won't you come in?
Oh, good afternoon. Forgive my intrusion. Tony?
Yes, Father.
Tony, I want you to come home with me. Your mother is very upset. I hardly need mention that this situation is as painful to Mrs. Kirby and myself as it is to you people. I'm sorry, but I'm sure you understand, Mr. Vanderhoff.
Well, yes and no. Now, I'm not the kind of person who tries to run other people's lives, Mr. Kirby, but...
Grandpa, will you please not do this?
Well, I'm just talking to Mr. Kirby, Alice. The cat can look at the king, can't he?
If you'll excuse me, I've got a telephone call to make.
Certainly, Alice. Come, Tony.
Just a minute, Mr. Kirby. I suppose after last night you think this family's crazy, don't you?
No, I wouldn't say that. But I am not accustomed to being exploded after dinner and spending the rest of the night in jail.
Well, you've got to remember, Mr. Kirby, you came on the wrong night. Now, tonight, I'll bet you nothing will happen at all.
Well, I wouldn't bet on it. Mr. Vanderhoff, it's not merely last night that convinced Mrs. Kirby and myself that this marriage would be unwise.
Father, I can handle my own affairs. Alice, for the last time, will you marry me?
No, Tony. I know exactly what your father means, and he's right.
No, he's not, Alice.
Alice, you're in love with this boy. You're not marrying him because we're the kind of people we are.
Grandpa.
I know you think the two families wouldn't get along. Well, maybe they wouldn't. But who says they're right and we're wrong?
I didn't say that, Grandpa. I only feel
Well,
that...
what I feel is that Tony's too nice a boy to wake up 20 years from now with nothing in his life but Wall Street. All mixed up and unhappy like his father here.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Vanderhoff. I am a very happy man.
Are you?
Certainly I am.
Well, I don't think so. What did you get your ulcers from? Happiness? Oh, sir. You got them because most of your time is spent in doing things you don't want to do.
I don't do anything I don't want to do.
Yes, you do. You said last night that Wall Street drives you crazy. Why do you keep on doing it?
Why do I keep... Why, it's my business. A man can't give up his business.
Why not? You got all the money you need. You can't take it with you.
That's a very easy thing to say, Mr. Vanderhoff. But I have spent my entire life in building up my business.
And what's it got you? Same kind of mail every morning, same kind of deals, same kind of meetings, same kind of stomach ulcers. Where does the fun come in? Don't you think there ought to be something more, Mr. Kirby?
Well, what do you expect me to do? Live the way you do nothing?
Well, I have a lot of fun. Time enough for everything. Read, talk, visit the zoo. And I haven't taken bicarbonate or soda in 35 years.
But suppose we all did that. A fine world we'd have. Who'd do the work?
Well, there's always people who like to work. You can't stop them. But from what I've seen of you, Mr. Kirby, I don't think you're one of them. I think you missed something in your life.
I am not aware of missing anything.
I wasn't either till I quit. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Kirby, is that I've had 35 years that nobody can take away from me, no matter what they do to the world. See?
Yes, I do see. And it's a very dangerous philosophy, Mr. Vanderhoff. It's un-American. And it's exactly why I'm opposed to this marriage. I don't want Tony to come under its influence. Yes, sir, it's un-American.
You didn't always think so, Father.
I most certainly did. What are you talking about?
Father, wasn't there a time when you wanted to be a trapeze artist?
Oh, don't be an idiot, Tony.
Oh, yes, you did. I came across those letters you wrote to Grandfather.
No.
Why, isn't that wonderful? Did you wear tights, Mr. Kirby? I'd love to paint you.
Certainly not. The whole thing is absurd. I was 14 years old at the time.
Well, Mr. Kirby, something tells me that when you were 18, you probably wanted to be a saxophone player.
Why, Grandpa, how did you know?
Tony?
Why, a saxophone is still home in the closet. I've seen it.
That will do, Tony. We'll discuss this later.
No, I want to talk about it now. I think Grandpa is dead right. I'm never going back to Wall Street. I've always hated it, and now I've got Alice to listen to me. I'll tell you something else.
I didn't make a mistake last night. I knew it was the wrong night. I brought you here on purpose. Because I wanted to wake you up. I wanted you to see a real family as they really were. A family that loved and understood each other. You don't understand me, Father. You've never had time. Well, I'm not going to make your mistake. I'm clearing out.
Clearing out? What do you intend to do?
I don't know, but I'm not going back to Wall Street. Maybe I'll be a bricklayer or a librarian or a 6-day bicycle racer. But at least I'll be doing something I want to do.
Good for you, Tony. And welcome into the family.
That must be my cab. Answer it, Ed, please.
Ask him to wait a minute, Ed.
Please, Grandpa.
Now, do you mind, Alice? You know, Mr. Kirby, Tony is going through just what you and I did at his age. I think if you listen hard enough, you can hear yourself saying the same things to your father 25 years ago. We all did it, and we were right. How many of us would be willing to settle when we're young for what we eventually get? All those plans we make, what happens to them? It's only a handful of the lucky ones that can look back and say that they even came close.
Well, I must admit I've never thought of it quite that way.
So before they clean out that closet, Mr. Kirby, I think you'd better get in for a few good hours with that saxophone.
I beg your pardon, but before I make the blintzes, how many will there be for dinner?
Why, I don't know.
Your Highness, may I present Mr. Anthony Kirby and Mr. Kirby, Jr., the Grand Duchess Olga Katrina.
How do you do, Mr. Kirby? Please, somebody, I have to know how many.
Oh, I'd make quite a stack of them, Your Highness. You can't ever tell.
Good. The Tsar always said to me, Olga, do not be stingy with the blintzes.
Who did you say that was, Mr. Vanderhoff?
The Grand Duchess Olga Katrina of all the Russias. She's cooking the dinner. You're staying, of course.
Well,
I'm staying, Father, if Alice sends away that cab.
How about it, Alice? It's going to be a nice crowd. Don't you think you ought to stay to dinner?
Oh, Mr. Kirby. Oh, Tony.
Darling.
Grandpa, you're wonderful.
Well, I've been telling you that for years. Give me a kiss.
Grandpa, here's the letter for you. We found it in the icebox behind the patches.
Well, thank you. The government again. Must have come today. Well.
What is it, Grandpa?
United States government apologizes. I don't owe him a nickel. Seems I died 8 years ago.
What do they mean, Grandpa?
Well, remember one round Louis, the piano mover, lived with us? One who was buried under my name. You know, Penny, we were just talking about him last night.
Yes, I remember.
Well, I just told them they made a mistake, and I was Martin Vanderhoff, Jr. So they're very sorry, and I may even get a refund.
Already. You can sit down, everybody, please.
Now, Mr. Kirby, in St. Petersburg, when they serve
Quiet,
dinner...
please. Grandpa wants to say grace.
Well, sir, here we are again. We want to say thanks once more for everything you've done for us. Things seem to be going along fine. Alice is going to marry Tony. Looks as if they're going to be very happy. Of course, the fireworks blew up, but that was Paul's fault, not yours. We've all got our health, and as far as anything else is concerned, we'll leave it to you.
The Theater Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Helburn, with Homer Thickett, director, Carol Urban, production executive, and Armina Marshall, executive director of the radio department. Music was composed and conducted by Harold Levy, and the play adapted by Arthur Arrett. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire.
Writing in that diary again, are you, Dana?
Huh? Oh, hello, Smitty. Yes.
Just making a note of the fact that our rations have been cut for the 4th time.
I know. Foster says we're off our course and may run short of provisions.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Mr. Foster and Captain Thompson have cut down on their rations.
Remember those characters? Smithy, Foster, Captain Thompson, and the young law student who kept a diary of his daily life during 2 years at sea?
Sure. They're from 2 years before the mast. Tell it again. Tell it again. Dramatizing great stories we all know and love. Today, 2 years before the mast, by Richard Henry Dana. And we tell it again.
In the year 1831, a young man by the name of Richard Henry Dana entered Harvard University. He had many plans for the future and many ideas about what he intended doing with his life. But of all these plans and ideas, he was quite certain that he would never do 2 things: write a book or go to sea. Luckily for the common seaman serving in the merchant marine, Dana did both. A short time after he began his law studies, he noticed that he was frequently subject to dizzy spells. His eyes bothered him, and he seemed to have great difficulty keeping his balance and equilibrium. The attacks became worse, and finally, at the insistence of his friends and fellow students, he consulted a doctor.
Mm-hmm. Look far to the right, please. Now to the left. Look straight ahead. Up. Down. Follow my finger. Tell me when you lose sight of it.
Now.
Mm-hmm.
Well?
Well, Dana, this examination is not complete, and I'll want to make some more tests. But I think I can safely say that unless something is done soon, you're in danger of losing not only your sight, but your ability to coordinate your brain and your muscles.
I see. Something pressing on the brain, eh? Perhaps an operation.
No, I don't think so. I think it's localized in your eyes. Too much close work, poring over those law books of yours. You're underweight, too. You don't get out enough. Sunshine, fresh air.
Well, I'm afraid Harvard doesn't give one much time for those things, Doctor.
I know. Dana, if I were you, I'd start making plans to leave Harvard.
Leave Harvard? But my study's my law course.
I'm very much afraid your law course will have to wait until you're in better physical condition. A long sea voyage might do the trick.
Long sea voyage? Oh, Doctor, if there's one thing I don't like, it's the sea.
Oh?
Anyway, it's out of the question. I couldn't afford it.
I see. Then, of course, you couldn't go as a passenger. Perhaps you could sign on as a sailor.
Sailor? Me?
My boy, there are times in our lives when fate takes a hand and demands that we do certain things, even if we dislike the doing and feel that it's not for the best. I'm giving you my professional advice. You need rest and building up, a complete change. Use your body instead of your mind for a few months. After that, we'll examine you again. It's just possible that a voyage at sea might be the best thing in the world for you.
The doctor's words rang in Richard Dana's ears all that night and all the next day. And finally he realized that he had no choice except to take the advice of the skilled physician. 2 days later, Richard Henry Dana, former law student at Harvard, signed on as a common merchant seaman aboard the brig Pilgrim, bound round Cape Horn up the coast of the 2 Americas, destination California. With typical one purpose of mind having come to his decision, Dana resolved to be the best sailor possible. He outfitted himself in the conventional loose duck trousers, check shirt, and tarpaulin hat of the merchant seaman, and by the time he reached the dock, the smell of the salt air was in his nostrils, and he began to affect a nautical swagger and a carefree attitude. For after all, he wanted the rest of the crew to accept him as an old salt, not as a law student. Unfortunately, you can't fool sailors when it comes to recognizing a landlubber.
Welcome aboard. Don't stand there with your gear over the side.
Oh, excuse me. Are you the captain?
Oh, the captain's got nothing better to do than stand on deck and personally welcome every filthy scum of a seaman that steps foot on board. Drop anchor and answer some questions.
All right.
It's aye, sir, on a ship, you landlubber.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Belay, heave to and pay attention. I'm Foster, first mate. You're Dana, the new hand?
That's right. Aye, sir.
As green as they come, ain't you?
Well, sir, I've never...
Blast you! Keep quiet when I'm talking.
Aye, sir.
Don't worry. We'll make a sailor out of you. Now stow your gear and steerage where you bunk and come topside.
Aye, sir. I beg your pardon, Mr. Foster.
Well?
Did you say steerage?
That's right.
I'm to sleep in the steerage?
Yes, Dana. I'm afraid that's all the accommodations we have available at this time. Unless, of course, you'd like to share my cabin.
Well, that would be very kind of you, sir, and I...
Get below! Belay, all of you! Well, Dana, what are you waiting for? Stow your gear and steerage and come topside.
Yes, sir. Aye, sir. Aye.
Such was Richard Dana's introduction to the life of a seaman. And he soon came to learn that the first mate's sarcasm and statement that he'd make a sailor out of him was but the beginning of a series of abuses, curses, and unquestioned orders that not only Dana was forced to endure, but the entire crew as well. Shortly before setting sail, Dana got his first introduction to the Pilgrim's real master, Captain Thompson.
Pipe down, the lot of you! Captain has some words for you. All present, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
My first mate tells me this ship is manned by the scurviest lot of ruffians that ever sailed an ocean. And from the looks of you, I agree with him. Quiet. But I signed you on. And what's more important, you've signed on. So you'll obey orders and break your backs. We're beginning a long voyage. A hard voyage. And if I catch any man of you trying your sea dog tricks, I'll make this brig a floating Hades. There'll be no talking topside. Any man who questions the command will be flogged. Now get ready to work. Hold the watch, Mr. Foster, and lay into him. I want wind in those sails.
It was a new and disturbing experience for the well-bred, cultured, polite law student. No one except the men who went to sea in those early days can have any idea of the absolute authority of the captain, and through the captain, the first mate, on the merchant ships during those years. There was no such thing as justice, or the difference between right or wrong, or the opportunity to raise the smallest question about the advisability of doing anything. There was only blind obedience to an autocratic power. The captain. And if he happened to be quick-tempered, ill-advised, or simply woke up with a stomachache, it was the men who paid for it in extra work, smaller rations, and whip-lashings tied spread-eagle to the mast. Dana was to learn all this and more. But at the moment he had his hands full trying to comprehend the complex duties involved in getting a ship under sail. Orders were shouted from stem to stern. Orders that sounded so unintelligible to Dana that they might as well have been shouted in a foreign tongue.
All hands! Off anchor! Bring to it! Reef studding sail gear! Roll through yard! Hoist topsail!
There's no doubt that in those first few days, Richard Dana was more of a hindrance than a help. But little by little, things started to straighten themselves out in his mind. He began to comprehend the strange ways and words of the sea, and he made friends with his new companions. They weren't a bad lot as merchantmen in those days went, and they were held together by common bonds, misery and fear. There was Smitty, who'd spent the greater part of 40 years at sea, and Hall, who was ambitious and dreamed of the day when he'd be captain of his own vessel. There was Cook and the steward, Russell, George Balmer, and John. And of course, there was always Foster, the first mate, and Captain Thompson.
Well, lad, how goes it?
Huh? Oh, hello, Smitty. Well, I think I'm getting used to it. I haven't been sick in 2 days now.
Nah, sure, you'll be all right now. Got all that soft, sweet-tasting food out of your belly. There's nothing like a good cold slab of salt pork to put strength in a sailor. What's that you're writing there?
Oh, this? Just a diary? Thought I'd write things down as they happen. Sort of helps pass the time when I'm off watch and can't sleep.
Your own personal ship's log, huh?
Yeah, kind of.
What sort of things do you write in it?
Oh, most everything that happens on board. Like the first day when you almost fell off the mainmast in the wind and how green I was when we set sail.
Got me in it, huh? Let's see. The brig Pilgrim, Captain... But Smith hung on for dear life and finally got down in one piece. Oh, what's this? The unlimited and unfair authority of the captain on board seems most unjust and improper in view of the hardships and dangers to which the crew subjected... Oh, laddie, I wouldn't be writing that down on paper if I were you.
Why not?
Well, such things aren't even to be thought, let alone written down or spoke aloud. If the first mate or Captain Thompson ever saw that, you'd never finish this voyage alive.
But, Smitty, it's true. There's no harmony on board, no feeling of working together for a common cause, mutual advantage. No respect of men to officers and no rights for the men. I don't think that's right. It wouldn't be right on the land, and it's not right on the sea.
Look, lad, and listen to me. You're here for one thing and one thing only, to help sail this ship round the Horn and up the coast to California. Your duty's to take orders and obey 'em without question. That's the way it's always been, and that's the way it always will be. It's the way of the sea and the life of a merchant sailor. Better forget writing in that diary of yours. It'll be better for your health.
But Dana did not forget writing in his diary. Smitty's words and obvious fear only reflected the attitude of the entire crew, and Dana resolved to keep even more detailed notes on the injustices and abuses he observed aboard the Pilgrim. The days passed, and the ship made good progress, and for every nautical mile they traveled, Richard Henry Dana added another page to his rapidly filling diary. One day there was a sudden and violent change in the wind. Hurried orders were given to compensate for the blow, and Smitty was sent up on the mainmast. Dana started to object, for he remembered what had happened the last time the old man was caught in the wind. But he held his tongue and went on to his own duties, until he happened to glance up and saw the old man swinging high from the topsail, about to lose his hold and fall. He dropped his own work and ran to help his friend, Smitty.
Smitty, hang on! Hang on!
Dana climbed quickly to the top of the mast, grabbed Smitty's hand, and carried him down to the deck. But just as he was helping the aged sailor to his bunk, he was confronted by the angry countenance of Captain Thompson.
Just what do you think you're doing?
It's Smitty, sir. He's ill.
Who gave you orders to leave your post?
Well, no one, sir, but I saw Smitty hanging from the
Get back to your work.
Yes, sir. I wasn't shirking my work, sir, but Smitty's ill and...
I'll decide who's ill on board this ship. Back to your work, Dana. And you, Smith, back on the mast and finish your job.
Captain, he can't.
It's all right, son. I'll go back.
But he's sick, can't you see that?
Are you questioning my order?
No, sir,
Then
but
back to your work and leave Smith to me.
Go along, lad. I'll be all right.
So So, for the first time in his life, Dana found himself faced with a situation in which the power of reason and the appeal for mercy and justice were useless. Somehow or other, the old man managed to pull himself up to the top of the mast again and lashed himself to the topsail boom. In this way, he hung on through the gale. And after the storm passed and the seamen were allowed to go to their quarters, Dana climbed up and untied the old man. He was unconscious by then, and Dana carried him tenderly to his bunk, tucked him in, and went to record the events of the day in his diary. More days passed, and then weeks and months, and the ship made her way down the eastern coast of the Americas and round Cape Horn. But not a day went by that failed to demonstrate again and again to the Harvard student the vast gulf that separated the men who manned the ship and those who commanded it. One day, shortly after they'd rounded the Horn...
Pirates! Pirates off the larboard side! All hands! Man your station!
What's up, Paul? What's the trouble?
Pirates! And us without a musket to our name! If that skull and crossbones catches us, you'll see real trouble! Ready about! Let's do it!
With every inch of canvas straining, the Pilgrim literally leaped through the sea in an effort to elude her black-hulled pursuer. With curses and shouts, the captain drove the men to greater efforts, and finally the brig began to outdistance the banded ship. Although there were men aboard the Pilgrim who silently wondered if it might not have been better to fall captive to the pirates instead of saving themselves and the ship for the continued command of Captain Thompson.
Well, writing again, are you, Dick?
Oh, yes, Smitty. Just making a note of the fact that our rations have been cut. That's the 4th time.
I know. Foster says it's because of the pirates. We took ourselves far off course getting away from them. Now we'll be late in port, and if we don't cut down, we'll be in danger of running short of provisions.
Sounds logical. But I wonder if Captain Thompson and Mr. Foster have cut down on their rations.
Oh, you shouldn't think such thoughts, lad. It's the way of a sailor, and there's nothing you can do to change it.
Maybe there is, Smitty.
Don't try it, my boy. You'll only wind up in irons and get a good lashing for your trouble.
But, Smitty, it isn't right. Seamen shouldn't be treated like this. Why, we're just like slaves.
Not quite, laddie. We're paid for our trouble.
Yes, unless the captain decides to fine us for some imagined breach of conduct. Why, he could strip every one of us of all our pay for the voyage, and we'd have no recourse, nowhere to turn for satisfaction.
And what kind of satisfaction would you be wanting?
Oh. Hello, Mr. Foster. I didn't know the first mate was in a habit of visiting the steerage.
I'm not visiting, you filthy swab. What's that you're writing?
Writing?
That black book you got. What are you writing in it?
Well,
Tain't his, Mr. Foster. It's mine. He was
Never mind, Smitty. It's good of you to cover for me, but there's no reason why Mr. Foster shouldn't know. Smitty was just afraid you might think I'm a poor seaman, Mr. Foster. The book's mine.
What is it?
Poetry, Mr. Foster.
Poetry?
Yes, would you like to read some of it?
I got better things to do than read a lot of hogwash. Stow it and follow me for relief on watch.
But I just finished my watch. This is supposed to be my...
Did you hear my order?
Aye, aye, sir. Here, Smitty. Take good care of my poetry.
All right, Dana. Keep the watch. I'm going to catch 40 winks. And if you breathe a word to the captain, I'll break your back.
Aye, aye, sir. Fear and misery. When I get back, if I get back, who knows? Maybe Richard Henry Dana, lawyer, can do something about it.
Enjoying your conversation, Dana?
Oh, Good evening, Captain.
Isn't this Foster's watch?
Well, sir,
Where's Foster?
Well, sir, he was here just a minute ago.
Mr. Foster.
I think he...
Mr. Foster!
Hi, Captain. Hi, sir.
I trust you enjoyed your nap, Mr. Foster.
Oh, I wasn't asleep, sir.
Silence.
But I wasn't, sir. Did Dana say I was?
I have eyes, Mr. Foster. Nobody said anything. You were away from your post without permission. Call all hands.
But, Captain...
Call all hands, Mr. Foster.
Aye, sir.
Men, you've been called together, according to regulations, to be told that this ship is now without a first mate. There's a formality at sea. Gives you the right to select a man from among you to take Foster's place. So I'll now consider anyone you propose. I'm glad to see you recognize that I'm the only one who knows who to appoint. Dana.
Me? Aye, sir.
You're an educated man. Leave this scum and be my mate.
If it's all the same to you, sir. No, thank you.
What? You refuse?
Sorry, sir. I'm not qualified for the position.
Very well. Oh,
Hi, sir.
how about it? Think you're qualified for the position?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll do my best, sir.
Good. Come up on the quarterdeck. Now, men, this is your new first mate, Mr. Hall. You'll obey him and jump to his orders, or take a flogging every last man of you. Now get back to your work.
So the ambitious Hall was promoted to the position of first mate, and if any of the men thought the change would be for the better, he was bitterly disappointed. Hall and Captain Thompson drove the men mercilessly, and only the most hearty could stand the increasing work and the cut rations that kept the hunger always gnawing at their stomachs. It was Smitty who finally broke under the strain. He became very ill and seemed hardly able to breathe when the new first mate, Mr. Hall, burst into the steerage bunk room.
Smith! Where's Smith?
He's here, Mr. Hall. Very ill.
Very ill, huh? That don't look sick to me. This is your watch, Smith. Up to it.
In God's name, Mr. Hall, the man is dying. I'll stand his watch.
You'll do as you're told. Well, Smith, you heard me.
Aye, sir.
Hardly able to stand, the old sailor dragged himself from his bunk, dressed, and went on deck while Dana and the others stood by, helpless to protest. The next morning, Smith was found at his watch. His eyes were staring hard aport, but they saw nothing. Smith was dead.
You killed him.
What?
You murdered him, you dirty maggot. You killed him the same as if you'd stuck a knife in him.
Get below, Dana, before I call the captain.
You dirty, filthy beast.
No, Dana! No!
What's this, Dana? Well, attacking the first mate, Dana?
I'm sorry, sir. It's Smith. He's dead. And Mr. Hall's responsible.
Too bad. How many lashes shall we give him, Mr. Hall? 10 or 20?
I don't want to be hard on the man, sir. Make it 15. Spread eagle to the mast.
So Richard Henry Dana, student at law, was tied spread eagle to the mast of the Pilgrim and given 15 lashes with a raw cowhide whip. When it was over, they cut him down and threw him into his bunk. There he lay, half-conscious, thinking of a plan that gradually crystallized in his mind. And almost instinctively, his hand reached out, felt in his gear, and found his book. His book of poetry. remainder of the voyage was much the same, just a repetition of abuses and stern orders to which there was no reply or appeal. But finally, as all things must, it came to an end. And after 2 years that seemed like 2 lifetimes, the ship docked at San Francisco. Richard Henry Dana was called before the captain and given his papers.
Well, Dana, here are your papers. Must say you've improved, got the makings of a fair sailor. I'm shipping out in a week. How about signing back on? First mate, if you like it, more pay.
No, thank you, Captain. No, thank you.
And Dana took his precious diary, booked passage for Boston, and returned home. Strangely enough, the hardships he had endured had not injured his health. On the contrary, the advice of the doctor had proved to be correct. His eyes were sharp and clear. The headaches and dizzy spells were gone. And he was ready and able to resume his law course at Harvard. On graduating, Dana shunned the ordinary cases he was offered and dedicated his law practice to the defense of the seaman.
Gentlemen of the jury, I submit that our country was founded on freedom and principles of democracy. Why then should a man forfeit the protection of those rights when he signs on a ship as a seaman? America's merchant vessels will never be able to engage in the commerce and enterprise befitting the growth of our country until maritime laws make the merchant service a profession of which we can be proud. Laws to protect the seaman as well as the owner and the captain. Laws to prevent abuse. Laws guaranteed by our Constitution and the Bill of Rights.
And the people of this country listened to Richard Henry Dana, and the courts listened, and the ship owners listened. And out of the bitterness and controversy came the maritime laws under which we now conduct our merchant sailing. Today, the merchant marine is a proud and honorable service in which thousands of young Americans work. They and it are the lifeline of our shipping in time of war and peace. Young men who sign on these ships know that they will be treated honestly and fairly, with equal justice for all, from the lowest seaman to the captain. Thanks to Richard Henry Dana and others who joined him in his fight. And particularly to the inspiration that made him write his daily experiences in a diary. Experiences of a young law student who was forced to spend 2 years before the mast.
2 years before the mast was brought to life on Tell It Again by Clark Gordon as Richard Henry Dana. Others in the cast were Paul McGuire, Jack Nessel, Stanley Waxman, Byron Kane, Richard Warner, and Marvin Miller, who was the narrator. Music was by Del Castillo. Ralph Rose directed the players and wrote the free adaptation based on the personal narrative of Richard Henry Dana. Next week, Tell It Again will dramatize The Luck of Roaring Camp by Bret Harte. Join us then, won't you, when we tell it again. Murray Wagner speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of the Jonathan Swift classic Gulliver's Travels, starring Henry Hull as Lemuel Gulliver. This is a story written by a man who searched his fellow men and found nothing but greed and vice and evil. In the years since 1726, when the book appeared, men have read his satire and laughed. But through that laughter rings a bitter note of recognition, for we can see ourselves in the characters that people his pages. Here, then, is a picture of us all. Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift.
My name is Lemuel Gulliver, and this is the journal of my travels about the world. For 16 years I sailed the seas, first as surgeon and then as captain of my own vessel. And in that time I have had adventures the like of which few men can dream, and I shall feel the stamp of it for all my days. It all began in the year 1699, when I accepted a berth aboard the vessel Antelope, bound for the South Seas. I shall not trouble you with the particulars of that voyage, but let it suffice to say that in our passage we ran afoul of a tropic storm. The weather being very hazy, we had lookouts posted at every masthead. Then suddenly, through the fog, a voice cut down from aloft.
Breakers to port! A rock! A rock a half cable's length!
Too late to save her! Stand by to launch the longboat!
Aye, sir! All hands to quarters! Jump there! The rock! The rock! We're on
The good ship Antelope foundered almost immediately, and we were all consigned to the mercy of the waves. But there was no mercy in that madness. I grasped a floating timber and held on, tossed heavenward by the giant swells, and then dashed down into the roaring seas. What became of my companions, I cannot tell, but conclude that they were lost. When I finally struggled to shore, I was in so weak a condition that I lay down on the sand and fell asleep. Some hours later, I was awakened by a noise like the humming of insects, a silken whispering like grass in the wind. I tried to rise, only to find my arms and legs fastened securely to the ground, and the very strands of my hair pegged out in the same manner. Then suddenly, I heard a buzzing near my head, a strange, high-pitched, fluttering sound. I could not move my head, but as I listened to this tiny buzz, I thought the sun and waves had unhinged my senses. For as I listened closer, more intently...
Man Mountain! Man Mountain! Man Mountain!
It was true.
Man Mountain!
There were words. The little insect humming was really words. I wrenched my head free and peered down at my chest and saw him.
Man Mountain! Listen, Man Mountain!
It was a man. A human creature not 6 inches high, advancing gently forward upon my breast, and following him a company of 50 of the same kind, armed with bow and arrow.
Captain, make sure of the ropes. The Man Mountain may escape. Company forward.
Avast, you rascals, off me! Loose me!
Hold on, steady, men. The Man Mountain is securely tied.
Let me get...
Captain, take 2 men and explore yon cavern in his head.
Here now, stay off me. Get out of my nose. Get out of my... Achoo! Hi. That sneeze sent you sailing. Now loose me, do you hear? Untie me.
Hear me, Man Mountain.
What? Still here? You're a strange little creature. Not 6 inches high, yet as perfectly formed as any man.
Hear me, Man Mountain. I am Redrissel, the King's Minister of Private Affairs. I shall try to help you.
Aye, little man. Help me first by unloosening my hair. It pulls most painfully.
First you must see the King.
Well, if you'll not unloose me, then you must feed me. I am faint with hunger.
That is attended to. Yonder on the plain a herd of cattle approaches, and I've sent to the King's cellar for several hogsheads of wine. Now, be content, Man Mountain, and remember, Redrissel is your friend.
And so I came to the land of Lilliput. I was at first strongly tempted to break my bonds and seize up a handful of these tiny men who had dealt so audaciously with my person and dice them to the ground. But as I ate, my anger abated. In Lilliput, as in my own island, the state of a man's stomach is likely to govern his emotions. I topped off my meal with a hogshead of good wine, and then I fell asleep.
Man Mountain, wake up. Soldier, shoot an arrow at him.
Ow, ouch! Oh, what is it? Where am I?
You are in an ancient temple. It was the only building large enough for you. It took 1,500 horses to draw you here.
Why, what's that?
Oh, the Emperor. Oh, down on your knees, Man Mountain, quickly. It is the Emperor.
A mighty procession turned in the temple gate. Spearmen, bowmen, all no higher than my middle finger. And then, magnificent upon a war horse 4 inches high...
His Imperial Majesty, Glabasto Mamaran, most mighty Emperor of Lilliput, delight and terror of the universe, monarch of all monarchs, at whose nod the princes of the earth shake their knees. Hear me, Man Mountain.
Your most humble servant, Your Majesty.
Oh there. Oh, whoops.
Oh, perhaps I upset your charger, Your Majesty. Shall I lift you up to my ear so that we may converse?
Very well, Man Mountain.
Up you come, then.
Oh, very well, then. Hear me, Man Mountain. In the name of the Empire, I welcome you to Lilliput. You are to be protected from harm, providing you shall subscribe to certain articles under the Great Seal.
I have no choice, Your Majesty. In the presence of royalty, I am overcome with awe.
Of course. Now, Man Mountain, you will please stand with your legs planted wide.
Yes, like this, Your Majesty.
Precisely. My father built an arch of triumph 70 grumgluffs tall, but never in the history of Lilliput has there been a colossus such as you.
I am happy to please Your Majesty.
And now my army shall parade beneath your arched legs, and I will go down in Lilliputian history. General, start the parade.
And so, with horses 16 abreast, flags flying and bands blaring, the mighty army of Lilliput marched between my feet in the bravest military display ever seen on the island empire. Then the Emperor caused the chain to be struck off my ankle, and I was set at liberty. And as a special mark of esteem, I was invited to the most solemn of all court proceedings. With Redrissel, the minister, perched on my shoulder, I sat on the ground and watched the dignified procedures.
Watch carefully, Man Mountain. You are to witness the annual performance of the king's ministers. See, all is ready.
Oh, what is that thread stretched tight between those tiny poles?
The royal tightrope. It stands 10 glumguffs above the ground, of fearsome height. Now watch, the first royal minister is climbing up onto the rope. See? He somersaults, jumps, leaps, stands on his head.
Amazing, amazing. Such skillful tumbling I've never seen in England. Tell me, how do they acquire such skill?
They're trained from their youth.
You mean as acrobats? The king's ministers?
Why, yes. In Lilliput, when a political office is vacant, the emperor holds a contest, and whoever jumps the highest and does the most difficult feats on the tight rope wins the office.
How remarkable.
That's Flimnap on the rope now, candidate for office of royal treasurer.
Oh, he's superb. Oh, what grace, what agility.
Oh, yes. All the king's ministers are notoriously agile.
But is this rope dancing really a true test of a man's qualifications for public office?
Perhaps you've thought of a better test in your country?
No, on second thought, I fancied not. The ministers of my country must also be expert in dancing the tightrope and cutting agile capers. Perhaps it is more logical to have him tested on a real tightrope. When an English minister falls, he retires wealthy. When a Lilliputian falls from the tightrope, he breaks his neck. I now began to enjoy my stay among the Lilliputians. Never had I beheld a more entertaining prospect. The country round about was a continual flower garden. The towns like the painted scenes of a city in the theater. Surely, thought I, in this setting of ideal loveliness, these tiny, doll-like people must have attained a state of happiness and perfection that we larger mortals only dream of. But when I had been among the Lilliputians for only a month, my good friend Redwhistle visited me incognito and climbed upon my shoulder to whisper in my ear. Oh, come, speak louder, Redwhistle, louder. I can't hear you.
Well, matters of state must be whispered, Man Mountain. It would never do to let the people know what is going on.
Well, what is going on?
We labor under two mighty evils here in Lilliput. The first, a bitter political struggle within our borders.
A political struggle? Here, too?
For about 70 moons past, there have been two struggling parties among us, the Tremixans and the Slamixans.
Well, how do these parties differ politically?
Oh, most profoundly. One party adheres to the wearing of high-heel shoes.
Yes?
The other favors low heels.
Ah, I see. High heels and low heels.
Now, His Majesty has been inclined to support the position of lesser heels in his administration. We low-heelers are in the minority, but we have the power. The animosity runs so high that the parties will neither eat nor drink with each other.
Is there no hope of a compromise?
Neither party will yield a fraction. Even the king's son is involved in the conflict.
And how does the prince stand?
He wobbles.
Wobbles.
On one foot he wears a high-heel shoe, on the other a low. Because of this circumstance, he wobbles from left to right.
Well, he sounds like a young man most unusually endowed for political leadership.
Oh, yes. But alas, 'tis his father, not he, that is on the throne. The country is divided, and to make matters worse, we are at this moment threatened with an invasion from the island of Blefescu.
An invasion?
Oh, yes. We've been engaged in war with Blefescu for 36 moons. 'Tis a long and bloody struggle.
But why? What started your war with Blefescu? Do you recall?
It was a most grievous religious schism. It started with an egg.
An egg?
You see, it is agreed that the primitive and natural way of cracking an egg is upon the larger end.
Well, of course, yes.
The present emperor's great-grandfather, however, chanced to cut his hand while opening an egg at the big end. So he issued an edict commanding all of his subjects to break the smaller end of their egg.
Ah, yes, and this caused unrest.
Our people so resented this edict that there have been 6 rebellious uprisings, wherein one emperor has lost his life and another his crown.
But how does this edict of the egg involve you with Blefescu?
The monarchs of Blefescu keep fomenting the big Indian heresy. They send spies among us, raising civil strife, and so the war has raged.
But this is serious. Tell me, Redwhistle, is there nothing I can do?
That is why I am here. His Majesty is placing all his hopes in your strength, Man Mountain.
I am greatly flattered. Present my humble duty to His Majesty and let him know that I stand ready with my life to defend his state against invaders.
His Majesty, the Emperor of Lilliput.
Hear me, Man Mountain.
Your humble servant, Your Majesty.
My spies have informed me that the fleet of Blefuscudian warships waits only the turn of the tide to sail upon us. Man Mountain, you are commanded to exercise your valor and strength to prevent this invasion.
Your Majesty, I am at your service. Your puissance has overwhelmed me. Shall I set you back down on the ground? I'm sure you must be uncomfortable perched on my finger thus.
Very well, Man Mountain. But carry out my command at once. At once.
Hold tight, Red Whistle, hold tight. The water's almost up to my shoulders.
Don't slip, Man Mountain. There, that's the main port of Blefuscu ahead.
Yeah, there's the fleet, all right. Men of war no bigger than toys.
Oh, they've seen you, Man Mountain. Oh, look out, they're firing arrows at you.
Get behind my collar, Red Whistle. Here we are in the middle of the fleet.
What now, Man Mountain?
We collect the anchor cables, and we pull them up. Now we just pull them away.
Oh, Man Mountain, the whole Blefuscudian fleet. You're stealing it away. The war is won. Lilliput is triumphant.
I was a hero, the man of the hour. The crowd shouted my name, and the Emperor caused himself to be lifted by engines and pulleys to the height of my forehead, where he kissed my brow after the fashion of the land. Through the streets of the capital, the populace made merry, dancing and singing long into the night. I made merry with more hogsheads of wine than I chose to count. But, alas, I was to learn how fickle is the public mind. Who is it? Wait till I get my spectacles.
Red Whistle.
Oh, yeah. Well, now, what brings you out in the morning, my friend? Wait till I bend down. Now, what is it?
An affair of state.
I thought everything was settled by now. The ambassadors arrived from Blefuscu to make peace, did they not?
Let me come closer, Man Mountain. I must speak for your ear alone. Let down your fingers.
Very well, then. Well, here. Now, up you come.
Now then, Man Mountain, I've come under express order from His Majesty.
Well, now, what does he want of me now?
He commands you to go at once to Blefuscu to seize the Blefuscudian king and all his royal army and to bring them back to Lilliput for public execution.
Well, zounds, man, he can't be serious. You're no longer in any danger from Blefuscu. Their fleet is destroyed. Now, why not try to live in peace?
Oh, my friend, such is not the habit of princes. His Majesty is determined to rule Blefuscu, and he has other orders for you.
What other orders?
He has in his possession a list of all people in this kingdom known to be big Indians. He wishes you to seize them and...
But this religious schism is not my affair.
Nevertheless, it is His Majesty's intention to stamp out the entire race of big Indians. All eggs in Lilliput will be broken at the small end.
And if they refuse?
They will be exterminated.
I understand. Now listen carefully, Red Whistle. You may return to His Majesty and say to him that I refuse to comply with his orders. You may say to him that I shall never be the instrument for bringing any race of people to death or enslavement. I waited. All day the streets were deathly quiet. From my window I observed a continual stream of ministers with portfolios flowing toward the palace. I waited, and I pondered. I saw old Admiral Bolgolam and Limtok, the general of the armies, hurry away to give orders. When night fell, I became more and more uneasy. Then, in the palace courtyard, by the flaring light of torches, a grim procession formed.
Listen, loyal citizens of Lilliput. Hear the words of the Emperor. Articles of impeachment against Lemuel Gulliver, the Man Mountain, for treason, sedition, lèse majesté, and other capital crimes. Article 1, whereas...
Well, Red Drizzle, I gather you gave the Emperor my message.
Man Mountain, you are in grave danger. You must leave Lilliput at once.
But why, how so?
As you can tell, His Majesty is most angry. The King's ministers have voted for your death.
My death?
Yes. However, His Majesty has ruled against that.
Well, thank heaven.
It was a fierce debate.
Praise heaven. Then they've decided against killing me?
Oh, yes. It is his intention instead to blind you.
Blind me? But why? Why, Red Drizzle? Tell me, why should he do this monstrous thing to me?
Oh, it was a masterstroke of cleverness. Another monarch might have agreed to your execution, but not he. Dead, you would be of no service to him.
I see. Yes. He feels the loss of my sight won't diminish my strength.
Exactly. You will still be of service, in fact, greater service, for blind you cannot be tempted to rebellion.
What diabolical reasoning. What a low, contemptible race is this treacherous tribe of princes. In Europe or in Lilliput, there is no gratitude under a crown.
Oh, it would seem so.
Was there no voice raised in protest to this monstrous plan?
One voice. I am no longer a member of His Majesty's cabinet.
You? Forgive me the things I've said, Red Drizzle. My friend.
I could not bear to think of you reduced to such ignominy, Man Mountain. At any moment I expect to be accused of the Bigendian heresy. Thus His Majesty treats revolted ministers. I've come to warn you to make your escape. The company to shoot out your eyes is on its way.
You must have come at great risk.
Only my life.
I'm deeply grateful to you. But then you must come with me. Now hold tight, friend Red Drizzle. We must wade across the channel to Blefescu and safety.
Hurry, Man Mountain, hurry.
These blasted waves. You still there, Red Drizzle?
Yes, fast to your collar. Oh, look, Man Mountain. Look into the sea. A monster object floating in.
Where? What? No. Oh, thank heaven. No, it can't be.
What, Man Mountain?
It is. 'Tis the longboat. The longboat from my ship. Belly up, but floating.
A boat as big as you. Amazing.
A firm hold, Red Drizzle. A firm hold. I must set you ashore on Blefescu and swim out to the longboat before it clears the island. It is my escape, Red Drizzle. My clear way. Home to England. Truly, Providence watches over shipwrecked mariners. For it was indeed the badly battered shell of a ship's longboat that I dragged ashore on Blefescu. I set sail on the 24th of September, 1701, at 6 in the morning, and within a week I descried a sail. The vessel was an English merchantman returning from Japan. The captain was very kind, although he treated me as though I were raving when I told my story. But it was not long before I landed in England and hurried to Redriff and to Mary, my wife. I stayed but 2 months with my wife and family, for off I must go on another voyage. So, with tears on both sides, I went on board the brig Adventure, bound for Surat. but my account of this voyage must be referred to the second part of my travels, for thus endeth the first part of the travels of Lemuel Gulliver.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Henry Hull in a radio play based on Jonathan Swift's brilliant satire, Gulliver's Travels, the first in a new series of dramatizations of classics in the world of Anglo-American literature. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement to be made at the close of our program. Now, our intermission commentator on Gulliver's Travels, Mr. Mark Van Doren, Pulitzer Prize-winning poet and professor of English at Columbia University. We present Mr. Van Doren speaking to you from New York.
Gulliver's Travels was intended by its author, Jonathan Swift, to vex the world rather than divert it. But when he published the book in 1726, he diverted more readers than he vexed. And it still is true that the human world refuses to recognize itself in the terrible story Swift told. Gulliver's Travels has remained a classic for children and men. The imagination required to produce it has triumphed over the misanthropy that called it forth. And the reason may be found in something its author once said. I have ever hated all nations, professions, and communities. All my love is towards individuals. But principally I hate and detest that animal called man, although I heartily love John, Peter, Thomas, and so forth. He hated the race, but he loved its members. The great satirist was a great friend. He could not foresee that this would be felt by his readers, every one of whom has considered himself Swift's friend, listening to him in fascination while he spends his fury on the rest of the race. Yet no such fury has ever existed in another man, and no such art to express it. Even the happiest reader of Gulliver's Travels must admit that its author has laid traps for humanity which neither imagination nor reason can escape. In each of the four parts, he maneuvers us into an impossible position. The four positions, in fact, are one. Gulliver, who stands for us, believes that what he sees is proof of man's superiority, but discovers, or would discover for him, that the opposite is the case. The people of Lilliput must be as petty in their minds as they are in their bodies, but their minds turned out to be exactly like ours. The Brobdingnagians suppose our midget bodies to contain midget souls. When Gulliver cites human history as evidence to the contrary, the king of the giants is merely confirmed in his disgust. The pedants of Laputa, so fantastically lacking in common sense, are but copies of our own scientists, mathematicians, and philosophers. The perfect horse people of the fourth part, the beautiful Houyhnhnms, mistake Gulliver for a filthy Yahoo because he goes on two legs. But listen, he says, while I tell you what we are like inside. They are only sickened by the exposure. Gulliver's Travels is one of the most charming books in the world. But let us not deceive ourselves. It is unanswerable. Thank you, Mr. Van Doren. Our dramatization of Gulliver's Travels with Henry Hull in the title role continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
You will be set adrift without water. You will not be so fierce with the sun beating down on you and your insolent tongue black and cracking with thirst. Cast him adrift.
For 2 days I drifted in the sea, suffering much from thirst and exposure, when at length I was cast ashore on a rocky island. There I spent the night, and in the morning I commenced to search for food. Presently I noticed that a dark cloud had come between me and the sun, and I was astounded to see that this cloud was in reality a vast mountain sailing through the air, giving off a loud humming. This island hovered over me at the height of about 200 feet, and presently a chair was let down on ropes and pulleys, and seating myself in it, I was drawn rapidly upward.
welcome. Welcome, stranger, to the flying island of Laputa. By your clothing and the regular geometrical pattern of your hat, I assume you to be a creature of intellectual and philosophical attainment. Therefore, welcome.
But, sir, where am I? How does this island float so?
This is the capital of the kingdom, Laputa. Our island hovers through the agency of a giant lodestone. Thus, our glorious philosopher king controls his dominion.
How so?
If any town below should enter in a rebellion, his majesty has merely to hover above it. The unruly subjects below are deprived of sun and rain, and presently they must sicken and die. Or we pelt them with great stones, and then they must creep into cellars and caves to live.
Truly a monstrous engine.
Yes, sir. Come along now, stranger, to my home. As we go, I shall ask you diverting questions of mathematical and philosophical import.
I am most grateful, sir.
Permit me, stranger. This is the king's philosopher, Baldando.
Tell me, stranger, how would you square a circle?
Well, I'm afraid that
How would you exactly trisect an angle?
Well, that would require a logarithmic scale.
No, it is a prime of the inverse of the root.
Gentlemen.
I insist it is the dividend of the summation of the prime.
Gentlemen, please, I beg of you, you are walking in a puddle.
What? Oh, yes. Well, no matter.
No matter? But your feet are wet.
You see, stranger, we Laputans consider philosophic and intellectual exercise the prime pleasure. We cannot be bothered with mere reality. Puddles.
Oh, I see.
What? Look out! That building is falling!
Another one.
That suggests an interesting philosophical analog.
But no wonder it collapsed. Look at those buildings. Not a right angle among them. Everything's tied at irregular angles.
A right angle is such a simple concept. Remember, stranger, we of Laputa are men of intellect.
And so they were, men of intellect. They are experts in the theoretical sciences, mathematics, music, astronomy, but for practical applications they have only contempt. Their nobles become so lost in thought that a strange custom prevails among them. With us, as we walked, was a servant armed with an inflated bladder on a stick. With this, he kept the conversation going in this wise.
The concept of the absolute of good is mathematically demonstrable, is it not, Baldando?
The servant flapped his weapon against the ear of Baldando to signify he was to listen.
What?
Then he flapped his flapper against the philosopher's mouth to signify...
Fellow sympathy.
Sir.
Oh. Yes, quite so. Quite so.
You see, these sages, when immersed in speculation, and the servant with the flapper is necessary to recall this to them. Occasionally the servant flaps his master upon his eyes to remind him to look, for otherwise these great scientists would run into every post along the way and trip over every bucket. At this point, a lass of more than extraordinary charm chanced by, and I turned to gaze after her.
Come, stranger, what are you staring at?
Yonder lass? Hang it all, man, she's uncommonly well set up.
You think so? A servant, my spectacles. Huh. Yes. Her nose appears to be a perfect isosceles triangle.
A triangle?
I detect no imperfection in the ellipses of her eyes.
However, her trunk, I'm afraid, departs notably from the shape of the perfect trapezoid.
Ah, yes. There are definite irregular obloid characteristics.
And her calves conform to no geometric figure with which I am familiar. Now, friend, were we not talking of the diminished seventh harmonic in the tonic scale?
In the months I spent on the flying island of Laputa, I was constantly amazed that more people did not tumble over the edge, for these great thinkers are so enthralled in cerebral speculation that they never watch ahead as they walk. However, I discovered that the greatest thinkers of all were shut away in an institution called the Grand Academy of Projectors, and thither I turned my steps to gain knowledge and understanding.
Your pass. Present your pass.
Where do I find the philosophers at work?
331 paces down that corridor. Apply at the window for a map, a chronometer, pedometer, and sextant. This is our first project, the Institute for Human Betterment. We're at present engaged in the project to transform ice into gunpowder.
Ice into gunpowder. Amazing. But why?
We haven't discovered the benefit yet, but it will inevitably turn up. On your right, we're building the model of a process for beginning all buildings at the top and working down.
But to what purpose?
Human betterment, of course.
Oh, yes.
The workers, having completed the top floor, are shielded from the sun and rain while completing the remainder.
But isn't this method of building a little, hazardous?
Well, we have had trouble with the top floor coming down on the workers' heads. But take this model. Look at it. Steady as the earth itself. Don't be alarmed. We'll use this model anyway, and our medical staff shall work out a new method of curing cracked skulls. Well, friend Gulliver, what do you think of our civilization of science and intellect?
I am impressed, noble lord, but I am puzzled.
How so, Gulliver?
Well, I admit that I'm a simple man, a plain sea captain. I don't know the theory of advanced mathematics and harmony.
Yes?
But I have been forced to the conclusion that in spite of all your theoretical discussions of human betterment, your people still live in misery. Their houses are in ruins. They are without food and clothing. In their faces I see naught but despair.
Oh, yes. Unfortunately, our interest does not lie in the gross, vulgar handicrafts and arts. Our best philosophers tell us that when the land is ruled by the greatest, deepest, most abstract thinkers, misery is bound to perish. This can be mathematically proven. And you can't argue with mathematics.
My restless nature did not allow me to remain longer among the Laputans. I came away before I had witnessed the triumph of pure reason and abstract philosophy over human misery. I shipped aboard a small trading vessel to Japan, where I caught an East Indiaman returning to England, Redruth and my beloved wife, Mary. The seafarer on land is a sorry creature, straining at every passing wind and longing for the feel of the heaving deck beneath his feet. So it was not 5 months later that I shipped out for what was to be my last voyage, and to that part of the world which is most likely to tax my listener's credulity. It happened that in a tropic storm I was washed overboard by a prodigious wave and carried by the waves to the shore of a tropic island that lay to the west. In search of water, I came across the tracks of what seemed to be barefoot savages, mingled with the tracks of horses. Then suddenly I was attacked. My attackers' heads and breasts were covered with thick hair. They had beards like goats and a long ridge of hair down their backs. They walked on 2 legs and bounded about most agilely. Altogether, they were the most unpleasant, foul-smelling, evil-visaged animals I have ever encountered. Off me! Off me, filthy beasts! Away! Away! The devil! A horse, and he scared them off. Here's a fine fellow. Come, boy, come, fellow, here. There's a fine horse.
Whom have we here?
Who are you, strange Yahoo?
What it is? Is the horse. He speaks.
An answer, Yahoo.
I am a shipwrecked sailor, sir.
I know not those words. You're a strange Yahoo indeed. Your body is covered, and you speak intelligently? That is indeed a wonder.
I, sir, am not a Yahoo. I don't even know what that is.
Those beasts that attacked you, the filthy creatures that walk on two legs, they are Yahoo.
But my name is Lemuel Gulliver. I'm a man, sir, a man.
You're a Yahoo. And yet I've not seen one like you before. Come along with me.
This is impossible. You're a horse.
I'm a Wynnum. This is Wynnumland. Come now, Yahoo. Faster.
I'm sorry, I can't. Well, now, perhaps if I could ride you.
What?
If I might mount your back,
Strange creature. In Wynnumland, the Yahoos are the beasts of burden, and we the masters.
Horses? Masters over men? Wow, how horrible.
Horrible, strange Yahoo? Why so? I know the Yahoos well. I own a large herd of them. They are the most odious of all animals.
But I'm not speaking of these foul, degraded beasts. I speak of men in Europe. They keep the horses as beasts of burden.
You speak a thing that is not so.
You mean I lie?
We have no such word in our language. No Wynnum would say what is not so. Well, then what would be the purpose of talking? No. Yahoos can never rule. They are too vicious, foul, and evil-minded.
My master, the Wynnum, a beautiful black stallion, took me to his home. It was a rough building, for the Wynnums know not the use of iron. There his family greeted me. His wife, a sorrel mare of gentle and dignified feature, showed me to my stall.
Here, strange Yahoo. This is your stall. Endeavor to keep it clean.
Thank you, mistress.
It may be lonely for you away from the herd.
Herd? Of Yahoos? Oh, no, mistress, no. Pray, do not think of me as one of that foul race.
You are different. Cleaner and more gentle.
Where did they come from, mistress? Have you always known the Yahoos?
Why, some say they sprung to life from slime, much warmed by the sun. For only so could one account for the degraded disposition and habits of this two-legged race.
But in my land there are, men also.
That is the other story Wynnums tell. That long years ago 2 Yahoos swam ashore from across the sea, and their offspring were tamed, as much as such a vicious animal can be.
My master continually addressed me as a Yahoo, and when I begged him to desist, he caused a full-grown male Yahoo to be driven into the courtyard, and he ordered me to strip to the waist. Then my master walked slowly round the pair of us.
You are the same race, strange Yahoo. See? The same limbs, eyes, mouth, body. Drive this beast back to his kennel. Well, strange Yahoo, can you still deny your race?
But, master, I tell you I have nothing in common with these creatures. I am a man, sir, an Englishman.
An Englishman? Tell me of this country where the Yahoos rule.
Well, you see now, how can I tell you of the benefits of civilization? Well, we have magnificent castles, gorgeous clothing, the noblest, most costly meats and drinks. Our ships go to the ends of the earth to bring these luxuries back, for the wealthy.
Wealthy? What is wealthy?
Wealthy? Well, that means a man who can command all these luxuries and leave them to his children.
These good things of your civilization, they are not given to all?
Oh, no, by all means, no.
Then not every Yahoo enjoys them.
Not 1 in 1,000. The bulk of our people, well, they simply labor for small wages. They must live in hovels and squalor, and spend their lives in their own filth.
Yes, strange one. That is the way of yahoos. A yahoo is an odious, vicious beast around the world.
During the days I stayed with the Winhams, I could never make my master grasp the difference between the men of Europe and his own bestial herd of yahoos. Again and again he pressed me to explain the wars of my native country. I told him that sometimes one prince does quarrel with another for fear that the other should quarrel with him. Sometimes a war is entered on because the enemy is too strong, and sometimes because he is too weak. My master reported our conversation to the Parliament of Winhams, and they did memorialize him to send me away.
Nay, strange yahoo, I shall keep you with me a while longer.
But, master, if the Parliament has ordered
We
you...
know not ordered in this land, yahoo. The decision of the Parliament is for the good of the nation, and no other force is needed. Is it different in your land, yahoo?
Indeed. In Europe, there is a race of men who live by enforcing the rule of the government upon the people.
How else do yahoos live in your land, strange one?
Well, there are the recognized professions, of course, like doctoring.
Doctoring? Another strange word.
You see, it is a part of our civilization that we eat when we are not hungry, drink without provocation of thirst, sit whole nights imbibing strong liquors.
Most extraordinary.
All of which, of course, disposes us to sloth, inflames our bodies, and prevents digestion.
Incredible.
Oh, no. It works out very well. If civilized man conducted himself sensibly, then there would be no work for our doctors. And how, then, would they live?
Peace, yahoo, peace. Each tale you tell me of this vicious kennel of savage Europe, this wallow of yahoo vice, convinces me there is no hope for your pitiable two-legged race.
Master, you are displeased with me.
For the yahoos in my field, the wild naked breed, I've always felt a kind of pity.
Pity? For those gross brutes?
For their ignorance, strange one. But the yahoos of your country, your England, they pretend to reason.
Indeed we do.
Reason, yahoo? Nay. You are possessed only of some quality fitted to increase your natural vices. Just as the reflection from a troubled stream returns the image of an ill-shapen body, not only larger, but more distorted.
No, master, you're unfair.
No, yahoo. For all your talk of civilization, you have never mentioned the words that we Winhams prize most deeply. Peace, justice, and happiness.
Peace, justice, happiness. Aye, master, we men, nay, we yahoos of Europe, know nothing of these. But in time, dwelling amongst the Winhams, I was to learn something of peace and happiness. Here in this land was neither backbiter, pickpocket, buffoon, politician, bawd, procurer. Here was no dungeon or gibbet, whipping post or pillory, no pride, vanity, or affectation, no bullies, drunkards, scoundrels, lords, fiddlers, judges, no ranting or expensive wives. In short, no vice, no injustice, only peace.
You have lived with us many moons now, yahoo.
And happy, master. Happier than ever I have been.
I have just come from the Parliament of the Winhams.
No, master, no. Don't tell me the decision. I know now that you Winhams alone, of all the creatures on this earth, have mastered the art of living.
You do us honor, yahoo.
You must show the race of yahoos, my fellows. We must live as you do.
Brute beasts live with reason? Two-legged, odious savages Learn the rule of nature.
I know, but hear me, master. Far from the east has come a certain powder, which will fly up into the air with a noise greater than thunder. Gunpowder.
But might that not prove destructive?
Exactly. It will tear through armor, topple houses and battlements, lay waste cities, dash out the brains of all who are near.
Stop, Yahoo! Tell me no more.
Hear me out, master, hear me out. I know the ingredients of this powder. I understand the compounding of it. I could teach it to you.
To me? What would I want with such dreadful knowledge?
With sufficient quantities of this powder, your people, Whinims, horses, could teach the world of Yahoos the secret of a just life.
Silence, Yahoo! I would rather lose my life 1,000 times over than be privy to your dreadful secret.
Master, I meant no harm.
Yahoo, I shrink from you in disgust and fear. Your race is corrupt, debased. You will leave this land.
No. Mercy, master, mercy.
You will leave this land and return to that race of evil creatures, the Yahoos that you call men.
I was allowed the space of 2 months to build a boat, and no Whinim was suffered to address me in any way. My heart was heavier than I had ever known it, and I was filled with a great shame and disgust for my own kind. Then, on the morning of my departure, my master and mistress came to the shore to see me leave.
We have come to bid you goodbye, strange Yahoo.
And safe voyage.
Master, mistress.
You are but a Yahoo. You know no better. We pity you.
But is there no hope for our race? Are we Yahoos to live forever in savagery and vice?
This powder you speak of may be your salvation, strange one. There is but one end for you. Yahoo against Yahoo, you will destroy yourself.
Master, is that the only end?
Away, strange one, into the sea.
Goodbye, my master, my mistress. Goodbye.
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 Goodbye. Take care, gentle Yahoo. Goodbye.
I sailed in my makeshift craft, I know not where, until at length I was picked up by a Spanish merchantman captained by Pedro de Mendez, a man of great patience and great understanding, for in the condition he found me, I was in need of both.
Here, hold him. Hold him tight.
Hands off! Hands off! Hands off! Hands off, foul, stinking Yahoos! Scum! Beast!
Come, Senor Gulliver, peace. You are rescued now. You are among civilized men.
Civilized? Why say you, man, civilized? You're all Yahoos, filthy, crawling, unreasoned beasts. Yahoos! Yahoos all!
I do not know this word, Senor Gulliver. Yahoos.
Let me be, I tell you. Do you think I wish to return to those swamps of Yahoo cities, those kennels piled high with Yahoo dirt and filth? Let me go. Sooner I'd cast myself into the sea.
Yes, of course, Senor Gulliver, of course. Hold him tighter, man, el pobrecito loco. He is crazy.
Yahoos!
Hold him. Yahoos indeed. Peace, Senor Gulliver. At last you are among men.
And so, I am back in England, Yahoo land. I've retired to my farm at Redriff, where I hope to spend my declining years in solitude, for the sight, the smell of the Yahoos of the land of my birth have filled me with a loathing and revulsion I cannot disguise. I see my own race as petty, wild, treacherous Yahoos, and I would not traffic with them. Perhaps I may teach the lessons I learned from my master the Whinim, but knowing the nature of my fellow Yahoos, I can but hope for success. And as for this, the journal of my travels, read it, my fellows, read it well. Some will pass it by as a fantasy of travel, a storybook for the idle. But for others, it will be as it is for me, the plain, unvarnished truth. And thus endeth the travels of Lemuel Gulliver.
And so the curtain falls on the NBC University Theater production of Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift, starring Henry Hull in the title role. Today's production of Gulliver's Travels was written by Frank and Virginia Wells. Our intermission commentator was Mr. Mark Van Doren, Pulitzer Prize-winning poet and professor of English at Columbia University. And our star in the role of Lemuel Gulliver was Mr. Henry Hull, whose latest picture, Colorado Bound, is about to be released by Warner Brothers. Our cast included George Peroni as the Emperor of the Kingdom of Lilliput, Hugh Thomas, who was the King's Minister of Private Affairs, Parley Bear as the learned Laputan, Larry Dobkin, his associate, the philosopher to the King of Laputa, Barry Drew as the gatekeeper, Donald Morrison was the wise and tolerant Wynnum, Ida Reese Marin, his wife, the mayor, Earl Keene was heard in the various animal sounds. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The director of the University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Original music for Gulliver's Travels was conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. Next week at this time, the NBC University Theater will bring you its dramatization of the Henry Fielding novel, Tom Jones.
The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes, Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royal.
This is Laurence Olivier. We have before now introduced in this series stories by Robert Louis Stevenson. Today we have chosen perhaps the best-known tale he ever wrote, possibly the best-known Gronguignol classic in literature. Also for me, it has the attraction of one of the most fascinating dual roles ever created. So now it is my pleasure to invite you to listen to Robert Louis Stevenson's story, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Jekyll, or at least by that name I pray heaven to be remembered. By profession, I am a doctor of medicine, a fellow of the Royal Society, a doctor of laws and of civil law. Born to a large fortune, I think I can also say on my own behalf that I'm inclined by nature to industry. I'm fond of the respect of the wise and good among my fellow men, and was once, as might have been supposed, one with every guarantee of an honorable and distinguished future. If I can hope for that no longer, well, the future is not in my hands. As for the past, the immediate past, how am I to tell it to you? For the story of my undoing is not the story of myself alone. If you are to understand it aright, it must begin as the story of another. The story of Dr. Jekyll will end, and must now begin with the story of Edward Hyde.
Hold him. Don't let him get away. Is the child badly hurt? Take your hands off me, you fools. Let me go.
Let you go. If there was a policeman here, I should have you given in charge. Don't you realize you might have killed the poor child?
Idiot got in my way.
Got in your way? Is that any reason for knocking her down and trampling on her? Are you out of your mind?
I've more important things to think about than children.
There's no reason for leaving them half dead on the pavement. Is the child badly hurt?
Her head's cut. Poor little mite. He should be sent to prison, trampling on a poor little kid like that. Did you see what he did to her, sir? The ugly brute.
Yes, I saw the whole thing. And I happen to be a lawyer. You haven't heard the last of this young man. You're going to pay for it, believe me.
Let go of me. What do you want? Money?
I want to see some slight evidence of your humanity. The child may be badly hurt. She must be examined by a doctor. And as for you, I should be prepared to give evidence against you in the court.
If you choose to make capital out of an accident, naturally I'm helpless.
It was no accident.
Very well, name your figure. No gentleman wishes to get himself mixed up in a public scene. How much do you want?
If you wish to keep this out of the courts, you can pay the parents of the child £100. If not, I'll make your name known from one end of London to the other.
Have £10 with me, you can have that.
£100 was what I said. You can afford it from the looks of you. And unless you take steps to get it immediately, I shall hand you over to the police.
Very well, if you insist. I'll get the money. Come with me.
Right.
The young man led them to the door of a gloomy house not far away. He let himself in with a key, and in a few minutes reappeared with a check in his hand. He handed it over with a cynical smile.
Let me see that. £90 payable to bearer.
And £10 here in cash. Well, are you satisfied now?
But this signature, I know it. Henry Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll. He's a client and friend of mine.
In that case, you'll know the signature's genuine.
Yeah, but where did you get it? Is Dr. Jekyll in that house?
The check is genuine, that's all that concerns you.
Then what is your name? Are you a friend of Dr. Jekyll?
Yes, I'm a friend of his. You may have even heard my name. Did you say that you're Dr. Jekyll's lawyer?
What is your name?
Allow me to give you my card. We may see more of each other. That is my address, and as you see, the name is...
Edward Hyde.
The name was Edward Hyde. As for the signature on the check, Henry Jekyll, that was genuine enough, for I had written the check myself. Nor was I surprised to receive a visit from the lawyer the following morning, for it was not the first time that the name of Edward Hyde had been discussed between us.
Once again, Jekyll, who is this Edward Hyde?
He's a friend of mine.
But this will that you've made out in favor of him, all that you possess, made over to him in the event of your disappearance. Why? What's the meaning behind the phrase disappearance or unexplained absence for any period exceeding 3 calendar months? Why should you disappear suddenly?
I have my reasons for that clause, Utterson. You must forgive me for not disclosing them.
Look, Jekyll, there's something strange about all this. The only explanation I can think of is that Edward Hyde, whoever the fellow is, must have some hold over you. My guess is that he's blackmailing you.
Oh, I tell you, that's absurd. Edward Hyde is a friend of mine, and I'm simply indebted to him for things he's done for me.
Whenever I saw one, Edward Hyde is a scoundrel. What can there possibly be between such a creature and a man like you?
I prefer not to discuss him with you. If you like, you can say that my situation is a painful one. I don't deny that my relationship with Edward Hyde is a strange one. A very strange one. But it is one that cannot be mended by talking.
You still won't take me into your confidence, Henry.
No.
After all, we're old friends. There's nothing to fear.
No, believe me, I dare not. As for last night's incident, I'm deeply sorry for the child. So is Edward Hyde, who told me the whole story after you had gone. Believe me, I take a very great interest in him for all his faults. And if I'm taken away, I wish you to promise me that you will bear with him and get his rights for him. I think you would if you knew all. And it would be a weight off my mind if you would promise.
Well, I can't pretend that I shall ever like him.
Oh, I don't ask that. I only ask for justice. I only ask you to help him, for my sake, when I'm no longer here.
Very well. I promise.
For a while, no more was heard of Edward Hyde. It was as though he had vanished off the face of the earth. If only he had done so indeed. As it was, his reappearance some few months later was the occasion of a terrible tragedy. And once again, I found myself involved in something over which I had ceased to have any control.
Jekyll, this is Inspector Newcomb of Scotland Yard. He's investigating the death of Sir Danvers Carey, who was found murdered in the street late last night.
Sit down, Inspector. Anything I can do to help you.
Thank you, sir.
I read of the tragedy in the papers this morning. It was a terrible crime. Is anything known about it yet?
Yes, Dr. Jekyll. A warrant has been issued for the arrest of a man that I believe you may be able to help us to trace.
Someone I know?
His name is Edward Hyde.
Edward Hyde? Oh, but no, there must be some mistake. He isn't here anymore. He's gone away, out of the country. What makes you think...
A letter was found by the murdered man. He had gone out to post it when he was attacked. The letter was addressed to Mr. Utterson here. That's how he came to be involved. He identified the body, and also this broken stick which was found on the scene of the crime. We have reason to believe it was the stick used by the murderer, that Sir Danvers was beaten to death with it, in cold blood. May I ask whether you have ever seen it before?
Yes, it belonged to me once. It was given to me some years ago by Mr. Utterson here.
That's what I told the Inspector.
Have you seen it recently, Dr. Jekyll?
No, not recently. I lost it some months ago. You see, it was found...
As you see, sir, the stick has been broken in two during the attack. This half was found in the street beside the body of the murdered man. The other half, also bloodstained, was found in the room of Mr. Edward Hyde early this morning.
Oh, but surely there must be some mistake.
There is no mistake. The attack was seen by Sir Danvers' maid. It was a bright moonlight night, and she was looking from her window as Sir Danvers went out. She saw him talking to Hyde in the street. She recognized him, and she saw him strike Sir Danvers down. It was on her evidence that we went round to Hyde's rooms in Soho. As you know, he gave me his address the last time I saw him.
May I ask when was the last time you saw him, sir?
I don't remember. Not for some months. I was told he'd gone abroad.
You're sure he's not been here last night or this morning?
I would tell you if he had.
Well, if he should call here, you will inform the police immediately. He is a dangerous man, Dr. Jekyll. My men will be posted outside in case he shows up. As it is, you will be required to give evidence at the inquest.
Yes, of course. I will do anything I can. This has been a terrible shock to me.
Well, I'm sorry you should have been implicated, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Goodbye, Inspector. I will do all I can to help you.
Thank you, sir. Good day, Mr. Utterson.
Good day. Well, Henry, as you know, Sir Danvers was a client of mine, but so are you. Now that you've got mixed up in this terrible thing, I want to know what I'm doing. Will you swear to me that you're holding nothing back? You haven't been mad enough to help this fellow escape.
Utterson, upon my honor, I swear to heaven I'll never have anything more to do with him in this world. My friendship with him is over.
Oh, thank heavens for that. I tell you, Henry, I told you before, this man is a scoundrel, a dangerous maniac. Till he's put out of the way, none of us will be safe, least of all you.
Edward Hyde will never be heard of again. He's safely out of the way already.
Can you be sure of that? Well, if he's brought to trial, your own name will appear. As it is, you're dangerously involved.
I'm quite sure of him now. To be honest with you, I have received a letter from him.
Then why didn't you give it to the inspector?
Well, I needed your advice first. I didn't wish to get mixed up in the business any more than I am already. Read this.
Dear Jekyll, when you receive this, you will know what I've done. I can offer no excuse for myself, so I will trouble you with none. I have repaid you unworthily for your many kindnesses, but I shall never again give you cause to regret them. I am going away, and you need have no further fears for me. Where I am going, no one will ever find me. Goodbye, and forgive me. Edward Hyde.
There. If you advise me to do so, I will give it to the police.
Where's the envelope?
I burnt it before I realized what I was doing, but there was no postmark. The letter was handed in at the door.
Can Poole describe the man who brought it?
No, it was left in my surgery. He must have come round through the garden. What should I do with it?
I will take it. I want to think about it a little more. Tell me one thing. That clause in your will about your disappearing. It was Hyde who dictated that, wasn't it?
Yes.
I knew it. Oh, fool, Henry, don't you see it all? The man intended to murder you as well when it suited him. You make a will in his favor, leaving him your whole fortune. You insert a clause in that will that if you disappear for only 3 months, you're to be presumed dead, and all your fortune handed over to him without any further inquiry. You too must be out of your mind.
Well, there were reasons. I can't tell you.
These papers here on the table. Whose are they?
There's some notes I was making about an experiment.
May I look at them for a moment?
If you wish.
This is your handwriting, isn't it?
Yes.
And this is the handwriting of Edward Hyde, this note you gave me.
Yes, I think so.
Aren't you sure? Don't you recognize
Well,
it?
yes, of course, I know his handwriting quite well. But what are you doing?
I'm comparing your handwriting with the writing in this note that you say was written by Edward Hyde. I happen to know a certain amount about graphology. The writing of the note is different, obviously, in many ways. The slope of the letters are different. But the formation of the letters and the pressure of the hand is the same. This note is a clumsy forgery. I tell you that you forged it yourself. You don't deny it. Will you tell me why you wrote it? Why you, a man of honor, would turn to forgery to protect a murderer?
If only I could have told him. If only I'd had the courage. Even if I had had the courage, would he have believed me? Not unless I'd given him the proof of what I said. The proof which I dare no longer give. The proof which would have sent me to the gallows. The proof that Dr. Jekyll and Edward Hyde were one and the same being. Or rather, that Edward Hyde was the evil part of me.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royal with Sir Laurence Olivier.
You'll enjoy the parade of fine listening in store tomorrow on NBC, when noted Italian maestro Guido Cantelli returns to the podium of the NBC Symphony in another brilliant concert from Carnegie Hall. The famed conductor has chosen music of varied styles and periods with work by Haydn, Hindemith, and Wagner for tomorrow's music classics with the NBC Symphony. And remember to enjoy the latest edition of Weekend, your Sunday newspaper of the air, the only Sunday paper you can safely enjoy while driving in your car. You'll meet such notables as Merrill Muller, Elmo Roper, and Earl Godwin with the latest news highlights of the week from all corners of the world. Mel Allen covers the sports world, and Earl Wilson the Broadway beat. There's everything from cover stories to feature items on home, fashions, and people, all on Weekend on NBC. And later there's fine dramatic listening in store on the family comedy series The Marriage, when Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy, as the delightful Marriotts, find their household a trifle unsettled when Liz becomes a career woman again. And if you're a Western adventure fan, stay with NBC for another thrilling six-shooter drama, when Britt Ponsett discovers a lynching party has chosen the wrong man. James Stewart portrays your six-shooter hero in this exciting drama of the Western Plains on NBC.
And now we continue Theatre Royal with Sir Laurence Olivier.
The murder of Sir Danvers Carey remained unpunished, for the murderer could not be found. Despite the hue and cry, Edward Hyde had disappeared, as though he had never existed. Much of his past was unearthed, and all of it was criminal. Tales were told of him by those who had known him, tales of a callous and violent life lived among criminal companions, tales of the hatred and contempt he had evoked among all who had crossed his path. But as to his present whereabouts, not a whisper. Edward Hyde had vanished, and I alone could have solved the mystery.
Well, Chico, this is quite a reunion. How long is it since Lanyon and you and I spent the last evening together?
Far too long, I'm afraid.
Yes.
I'd begun to think that Dr. Lanyon would never have dinner with me again.
Well, if it's my fault, I'm sorry about that. Jekyll and I had a disagreement professionally some years ago. We agreed to go our separate ways.
Well, who shall affirm when doctors disagree? What was it all about? A wrong diagnosis?
No. Dr. Lanyon took exception to a line of research I was interested in. I think he disapproved of some of my experiments.
Well, frankly, I told him he was going in for a lot of unscientific balderdash. Better suited to an alchemist than a doctor.
I think I could still surprise you, Lanyon, if I wanted to. Those experiments were not so unscientific as you imagine.
Well, I still don't want to hear about it.
Oh, very well, then we'll change the subject. But one of these days, I may convince you. One of these days. If it had only stayed as indefinite as that. But Dr. Lanyon was to be convinced before the month was out, and the discovery was to bring about his death. One morning, later that January, Dr. Lanyon received a letter. The letter was signed with my name, Henry Jekyll, and asked him to do me a certain service in the name of our old friendship. At midnight, there was a knock on his door.
come from Dr. Jekyll?
Yes.
Then come in, please.
Have you got it? Have you got it?
No, just a moment. You seem to forget that I don't know you.
I beg your pardon, as you say, but I'm here on behalf of Dr. Jekyll, and the matter is very urgent.
No doubt. From the tone of Dr. Jekyll's letter, I gathered it must be. The letter asked me to collect some drugs from a cabinet in his surgery, a drawer full of drugs, and bring them here. I was sworn to secrecy and was asked to deliver those drugs to someone who would call here for them at midnight. Are you that man?
Yes, give them to me. Where are they? Where are they?
Well, the drawer's on that table.
Give me a graduated glass, quickly.
There's one there on the desk. Would you mind telling me what all this mystery is about?
Now, you see. At first, the solution is reddish. As I add the crystals, it turns to a dark purple. It effervesces and gives off a slight vapor. And now, as the crystals dissolve, it is turning to a watery green. You see?
Yes, I see all that, but what I don't see is...
Well, Dr. Lanyon, which is it to be? Shall I take this little glass full of liquid away with me? Or is your curiosity too much for you? Will you be left as you are, neither richer nor wiser? Or shall I show you a sight to stagger the unbelief of Satan? Which is it to be?
After all this nonsense, I might as well see the end of it.
Very well, then. You're a doctor, and you remember your vows. What follows is under the seal of our profession. You didn't believe in the virtue of transcendental medicine, did you? Well, watch me closely while I drink this little glassful off.
No. What are you doing? For heaven's sake, what have you done? Henry Jekyll! You, but I don't understand. I don't understand.
No, my dear Lanyon. You don't understand how Dr. Henry Jekyll can suddenly appear through the likeness of someone else. If you'd listened to me, believed in the experiments that I was so wrapped up in, well, perhaps you would have understood it better, well enough perhaps to be a partner in a strange and new crusade for the redemption of the human soul.
Henry Jekyll, I don't understand.
Just exactly what formula I have discovered, well, that must remain my secret. But you can believe in its power, for you have seen that power with your own eyes. Sit down, man, and listen. It was many years ago that I first learned to recognize the thorough and primitive duality of man. I saw that two natures were contending in the field of my own consciousness, which you may call, if you like, the good and the evil. I saw that if those two natures could be separated, life would be relieved of all that was unbearable. The unjust might go his way without remorse, and the just could do the good in which he believed without any fear of his own imperfections. Well, I succeeded in finding the secret of that separation.
But how? How?
It's not possible to trace the whole journey, but the drug that I discovered has power to control and shake the very fortress of our identity. I discovered that drug, and a year or two ago, I tried it on myself. I suffered the most racking pains. You saw me suffer them again just now. Grinding of the bones, a deadly nausea, and a horror of the spirit that cannot be exceeded at the hour of birth or death. Then the agonies began to subside, and I came to myself again. Myself. To one part of myself. A separation of the lower elements in my soul. There was something strange in my sensations. Something indescribably new and incredibly sweet. From its very novelty, I felt younger, lighter, happier in body, reckless and wicked. Oh, yes, 10 times more wicked. A slave to my own original evil. I had shrunk in size, but I had gained in the exaltation of my senses. I looked in the mirror and saw what I had become. For the first time in the history of mankind, I saw a man who was compounded only of evil. There in the mirror I saw the likeness of Edward Hyde.
Edward Hyde? Edward Hyde, the murderer?
Yes, the murderer to be. But Edward Hyde did many things before he committed murder. From that day forth, I had the choice of my two characters. The one wholly evil, the other a compound of evil and good. The Dr. Henry Jekyll that the world respected.
And of those two, you chose the worse. The one that was wholly evil.
Occasionally, only in the character of Edward Hyde, I sought out the pleasures that were denied to me as a respectable man. I took rooms in Soho, made myself known to Jekyll's friends in the character of Hyde, even altered my will in Hyde's behalf. If anything happened to Henry Jekyll, Edward Hyde could still enjoy the pleasures of life.
You mean the drug could work both ways? It could overcome evil and bring you back to yourself?
As you see. By day, I could live my proper life, compounded of good and evil, as all of us are, and by night, I could roam the city under the most impenetrable of disguises.
And Edward Hyde could commit his murders without any fear of detection?
No such idea in mind when I started the adventure. The pleasures I enjoyed may have been vicious, but it was in the hands of Edward Hyde that they soon began to become criminal. This familiar that I called out of my own soul was a being inherently evil. He was selfish, bestial, and relentless. At times I stood aghast before his acts, but the situation was apart from ordinary laws and seemed to relax the grasp of my conscience. When I realized what I had done, what Edward Hyde had done, I was horrified, and terrified. From that day forth, I've never taken the drug again.
And you expect me to believe that? When you come here, into this very room as Edward Hyde himself?
But I don't know what happened, but yesterday, in the park, I was sitting there on the bench, drowsing in the sunshine. Perhaps it was my conscience that was drowsing. Perhaps I was dreaming of all the things that I had done when Edward Hyde was alive in me. Suddenly a qualm came over me, a terrible nausea and the most deadly shuddering. I must have fainted. But when I regained my senses, I looked down at my hands. They'd changed. They were corded, hairy hands, the hands of Edward Hyde, the murderer. My whole body had shrunk. My clothes hung formlessly and grotesquely about me as they did about the man you saw here half an hour ago. I was in a panic. A hunted murderer, wanted by the police. The drugs that I had needed to regain my proper identity, they were back in my surgery, and I dare not go back to fetch them, for my own butler would have turned me over to the police. In despair, I wrote you that letter asking you to fetch the drugs for me here. You did so, and you've saved me.
I have saved you.
Yes.
I loathe you and despise you. To me, you're more evil than Edward Hyde himself, for it was only by your desires that he came alive at all. Why should I not denounce you to the police myself? Why should I take you on my conscience? What other crimes are you capable of committing?
London, I beg you. I've learned my lesson. From now on, Edward Hyde is dead. I shall never venture anywhere without the drugs that can keep him in his cage. Dr. Lanyon did not denounce me to the police. The shock of that discovery proved too much for him, and in a very short time, Dr. Lanyon was dead. From that day forth, I too have changed. It is no longer the fear of the gallows, it is the fear of being Edward Hyde that racks me. I still hate and fear the thought of the brute that sleeps within me. But never again shall he break out in all his horrible infamy. The drug shall be used only to purge his evil, never to set it free. As for this confession that I'm writing... What's happening to me? The nausea, the terrible pain. No, not again! No, not that! No, quick, the drug. Where's the drug? The solution, where's the crystals? Quickly!
Well, you've drunk it. Is there still no change? Has it lost its power then, this wonderful drug of yours? Does it no longer work its miracle?
Dr. Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll, are you all right, sir?
Yes, I'm all right. Go away.
Open the door, sir. You don't time.
Go away, you fool. There's nothing wrong with me.
Jekyll, open this door at once. Is Hyde there with you?
No. It's me, Henry Jekyll. Go away. I'm busy.
If you don't open this door, I'll smash it in.
Quickly. The drug. More of it. More. Before they get in. If they catch me like this, I'm done for. The drug. Why doesn't it work anymore?
Hyde! I can see it. Smash this door out and get away.
The drug! Why doesn't it work anymore?
He shot himself. Mr. Hyde has shot himself. Where's the doctor? Where's Dr. Jekyll?
He must have been here a moment ago. Look, this report on the table. In his writing, and the ink still wet.
Dr. Jekyll! Dr. Jekyll!
Ah. True statement of Dr. Henry Jekyll touching the case of Edward Hyde. When this testimony is read, I shall be dead, and the discovery which I have made will have died along with me, for as this testimony will make too evident, my discovery was incomplete.
Dr. Jekyll! Where are you, Dr. Jekyll?
Yes, Henry Jekyll. If this is a true statement, where are you indeed?
This is Laurence Olivier again. This week, in our adaptation of Robert Louis Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, our cast included William Mervyn, Russell Napier, Campbell Singer, and John Fraser. I look forward to the pleasure of your company next week when I shall introduce another play. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier starred in today's transcribed program. The script was by Derek Patmore. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royal is an NBC presentation, produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.